Welcome to the stream this afternoon, everybody. Today is going to be an interesting day, to say the least, in Eastern Ontario, Western Quebec. I've also jumped on a little bit earlier than expected as there are more storms happening kind of to our west. So today we are concentrating on the Eastern Ontario, Western Quebec region, but also Southern Ontario is getting actually thunderstorms today, which is a crazy thing to think about considering we're only about 400 kilometers apart from our viewing area down to there. They're getting thunderstorms. We're going to get possibly rain, maybe even thunderstorms. And then, we're going to get into the freezing rain, ice pellets, and possibly snow as well. So a very, very busy day I think is ahead of us, just in terms of the type of precipitation that's going to be happening and how it's going to affect our region. So first thing I'm going to do, we're going to talk about looking at the models that have come out, just kind of going over that with you folks, just to give you an idea of what's predicted. So again, this is just a prediction, doesn't mean it's going to happen. Then we'll jump and take a live look at the radar scans as it currently is happening west of us, and then take a look at things as they start to happen in our region, Eastern Ontario and Western Quebec. Talking about the precipitation for that region, freezing rain was definitely a possibility, and it's my least favorite form of precipitation out there. Just causes havoc and chaos, and cutting out power outages and stuff like that. So if you're in those areas today, I would suggest making sure you've got stuff charged, ready to go, because if the ice does start coming down, more than likely power outages will follow. It's just a question of how much ice falls, and we could see a situation where there's absolutely no ice that happens as well. So that's also on the docket in terms of possibilities for today. So let me get right back into it. I hope everybody here enjoys the broadcast, and we'll jump into things right away. So what I'm bringing up here, this is for anybody that's new, or anybody that needs a refresher. This is a model that we use, and a platform that we use that we can search a whole bunch of different models. There's all sorts of different ones here at the top. I'm just using the HER for today, which is the High Resolution Rapid Refresh. It updates every hour, and it's a supercomputer chewing on information essentially and spitting out what it predicts things are going to happen. So let's get right into it. I'm going to jump into the first frame here. So for those that are not aware, the colors: green is your red, purple is kind of your freezing rain, red is ice pellets, and then blue is obviously your snow. So this time frame, we are looking at 1 p.m. This is what is showing. So this was basically what the model put out for its prediction for 1 p.m. And as we jump through, we're going to see that this is Ottawa's right around this area here where my hand or mouse is pointing. So just so we have clarification when we're looking at this on the stream. So we're going to look at how this is all going to track. So I'm going to quickly go through it just so you can see the movement of what the model is predicting. So now Ottawa is inside this purple area, which again would predict freezing rain. To the north, ice pellets, and then eventually snow as you get further and further north. A lot of rain to the south of this system, so crossing into the U.S., down by the Seaway, that kind of stuff. So this is what we're looking at. So I'll continue through this just so we can see how this will track over the next 10 hours or so. And you can see as the system moves out, we're still showing some precipitation hugging the essentially the Ottawa River Valley, which is obviously in here and off to Montreal. So just in this kind of corridor right here. And this would be 1 a.m. tonight in our region. So like I said, we're starting back here where it's coming in around 1 o'clock back at the first frame, and then moving through to this area here. So yes, it's basically how it's going to move through here is what we're seeing through the evening and or through afternoon and evening. So that's what the models are showing. So just got a question here. Yesterday I came to see the live stream or see what's going to happen. The Derico Filmer Cat jumping in asking about hearing about freezing rain. So yes, that is for our region, that is the biggest thing that we're talking about. So I can jump off the model there. So that's why I wanted to show what the models are. That's one model, but a lot of them are predicting similar stuff. They do vary a little bit, but that gives you guys an idea as to what we're expecting for weather. So I'm going to jump right into full screen radar here, and we'll do a quick analysis of what's coming. And this is actually what's happening. So this is physically right from our radar stations in Ontario. It's not predictive. This is what's currently going on. So let me switch right over to that. And I'm going to show you. So this is west of Ottawa. So we're talking Peterborough, Toronto, Huntsville, Barrie, Hamilton. And you can see on this screen, and I will zoom in, there is prolific lightning associated with some of these storms, which is crazy to be saying in mid-November, but that's the reality of this. This is all rain, so I'm just going to flip over and show you guys. So this green all the way to the red is just the intensity, and some of them, as they were coming across, the water basically even had possibly some hail in it just because of that available moisture. So this is what's coming through. So I'm going to play the cycle here just to show you guys how this came across. It's basically moving in mostly an eastern direction, a little bit southeast to track on all these storms as they move through. But you can see that intense lightning coming through. So this is to the west of our viewing region, but it is coming our way. Whether it transitions into freezing rain or just remains as rain is the question at this point. And we'll watch it from our radar as well. So this is what's going on right now. So this is tracking, and again, I'm just going to stop the cycle here. This is, we're talking 2:05 p.m. is the latest scan. So I will zoom out one. It jumps around, and I apologize for that. So we are talking that, it just went through Peterborough. So anybody watching in the Peterborough area, just heavy rain and lightning associated with this. Nothing too crazy in terms of what we would expect in summertime, for example. Just definitely odd to have it in November. Not what you would expect, but that's what we're getting at this point. So it's starting to come in. I'm going to switch to our Franktown radar so we can see this. So coming down Highway 7, it is on the edge of Caladar down into Picton, kind of back to Brighton. So this is kind of the leading front in this area. Not as much lightning as this gets away from the water, which is kind of what I expected to see. So it is definitely making its way into our region. So I'm just going to switch back here and see if there's any. We did have some reports from Pakenham that there was already possibly some freezing rain. So what I'm looking at right now is the precipitation depiction portion of the radar, which tries to show you where you've got snow, where you've got rain, and where you've got, in between. Rain is your yellow-green. Red is obviously your freezing rain ice pellets. And then blue is your snow. Now, this is general. This is not exact. It's just the radar's interpretation of trying to understand what is actually going on. So you can see to the west of Ottawa currently is where our precipitation is, and it is headed our way. So just going to jump into some comments here. Raymond asking about, just a sec here, heading to Ottawa from Hawkesbury around 3 p.m. will be right in the middle of that. Yeah, you're going to be driving into this stuff, so definitely be cautious. I hope you have some decent tires on your vehicle, because that's definitely going to hit you basically as you travel from Hawkesbury to the Ottawa area. So that's kind of what we're dealing with right now. And then we will watch both areas. So again, we are talking about the Montreal area as well. So right now radar is showing snow currently in terms of any of the precipitation that's happening. And the further east you kind of go with this system, when we were looking at the model, the more likelihood you have that there will be snow involved with the system. So right now, if I talk and transition here to the Franktown radar just outside of Ottawa, you can see on the right side we have blue, in the middle we've got rain and freezing rain, and then to the west or to the left we have mostly rain. So again, that's why we were talking about in this that it's going to be a mixed bag of precipitation today. Eastern Ontario could see everything from thunderstorms to snow and everything in between. So kind of going to try and keep everybody up to date as to what's happening as we go through this. I suspect it's going to be a long stream today. So we will just kind of make our way through. I'm going to try and bring up a couple of things here quickly just to take a look. I have the cameras. If you joined us for the last stream, we are definitely going to have the Quebec cameras up as well. They don't have as many outside of major metro areas, so definitely less I can patch into when we get outside of cities, but we will use what we can there. So just getting a comment from Grizzly Tanner saying ice pellets have started in Orleans. So the mixed precipitation has already started, and this is a truly hard forecast to make. Connor and I were chatting about it this morning and going back and forth over the last actually 48 hours. Because 1 degree can make all the difference between whether you see rain, freezing rain, or snow. So that's very difficult to predict exactly where that's going to happen. So it's a tough one to call. But today, what I would appreciate from the chat, which like I just got from Grizzly Tanner, is just letting us know what you're seeing on the ground wherever you're watching us from. It helps us get eyes on the ground and be able to relay that information to our viewers. And so that is important, and greatly appreciated too at the same time. So Amazonian Perth here. When should I send my staff home? Pre-freezing rain risk this evening. If it does freeze in Perth tonight, it's hard to answer that question exactly, but Perth is further west, so you are on that kind of edge where you're more likely to see rain than freezing rain. It is approaching you currently. Again, I will zoom in here on the radar, and right now, let me just highlight it. Perth is going to be, let me zoom in here, sorry, so I can get the name on the screen if my software will cooperate. So Perth being here, this is your precipitation approaching. And on the very leading edge, according to radar, and this is obviously off the ground, so it's not at surface level, it is showing rain, but with mixed in with possibly a bit of freezing rain already. I'm skeptical. I think this would be mostly rain, to be honest with you. But again, I don't have eyes on the ground, so I can't be that specific. But that will be in the Perth area within, let's just play here and I'll take a look at how quickly this is moving. Just to give you a rough idea of timeline, because we're about 2:20 right now. So let's pause that and see how much it's jumping frame to frame. So I'm just having a look here at my... That's within about an hour to hour and a half, I would say the precipitation will start with this line coming into Perth. More than likely it's going to be mostly rain, but as it's moving eastward, it may turn into slight freezing rain. So I hope that helps answer your question a little bit, Amazonian, and we'll see where things progress at this point. So what else have we got here? Just east of Kemptville, we had about 5 minutes of hail 2 hours ago and nothing since, coming from Bonbon Jujube. Thank you very much for that update. The mass, or the most of the precipitation, is still to the west and to the north as we do look at that radar representation. So again, you can see that snow dropping kind of down from the north along with that freezing rain, but the most of it is kind of drifting due east at this point for everything that's tailing behind that. So it's going to be a tough one to call today. And, anybody who, for example, is up near north of Barry's Bay, Pembroke, Petawawa, Whitney, you're going to start getting in on that precipitation as we can see whether that is freezing rain or not. Uh, it's going to be hard to tell. So one of the things you can do, as some of the moderators have put in the chat, you can actually submit photos and videos to our Facebook group called Canadian Weather Live Reports. If you post anything on there and I can jump on it, I will grab it and put it up and share it on the screen. It also helps me understand what's going on in the region as well. So thank you for that. So Chris McDonald, always good to see you in the chat here from New York. I think you're going to mostly see rain today. Depending where you are in upstate New York, if you're up in some elevation there in the Adirondacks or something, you could get in on some freezing rain or snow as well. But yeah, that's basically what's going to be happening down there. So, and then Amazonian, you're welcome. I'm glad we can help. We definitely want to try and keep people safe as much as possible. And that's the whole purpose of this channel, is just keeping people as informed as possible, and not trying to scare anybody, just keeping them up to speed as to what's going on. So what else have we got here? So I'm going to take a look. You can also email us too. That's the other thing. If you want to send an email to us, canadianweatherlive@gmail.com. You can send, again, video and photos to there. Or if you have any questions that you want to ask outside of the chat within YouTube, we will do our best to respond to questions in there as best as we can. So always happy to do that. What else can I talk about here? So I'm going to zoom in here, and we're going to start looking at some of these traffic cameras and see if we can tell where this precipitation is going. I'm also going to pull up Google Maps, so I'm just moving some stuff around here. So let's have a quick look here. So let me pull this up for you folks. So this is Google Maps. Obviously, most people are familiar with this. We are right now currently seeing green pretty much everywhere in Eastern Ontario. What we would typically expect, even looking further west towards Southern Ontario and then heading up to North Bay. So far, it doesn't look like anything's really slowing down. Any of the major highways, I'm looking currently at Highway 17, which is obviously a very popular method of travel for the region, going from North Bay, Sudbury area down to the Ottawa area. Everything is currently green. Nothing major jumping out at this point. I am going to double check Highway 7 here. Got to zoom in a little closer. So we're just going to scroll down. Again, nothing out of the ordinary all the way to Peterborough, that kind of stuff. Now, this could change if you did follow our stream last time on the Sunday where we had that snowstorm move into the area. I mean, we got to the point where it was mostly yellow on the entire thing, and 401 was even closed in areas. So definitely something to keep in mind as we go throughout the day. So currently things are still good, but this has the potential to be around here till about midnight within the Ottawa, Eastern Ontario, Montreal area. Obviously, to the west a little earlier, it could possibly die out much sooner. So what else? Okay, so I'm going to take a look at some cameras. That's what I was saying earlier. So let me jump back into that. So I'm going to take a look at Highway 7 here. They don't update that quickly, so it may not be showing the precipitation yet, or it may not even be online, which we ran into a lot the other day. I'm starting to think that a lot of the cameras... Okay, so here's a perfect... This is just outside of Peterborough. This was at 2:01, so that's 23 minutes ago. As you can see, very evident that there's a lot of precipitation happening. This is rain. So basically a lot of rain falling. Actually, sorry, now that I'm looking at this camera image, I'm wrong. This is actually freezing to the ground. So there was rain, but it looks like as it's hitting the surface, there's a lot of slush involved here. So this may have fallen as very heavy, wet snow or borderline freezing rain. So this is in the Peterborough area, and you can see the definitive lines in the lanes of traffic. So as we're seeing on the radar, it's showing as rain, but obviously when it's hitting the surface, definitely coming down as more of a freezing to the surface kind of precipitation. So I'm going to look in Marmora and have a look there. Let's just take a look at this. Go large screen here. This just looks like rain, to be honest with you. Doesn't seem to be any kind of accumulation on the road. So that's the difference. You're literally just going down the road and there's a complete difference in terms of what kind of precipitation is falling. And again, that's why we're trying to stay up to speed with everybody, showing you what is transpiring this afternoon. So jump back into the comments here. If there's any questions, I'm just going to double check. What else have we got here? Spherical filmer, when you showed the other radar, I saw there was purple and red over Montreal. So that could be if I'm looking from the radar from Ottawa. It is much further away than, for example, Blainville. So what you're seeing on the screen, this is Franktown radar that's to the southwest of Ottawa. And then if you click on the Montreal radar, which is much closer, so more accurate in terms of where precipitation is falling and the intensities, it's just showing right now mostly blue in the area, which again would be that snowfall happening. So again, further you get from radar, the less accurate they can be, especially when we're talking about these events that 1 degree can make the difference between snow and rain and freezing rain. So Chris coming in here. I'm in Messina. Awesome. Okay. I've been to Messina a few times. So you're right on that St. Lawrence Seaway area. More than likely going to see mostly rain, but you could dabble with some freezing rain. So question, how severe do you think it could be in your area? Derico Farmer, I'm just checking. You are from Montreal area, I'm assuming. So again, the further east you go, the more likely you're going to see snow. So I don't think any of this is going to be, I wouldn't use the word severe to describe this event. This would be a kind of a middle of the road event, possibly to a nothing event if it comes down mostly as rain. So again, we're talking about those really tight tolerances. So I'm hoping for everybody it's not freezing rain, and then I'm on here just talking about how this has busted, as we say, in terms of the more dangerous stuff. That's what I prefer to see, to be totally honest with you. So what are we asking? When will freezing rain hit Castleman? So again, if it does come in, we're talking in terms of the freezing rain area. It would look like Castleman in the next, 2 o'clock? I would say the majority of the precipitation, we're talking about the 5 o'clock area, somewhere in there, maybe a little bit later even for there. But it could happen sooner if more of this stuff drops from the north. So that's basically what you can expect at this point. There is some minor precipitation happening in the area around you right now, but it's showing up as snow possibly, and maybe even a little bit of rain, but the majority of the precipitation is still to come. So let me just jump in here. What else have we got? So I'm just checking my comments, making sure I'm not missing anything here. I'll bring up my camera in Kemptville. Obviously, road is dry here. Nothing has come to the Kemptville area yet. We are obviously expecting that's going to look different over the next 7 to 10 hours, depending on how this goes today. So we will see that change as we go throughout the day. So, okay, let me look here back here. Hi there, nice to see. How are you holding up? Thank you so much for always keeping me always up to date about the weather and what's happening out there. I really appreciate it, Andre. Thank you, Andre, for tuning in. We appreciate everybody watching and sharing the stream. That always definitely helps to get the word out. We do this to help inform those in the viewing area, and some people even watch just to keep up to speed as to what's happening. Maybe they're overseas and want to know what's happening back home. So Andre, always good to see you in here, and we appreciate your support. So What else have we got going on? So let's zoom back out here. I'm going to move into switching over just to see what's going on. So a few thunderstorms moving into Hamilton area. So I'm going to look at the south. I'm going to say southwest portion of Ontario towards the horseshoe portion of Lake Ontario. We even have, for example, a weather warning, a marine warning out there, which is definitely interesting to see in November. Special marine warning. They're calling for hail in that with 34 knot winds. Again, not something I expect to see in November, but here we are. So just isolated pockets of thunderstorms, nothing crazy at all, just very minor, short-lived storms as they move through. They won't last very long, but when they do go through, if you're in one of these areas that, for example, has the bright red, that is very intense precipitation. That's the top of the scale, essentially, getting up there. So yeah, that's all we're looking at. And again, if you go up into Algonquin Park, you're starting to see, lightning up that way, which is near Huntsville, all of that kind of stuff moving eastward as this progresses. So, normally I'd be reporting on this in the summertime with our severe, thunderstorm analysis and tracking, but today we're doing it in November. So I will switch back to Franktown here, take a quick look just to see how things are progressing. So again, we're showing, a lot of precipitation basically along this line with the odd exception. Obviously, this ball of precipitation to the north of Barry's Bay, but we're stretching all the way from Mattawa down to Quinte West, and it's from Mattawa, it looks like, again, possibly freezing rain up there. I'm going to switch over to the radar out of Britt, Ontario. So that's another one that we have that's available. And you can kind of see if we look at this area right in here, this is kind of the transition area on the radar. That does not necessarily mean what's happening on the ground. As we looked in Peterborough, we did see that the precipitation was freezing to the ground on that traffic camera that we were looking at. So definitely, this is just the best that we can do with what the radar is trying to predict. So north there, Mattawa, North Bay, definitely looked like some freezing rain, and then transitioning to rain. Now it could fall as rain again. We're talking about that, but then when it hits that frozen surface of the ground, any metal objects, and it freezes. So definitely just got to keep aware of it, and stay safe when traveling, and take your time if you get into any of this. But that's essentially our line of precipitation as it moves somewhat in this direction. Obviously, I'm not being specific, but that's the general track of what we're talking about. So just going to check if there's any more questions in here. Good afternoon, Joe the Farmer. Thanks for jumping in here. Always good to see you. Wondering if I'll want to be driving from Russell to Ottawa tomorrow morning around 9 a.m. Coming from Jill Gandon. It should be tomorrow morning. The roads, again, overnight, the road crew should have this salted down, and a lot of times they're preparing for this precipitation, so they've already sprayed the roads to get them prepared so that it doesn't freeze up as quickly or as easily. So I think by tomorrow at 9 a.m. you should be fine. I wouldn't be too worried about that in regards to that. So Joe the Farmer, are we aware that slow chat mode is enabled? Yes, we actually started using that because sometimes there were people jumping in the chat that started spamming. Unfortunately, some people ruin it for the rest, and they were putting in, either conspiracy theories or just spamming with all sorts of random stuff. So this helps my moderators out. So that's why we have slow mode on, meaning you can send 1 minute per message. It also helps more people get in on the chat when this channel gets busy, so that, more people can put in their questions and I can kind of keep up with them. So it helps with that as well. So yes, it's just a feature we've turned on to help kind of keep things organized and being able to provide you guys with the answers that you're looking for. So again, jumping back here, looking at the radar, I'm going to switch over to taking a look to see if there's anything showing on Google Maps at this time of any kind of major slowdown or anything like that, just to see. So far, the region looks pretty good based on the map. Just looking up at Mattawa area again, still green. So it takes a while for Google Maps to reflect that. So I'll see if I can find a camera up in the Mattawa area and see if we're seeing freezing rain or just rain. So I'll bring this up for everybody. So this is right at the traffic circle in Mattawa. If anybody's driven up through Mattawa on Highway 17, this kind of cuts north essentially. Or no, that's looking south, it says. So I'm confused. That kind of doesn't make sense to me, but I could be wrong. Anyways, so it does look like it's just rain in that area. Nothing looks to be frozen, but it's hard to always tell depending on that shininess. So for now, it does. I mean, people are out walking, that kind of thing. So good to see that Mattawa looks to be rain, which that's fantastic. It's definitely better to see this all as coming as rain. And you know, in this time of year, I would prefer to see rain over that freezing rain. So. What else have we got here? What else? Why do radar's future predictions change direction versus past, i.e., past radar system going south, east, future changes just to east? Okay, so that's a good question. So when you're looking at radar, if you're looking specifically at radar data, which is what I'm patching into, so I'm looking and connecting actually to the Environment Canada radars, and I'm getting data off of them. So they're reporting as things are happening. It's not any kind. There's no future. There's just what data it has encountered and put out to the public. What gets confusing a lot of times is there's a lot of platforms, that. For example, Weather Network, they have what they call their Futurecast, I believe, radar. That's simply the model that I showed early on in this live stream. So I'll bring that back up just so I could give me 1 second here, just so I can show you guys and so I can help answer that question. So this is what a model looks like that it's trying to predict. So if the model predicts one thing and reality is another, that's why you're getting that variation where, for example, the model didn't predict the path or the trajectory of the storms, the winds accurately, and Mother Nature did what she wanted, and that's what she usually does. So essentially, what you're seeing when you have that discrepancy between future and current, it's just the model not getting it right. I hope that answers your question, and if there's anything further you want to know, just let me know for sure. And let me get back here. Sorry about that. Switch back over to the main screen and then clean this up. And I've got a message here just with my moderators there. So give me 1 second. I'm just going to respond here. Okay. So I got, what else have I got here? Starting to rain here north of Avonmore. It looks like coming from Hyundai possibly in the chat. So north of Avonmore, it's definitely rain at this point. Thank you for that update. Much appreciated. So again, we're going to hear about all sorts of different things throughout the day for this kind of precipitation coming through. Connor and I were discussing that even possibly that this may all end up being rain, but so far we've been seeing a mix. Like I said, we had reports from our region that there was ice pellets falling, and then looking at some of the cameras, we're seeing that the rain is freezing as it lands on the surface. Up in Mattawa, we just looked, and it was rain by the looks of it. So. A lot of different stuff happening, and we'll continue to assess as we go along here. So, what else have we got here? Rick saying he didn't get a notice on his YouTube that we were going live. I believe that's what he's referring to, which is a little frustrating. But maybe, Rick, reset your notifications. So click the bell, unsubscribe from the notifications, and then resubscribe. It could be that. Sometimes I've seen the phone be the issue as well, but hopefully we can get that figured out. So it was weather network I was referring to exactly. You answered perfectly. Thanks, A-Rock. I'm glad to be able to answer that. So I do get frustrated with the weather network and that futurecast radar because the way it's presented, a lot of people interpret it as being what's going to happen. And that's, again, it's just a model and it could be completely different as we're seeing from what reality is. So that's why what we do is we're only talking about what the model predicted at the beginning, essentially, and then we're looking at the live radar presentation of weather events as they come through each region. So a little more accurate to do it that way. Obviously, a lot more labor intensive because I've got to be on the live stream assessing it as it's going on, but it's what we do. So what else have we got here? Nothing here in Cornwall. No rain, no snow, nada coming from Willow above and beyond, and that's good, but I suspect that's going to change as the afternoon moves on here. So I'll zoom in. Cornwall area is right down essentially in here. There's some elevated precipitation, but doesn't sound like it's getting to the surface. But what I'll do here is I'm going to put up on the full screen here, and I'll zoom back in and show you how this precipitation is moving, and you can kind of see Cornwall in that area. So the meat of our precipitation is kind of right in this area right here, moving eastward at this point. So we have most of it moving eastward, but there is stuff, as you can see on the Quebec side, that is kind of drifting southeasterly. So two different vectors in terms of how the storms are moving through the region, but where our main precipitation is happening is definitely coming from the west to the east, and as it comes through, everybody's going to get something different is my suspicion on that one. So we'll flip back here. Hailing and thunder in Fennel's Corners coming from Mandy. So Fennel's Corners, let me pull that up just so that we can see that. Crazy to see hail in November, but that's what happens sometimes. So Corners, Innisfil. So I'm just going to pull that up. So that's on the west side of kind of Lake Simcoe. So that's going to be, let me pull it up here on the radar. Apologize for a second there. It's going to be north here, just south of Barrie. So that will be, let me see if I can pull a closer radar, King City radar. So that would have been this precipitation that just kind of moved through. Innisfil would have been this pocket of precipitation right here, which definitely is intense in certain small areas, not throughout. But anybody coming kind of living east, of this precipitation, it's going to be intense for a short while. There is lightning associated with it, but nothing out of the crazy or ordinary. Just weird to have this in November. That's basically the most I can say about that. So let me jump back in here. What else have we got? I do snow removal, so we watch radars pretty intently. We have a small group going into salt walks at 3:30 in Ottawa, then the rest of us in at 4 a.m. together to get the rest of our properties. Awesome for the update. Thank you for that. It's a great tool for you guys to use, and the more you know in terms of understanding it, one of the better apps that you can use, which is what I've got on the screen, is Radar Scope. That's one that shows live radar, and that will tell you what's actually happening. And the predictive radar is only so good. We are predicting the future, whether it's a model. It's tough to do a lot of times. So And if anybody, for example, we're talking about roadways and stuff like that. If you're aware of a closure or an accident or anything like that, that's fairly serious, let us know so we can let people know who may be traveling, that type of thing. So hopefully the 401 doesn't turn into a nightmare like it did last Sunday. Where we had huge portions of it eastbound closed, along the lakefront near Lake Ontario, east of Oshawa. So, okay. Willow above and beyond. Dan wanted power to go out so I didn't have to go to work. Totally appreciate and understand that. You may, you never know. Stuff like that can definitely still happen, but I'm just going to actually, that's a great lead into the Hydro One networks. I'm going to take a look at that. We're not showing anything of any significance, just very minor stuff, a couple of small ones up here, one north of Calabogie, and then just to the southwest of Algonquin Park. But these are very small outages, nothing on any scale at any point. So hopefully this map doesn't change. But again, we can keep you guys up to date as power does go out. If it does go out, we'll be able to show you guys that and kind of give you an idea of what Hydro One is saying in that regard. So again, just one of those things. It's definitely a tool that we use to help you guys out. I'm just making an adjustment here, making sure that my volume is good. Just getting a comment that it may not be loud enough, so I've turned it up a little bit. Okay, what else is going on here? Rick is already over the depressing winter storms. Bring back the excitement of the summer chase. Yeah, you're going to have a long road ahead of you, Rick, because we are definitely just on the start of winter, and there's a long ways to go in that regard. So I'm going to wish you luck with that one, but I totally understand it. Sonia Lacroix asking, just joined, what do the colors mean? Okay, so for anybody who's joined in or who's new, I'll go over that. So what we're looking at is a radar presentation of what's going on in the region. So I'll zoom in a little bit here. Your greens and yellows are rain, essentially. There is some red when it comes into intensity, but that is to do with how intense the rain is. Anything in the red area is either ice pellets or freezing rain. Now, again, it's an interpretation of radar. At the surface, it may not be the case because the radar is looking up further in the storm. And then if you look in the blue, that is snow. So that's kind of your three different categories of precipitation that can fall with any kind of storms. Today, again, if you're east in the Montreal area, we're probably looking at mostly snow. As you move further west towards Ottawa, it could be freezing rain and ice pellets. We're on the border there, kind of in terms of what it's going to be. And then west of Ottawa, most of it should be rain, and we're hoping that that's what the case is. And again, seeing lightning over Algonquin currently as this line moves eastward is something you don't see very often in November. So what else have we got here? I find it weird there's a discrepancy in the weather alerts between Gatineau and Ottawa. Environment Canada is saying 2 to 5 millimeters of ice accretion, whereas Gatineau-Elmer has a risk for 10 to 15 millimeters of ice accretion. Great question, great comment. I can tell you exactly why that is. You have two different meteorologists working for one for Ontario, one for Quebec, both for Environment Canada, and they are interpreting the model data because at the end of the day, the model data that gets spit out isn't what gets put out. A person interprets it and then does what their best educated guess is. And that's why you're seeing a discrepancy. Ottawa being a border town from two provinces, so between Ontario and Quebec, that's what you're seeing there. Essentially what the Environment Canada meteorologist in Quebec is thinking that there's going to be more freezing rain, where the Ontario guy is, or girl, I shouldn't say, I don't know who the Mets are. I haven't looked who's doing the forecasts for today's event. But essentially it's just the opinion of the meteorologist that put out that information. So as you can see, there's always again, they're predicting the future, so it's very hard to be exact or the same as the next person. And it's again looking at model data, figuring out what those models are trying to put out. This is what us storm chasers do when we chase severe storms. We're predicting the future and trying to be in the right spot at the right time so that we can see that tornado or we can see those severe storms. So it's the exact same thing that we do, and it's extremely difficult. So I don't envy a meteorologist because, as we all know, everybody complains that they're always wrong, and it's just the reality of what they're trying to do in terms of their job. So hopefully that answers your question there, expired PCP. Thank you for that one. Very good one to lead into there. Sonia, happy to answer the questions. Glad we can help out. It always helps out viewers as well, because we do have new people tuning in and out. So we want to make sure that people understand what we're looking at and what we're talking about. So what else have we got here? Willow saying the alerts are bipolar, just like Mother Nature. And so, yes, that's another version of it, but mine was a little more technical on that response. So, bone dry and arm prior at the moment, but loads of cloud cover coming from Reed. So, yes, I'm going to zoom in here for arm prior. Arm prior somewhat in the middle, right in this area here. So you're on the edge of it to your north, but the stuff coming from the west is headed your way. You may even see thunder and lightning today, which would be really cool. I quite honestly, secretly would love to see that here in my area, but I'm skeptical. I don't think it's going to happen. We're just too far off, but you never know. So we'll keep an eye on that. What else have we got? That's it. I think that's all the questions in there. So let me just take a look at the radar here. I will play this for everybody so we can see how this is progressing, and you can kind of see how that color is shifting. We were originally just mostly yellow or green and blue for the most part, which would be your snow and your rain, but you're now showing radar interpreting some freezing rain down the center of that between those two precipitation masses, one from the east to the west. So that's kind of what's happening as we progress. We are 3 p.m. Right now. I'm just going to take a look at something here. I've got it turned off on my radar. There are what we call weather stations that we can look at to see temperatures. In Kempville right now it is just above freezing, like barely over freezing. Ottawa is reporting to the south just below freezing. On the Quebec side, in just southwest of L'Ange Gardien, we're talking 0 right at the freezing point. And I'm just going to look and see if I can spot some other ones in here. I'm getting a phone call, which I'm not going to answer. What else have we got? Up in Whitney, we're at 31, so it's just below freezing as well. So again, we're fluctuating around that area where we have borderline precipitation where we're just hovering around that freezing point. So it can end up being almost anything at this point. So what else have we got? Jumping in here. ML Storm Chaser, always good to see you. Hi, thanks for tuning in as always. Perfect. Some Donner and Blitzen would be super cool. I must have missed something along the lines there, maybe some music or something like that. But yeah, definitely having the reindeer around Christmas Eve is probably more likely than today. So what else? I'm happy. Personally, I'm happy winter made an early appearance. Got a break from blowing leaves 10 hours a day. Yeah, that would get tiresome after a while. So yeah, we are definitely having an early appearance this year of winter. So compared to the last number of years, we've even had late into, even into January where we've gotten the, first real snowstorm. So it's definitely early this year, which is good. So thanks for your answer coming from expired PCP. I'll be preparing either way. Power usually goes out in ice storms events, especially where a lot of our power comes from the rural areas connecting into Gatineau. So yeah, it's always best to be prepared to have your equipment charged, phones charged, that kind of stuff. So you hopefully never have to use it, but if you do, you're ready and rolling with what's going on. So. Um, Jenny asking, how are we looking for our parade this afternoon, Tom? That's for Kempville has the Santa Claus parade today. I believe that's what you're referring to, Jenny. It is, let me look. If this precipitation continues to move eastward, I'm trying to remember what time the parade is at, so let me just Google that to be sure. Let me put that on here. Give me 1 second, folks. I'm just going to confirm the time. Santa parade. Learning to type today. 2025. Let's see what time they're calling for. 4:30 to 6. So I'm going to stop the radar. Show us where Kempville is, which is right in this area right here. All this precipitation to the west is going to come through. It looks like it's sustaining and it's heading this way. It's coming pretty quickly. I would say it's here in the next hour. So it's going to be here just as that 4:30 time frame begins. So it may actually be a problem for the parade because if I highlight all of this, this is quite a bit of precipitation that's tracking through. And it won't be a 5-minute burst. This is kind of wide across here. We're talking decent distance as this kind of moves out this way. Drew an avocado, it looks like. So anyways, it's moving eastward. So it's not looking super good, unfortunately, for the kids. We'll keep our fingers crossed. I know we do talk about the storm shield in Kempville, but I don't think it's going to come into effect today where it's going to dodge us. This looks pretty dead set to come and impact our region as it comes through. So again, and there's even lightning associated with it still, not as much as what it was over the lake, but that's not good for Santa Claus parade, unfortunately. So what else have we got here? Waffles in cars, we look to be at 1 degree with a very light sprinkle of rain. Thank you for that update. Yes, we're all hovering around, depending on your weather station and how accurate it is. Some are showing freezing, some are not. Showing just 1 or 2 degrees above freezing. So again, we're just on that threshold, which is so frustrating. It's much easier to say, hey, it's -5, it's going to be snow, no issues, or it's +5 and it's just going to rain. So we're just in that no man's land where you get what you get essentially as it's coming through. So what else have we got here? German for thunder and lightning. I did not realize that. I've learned something new. So you, when you were talking about Donner and Blitzen, that is thunder and lightning. And I'm a storm person, and I should know that. Like, I kind of feel like I've missed that. I'm now going to ask all my storm chasing friends whether they know that, because that's definitely a very cool piece of information. So, Jennifer saying Cornwall and Kempville have parades today. So yeah, I knew about the Kempville one, did not know about the Cornwall one. Cornwall is a bit later for this heavy precipitation coming from the west. So depending on the timing of that one, again, it might impact it, it might not, depending on the timing. So Dwight saying 3/4 inch size to 1 inch hail in Oakville all the way to Peterborough. Oh my goodness, that's pretty serious. So those are the storms that tracked off the lake that we were saying. So that would have been this first front here. So Dwight is referring, I'm guessing, to this kind of system as it came out across. I'm going to back up the radar here and kind of take a look at it. You can see that it was far more intense, and I know exactly the area of this storm where it was kind of hailing is my guess. It's going to be this storm cell that was just over Newmarket. The radar jumped on me, sorry. Let me back it all the way up here till I find it. So this little cell here, we're going to follow this one kind of eastward. That's the cell that caused the issue. And if you watch it, when you get into pinks, you're starting to get into that hail, and you can see even into whites here near Sanford and Uxbridge, Greenbank, and then as it moves eastward, prolific lightning on it as well. So this is in the past. This is what happened as it tracked towards Peterborough. So Dwight, thank you for giving us that update. Lots of hail coming out of that as it went into the Peterborough area. This was about 1:40 p.m. And when it came into Peterborough, we were not on the air, I don't believe. I've been on for an hour, or just under an hour. So we got on just around 2 o'clock. And then this is when it came into Peterborough, weakened a little bit, then re-intensified for a few more scans. And sorry, now it's jumped to the end there. So I'll zoom back out, but that's what would have caused that, Dwight. So lots of interesting weather today, and again, we're just getting started at this point. So I'll switch back to the Franktown radar and just take a look as this is tracking eastward. So we'll see if that precipitation maintains, but for now it looks like it's maintaining. So hey Tom, hope you are keeping warm while you keep us up to date. I absolutely am. The one good thing about my setup in here is that it's not fun for the summer because the air conditioning has to work overtime, but with all the lights and the computing power, my computer puts out quite a bit of heat when it's running all these monitors. So in the wintertime, it's great. I definitely keep nice and cozy in here as I'm doing the live stream. So thanks for tuning in. Appreciate you. And we will continue on here. Jenny, happy to answer the question. I'll keep everything crossed that the parade can continue, but it's not looking promising right now as this heads towards us. So what else have we got here? Same hours for each parade coming from Jennifer. So the Cornwall one has a better chance than the Kemptville one at this point. Cornwall might be just far enough that you'll get it in. Rick, this is Canadian roulette. You get what you get when you get it, depending on which way the wind blows. Yeah, that's exactly what today is. You never know what's coming. None of us talking about this coming in would have thought hail, especially when you're talking 3/4 inch to 1 inch hail, was definitely not something I would have thought about for today. Definitely concentrating on this region, so it was definitely freezing rain was the topic of conversation, but that's insane. So Dwight saying can't post photos. So Dwight, if you want, there's a couple ways you can do it. You can email CanadianWeatherLive@gmail.com. And we will get them there. The other thing is that you can also go to our Facebook group, which is Canadian Weather Live Reports. And if you post it in there and I get a chance to see it, we will share it on the live stream. If it's appropriate weather related, we'll pull it up on the live stream as well. So you can go into those two groups, and or you can go into that group and you can send by email and we can share that if you do have photos, as long as they belong to you, Dwight. That's the main thing. We don't want to be sharing somebody else's stuff. I can't share other people's photos because I don't have their permission necessarily. So that's the other thing. If it is a post on social media, maybe you can send us a link to it and then we can share it in that way. So just keep that in mind as when we go from there. A couple of Santa's deer coming from Reed. Yes, that goes back to our conversation from a little while ago. Maybe at Lake. Lake time 3656. Good, my area of Mississippi Mills. So you're about to get in on this precipitation as it's headed your way. So it's still coming that way, but it is heading in that direction. And again, if you look on the northwest portion of this radar, this is all near Algonquin Park. Definitely quite a bit of lightning in there, and there is some lightning tucked into this portion here as this moves east on Highway 7 towards the Tweed area. Definitely some heavy precipitation in there. So Quasi questions: did Environment Canada change their alert system yet? I.e., an alert sent out for Cornwall, Morrisburg, Winchester, and everyone in that area gets the alert, but actual alert only conveys Cornwall, Morrisburg. No, they have not changed that system. They were talking about change. There's been talks for a long time about changing that system. I've been harping on that on this live stream many times during the summer. And I've heard rumors of what's coming down the pipe for Environment Canada. And personally, I don't think it's any better. It's not going to solve that problem. And there's possibly color coding issues I see coming down the pipe that don't make any sense. But that hasn't happened yet. So the warning boxes are still an issue because they don't warn and just put out a polygon ahead of the storm. They include a specific region, and people behind the storm could be getting those alerts, which is obviously pointless. But I'm just a weather guy in my house in Kemptville. I'm not working for the government, so I don't deal with all the issues there that they have to deal with. So always easy to complain from the couch, as I say. What else? Thunderstorms typically are driven by heat. What would drive a thunderstorm this time of year? So it's more to do with the environment that's around it, especially moisture. So that's why I'll back up the radar to help out with this, and I'll zoom out. And we talk about this a lot. So definitely, let me go back to a radar and over the water. Let me see here. Let me back this out. So we'll use actually this one here. So I'll back this all the way out as far. Hopefully it goes far enough back that it still is over the water, because the lightning data has come off of it. So moisture has a lot to do with this. So with and the reason we're getting a lot of this is that what creates these storms or amplified them was the surface temperature of the lakes is much warmer than the air surrounding them. So as the system is moving over the water, I will move it forward. You're getting all that moisture rising, or the temperature rising from there, because it's a colder air mass above. That's what triggers the storms. And so you get, as it moves onshore, you're getting that intense lightning, those intense storms. But as we've seen this tracking further and further east, they are losing intensity because they've lost that moisture. There isn't that warmer air below it. So water definitely at this time of year triggers a lot of what we're seeing in this storm system today. So hopefully that answers the question there. Okay, Dwight, here's the Facebook link. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Veronica, for sending that to him. I'm just jumping back in the comments here. Highway 417 Castleman, rain, snow, pellets, and melts on contact coming from Ben. Thank you very much for that. So that's that mixed bag of precipitation that's happening. Luckily, the surface of the roadway there is not cold enough to keep it frozen. So that's good. But yeah, I mean, we're literally talking about mixed different precipitation all falling at the same time. So what else is here? Melissa, yeah, I did eat my lunch before jumping on today, and I have my dinner ready to go as well. So if I'm on here for 4 or 5 hours or more, I'll be able to take a break, and I promise I'm going to take a break to do that. So what else is here? I'm getting asked questions about whether I ate lunch. Oh, that's too funny. Lake Time saying weather app on my iPhone is garbage. I appreciate you guys. A lot of the weather apps are, because again, they're just trying to predict what's going on. It's a tough game. The apps that we chasers use we use the radar ones, so that we're looking at actually what's happening. Obviously that doesn't tell you ahead of time what's going on, but as a weather enthusiast, you learn to read models, and then you do your own interpretation. So like we were talking about, the difference between Ottawa and Gatineau, you've got two different meteorologists looking at that and interpreting it. So that's why you get that different result of what they think is going to happen. So Okay, Dwight posted on the Facebook site. Perfect, thank you. I'm gonna pull that up here. Did it come up? Let me just check. You might need to verify you. Yeah, approve. Sorry, we have to approve the post because we maintain the site that we don't want just anybody jumping in there because otherwise we end up with spam and all sorts of other stuff. So let me see if it's posted it now. It may take a minute. These in Oakville a few hours ago, roughly. So, wow. Okay. So let me bring that up. Thank you, Dwight, for sharing that. So that is hailstones that dropped out of that storm cell that we were discussing a short while ago. So you can see the nice little hailstones. Tough. I mean, those look like they've melted a little bit as well. But definitely you're getting into that pea-sized all the way up to almost 1 inch hail, it looks like. So that's significant at this time of year again. So thank you for sharing that, Dwight. Appreciate that. There's actually some more photos here I can show you guys. So I'll bring these up as well. And let me see if it'll let me. So those are obviously all over the ground. So you can see it was quite prolific as well in terms of coverage. So again, not what you expect to see in November, but that's weather for you. You never know what's coming down the pipe. Okay, thank you very much for that share, Dwight. Appreciate that very much. Uh, Melissa saying, yeah, I look out for Connor's posts as he is more accurate. That's awesome. So again, Connor is obviously my partner on this. He does the more of the forecasting. So he does the videos. We put one up earlier on the YouTube channel, just talking about today's event based on what the models and what we were seeing in real time. So yeah, and you can follow Connor Mockett, on Facebook as well for his storm chasing. So I believe it's Connor Mockett Storm Chaser on the Facebook side of things. So he's one of the guys behind the channel, and I'm my persona, I guess, on Facebook is Twisted Brother Chasing. Anything to do with Twisted Brother Chasing is myself. Again, I'm Tom, obviously, and I'm based out of Kempville, and Connor is out of the St. Albert area, originally from Winchester as well. So, okay, so Rick saying I've got 5 different weather apps all saying different things. I just compare them all to RadarScope and my own interpretation now, and that's a great way of doing things honestly, Rick. I'm going to show you one of the things that I do. So when we were talking originally at the beginning of this forecast, we were talking about what the model is seeing. There's, again, a litany of models at the very top of this screen. And I basically look about 4 of them, and I do exactly that. I try and average out what each model is trying to say, and then I come up with my own interpretation of that. So essentially, I'm averaging out what those models are saying. I don't stick to one particularly because you will have runs where one model is really good and accurate, and then suddenly it will no longer be accurate and another one will take over. So it's tough to say what happens with each model. So I kind of do an average essentially. Melissa's saying, good job. I'm learning in terms of eating. Because I had a live stream where I was 8 hours this summer and I didn't stop for the entire 8 hours, I don't think. It doesn't bother me. I mean, I'm pretty easygoing when it comes to the food side of things. So, yeah, it's definitely a hazard of, being on the live stream, but I'm learning to take my breaks. Question, is it coming from Lake Time? Is it coming from Mississippi Mills? Yes, it is. Just let me pull this up here, and I'm just going to look at the timing for you on that one. So Mississippi Mills obviously is a region from Carlton Place up to almost it includes Pakenham. So I'll zoom into here. So when you're asking about Mississippi Mills, you're talking, you're talking about kind of this region in here somewhat. And so if I back that out, you can see that all this precipitation to the west is drifting eastward. So it's coming at you within the next half an hour to an hour. That precipitation will be there. What form of precipitation you're going to have, I can't answer. You're right on that mixing line, so I suspect you're going to have some rain that's going to freeze to the surface and possibly freezing rain as well. Mixed in with some ice pellets. So not a fun afternoon, unfortunately. Reed, I appreciate that comment. Thank you. The hard work it makes it easier when people appreciate what we do, and the positive feedback we've had on this channel since we started it in July has been fantastic. So we will keep doing it as long as people keep tuning in. Connor and I have had conversations where he's less comfortable on camera than I am, and I always tell him, I'm like, if there's 1,500 people watching at the same time, I'm much happier or comfortable than if there was one person or zero. Then I would be like, why am I doing this? So it's about you guys, and this is why we do it. It's something we're passionate about, but it definitely is about the viewer and helping people understand what they need to worry about, what they don't need to worry about. What else have we got in here? Thank you, Veronica, for posting the links to the Facebook pages if anybody wants to follow them. They're in there for Connor and myself, so thanks for that. What else have we got here? Rick saying, I can picture Melissa showing up at your door, pulling you away from the screen by your ear if you don't take your breaks. Yeah, I could probably picture that too, but luckily I have a good security system in the house. So anyways, will Ottawa get snow or rain? Coming from Adam. That's a tough one, Adam. Right now, I'm going to check the weather station there. Right now, I'm just looking on my app. Sorry, I keep it off the screen because it pollutes the information. So Ottawa's hovering just around the freezing area. So that could be, I'm suspecting you're going to get freezing rain or rain, more than snow at this point out of the first portion of it. But it could be all three at the same time. That's the other thing. We did get a report from just east of Ottawa showing, wet snow, rain, and ice pellets. So it's a mixed bag today, and it's a tough one to just pinpoint, hey, it's going to be this or it's going to be that. So, Adam, that hopefully answers your question there. And for anybody watching in the area, that's within this viewing area, we're definitely looking at that throughout, not just Ottawa, but throughout the region. So, Andy saying, getting freezing rain in Pembroke just starting. So, thank you for that update. That would be up here. So that is what the radar is showing is freezing rain, which is in red here. Pembroke obviously being right here. And there's a far more of it coming your way. So you are far from done, as is everybody in the region. I am going to switch over to Montreal just to see what's happening there, because they're later on in the game at this point. So late afternoon, evening. Still nothing major in that area, but we'll keep an eye on this as it continues to move eastward through here. So thank you for the update, Andy, from Pembroke area. And so you're on that little pocket right out in front of it. And there's more coming behind it, substantially more. So that's not over by any stretch of the imagination. So what else? Mrs. Morrison asking about Smith Falls. So yes, Smith Falls is about to get in on the game, being right here. And if we move the radar back, you can see the precipitation is moving towards you. Radar is presenting it as rain, but I suspect it could be rain, freezing rain, or maybe wet snow. And it's impossible to tell you exactly what you're going to get. Just for FYI, that's my little dot where I'm located in Kemptville. I'm just to the north of Kemptville, so it's coming at my place soon as well. So this is my camera outside of my house. You can see that roadway is still dry. Nothing's happening here yet, but that's going to change very quickly as this precipitation moves through. We are now 3:20 p.m. We were chatting about the Santa Claus parade, and the Santa Claus parade might get rained on, unfortunately, this afternoon, depending how quickly this moves through. So, which obviously is not good for the kids. But there's another one in Cornwall as well, but that one's later on, so might get it all done. So what else have we got here? Lake time. Yeah. So, and Connor, looks like Connor replied in the chat here. Just with a comment saying snow is probably unlikely today. However, on the backside of the system tomorrow morning and afternoon could bring some snow, about a trace to 2 centimeters coming from Connor. So thanks for that, Connor. Appreciate you jumping in there. Just going to make sure. Got a comment here from my moderators, things in Kingston in terms of weather. So let me just take a look down here. I'm going to zoom back out and pull this up so that we can take a look together what's going on. So I'll have a look. There's a pile of cameras down there in the Kingston area. So let's see if we can get a camera. So bring this back up. So this is down on the 401, just on the west side of Kingston. Obviously, you can see quite a bit of rain. So as we get towards the lake and to the seaway, my suspicion is most of the precipitation is going to be rain because it's just a tad bit warmer down there, enough to keep things from freezing. So that's what we're seeing in terms of precipitation. I'm just gonna. These are the 3 cameras together that are all working, so that's good. So yeah, they're all showing basically wet rain conditions down by the Kingston area. So again, more south and west you get, the more chance that you've got just regular rain. And then when you get to our region is where we're talking about the possibility of having some freezing rain or snow as well. So let me take a look. I'm just trying to line things up here just to see. Let me see if Madoc is reporting anything from that region. So this camera is up. So this is, I'll bring it up for you. Madoc, Ontario, which is along Highway 7. They're just getting rain. It looks like there's nothing in the lanes that I can see that would indicate freezing of any kind. So that's fantastic. So that's what we're seeing down in Madoc. I'm going to just check to see if Caladar is showing any precipitation, which it looks like it's just starting. And I'm going to bring this up so people can understand the interpretation. So Caladar is in the center of your screen. We've got in this area, so this is the system as it's moving through. And if we flip back to the cameras, it looks to be, for the most part, like rain. And I'm just going to check the other cameras here. So that all looks like rain. And again, that's in the Caladar area. From the cameras, and this was at 3:15, so about 8 minutes ago, coming back to this. So yeah, so we're like I said, mixed stuff we're getting. The further south you get, the better it is in terms of driving. So what else have we got here? TT Local Landscaping, fire me up. Awesome. Will it get windy also later in Eastern Ontario? Question coming from the chat. I don't know what the winds. I actually haven't looked at the predictions for winds, so give me 30 seconds there and I'll take a look and let you guys know what kind of wind gusts we're talking about. I honestly suspect that with these temperatures, overnight, I think they're going to pick up. So let me just take a look here. Yeah, I'm just looking at one of my apps here. So we're talking very minimal wind up until 3, 4 a.m. and then they're talking about the wind picking up tomorrow throughout the day, and we're talking 30 to 50 kilometers an hour is what they're talking about starting overnight. So that's in regards to wind. Hello, Dulvid. Thank you for tuning in to the stream. Always good to have you on. My wood stove is fired and it's cozy in here. That definitely sounds cozy. Wood stoves are one of my favorite ways to just hang out in wintertime. So definitely jealous there. So Jake asking, what's Ottawa looking like? Ottawa's looking like we're going to get a mixed bag. Probably freezing rain and rain mixed in, and it's all coming from this stuff that we're seeing kind of in this area here. This is all moving in this general direction. So within the next hour to hour and a half, this should be targeting the Ottawa area. So coming through, as you can see, anybody who's new to the channel, red on the radar represents possibly freezing rain. And then rain would be your green or your yellow to the south. So you can kind of see that our mixing on radar, which is above the surface, not on the surface itself, is showing in this region here, just kind of to the south. If that continues due east, it's just going to be due south of Ottawa. So that's why it's hard to predict what Ottawa is going to get specifically, but you're going to see quite a bit of stuff coming in terms of the Ottawa area, in terms of precipitation. It's just a question of what it's going to be. So, okay, what else have we got here? In the summer about, okay, yeah, sorry, there's a comment from one of the mods. Chris O'Malley. Yeah, long time no see indeed. Thank you for joining back in on the chat and seeing you on the stream. We're now doing winter formats. So this is our second one for any folks that are new. I know we've gotten a bunch of subscribers in the last week or so since we started our winter format. So it's we want to welcome everybody, and this is kind of what we're going to be doing, just to keep people appraised of what's going on in the region and what they can expect in terms of weather impacting them on their daily routine when these weather events are coming through. So just looking on the Google Maps just to see if there's any kind of major slowdowns or anything that jumps out at me. Right now, most of it's green. Again, we're talking, thankfully, most of it is coming down as rain. However, there are pockets where we are getting freezing rain and wet snow, that kind of stuff that's happening. So always good to check on things like that. So we were just looking at the traffic cams, and I'm just going to look at Highway 7 where all of that rain was going through, but it's green all the way through. So from Ottawa, basically all the way back to Peterborough and into Toronto. So that's kind of an update in terms of that. So M. Golden saying it is windy in Ottawa, so that's probably to do with the weather rolling through. So yeah, there's going to be definitely pockets of where areas are going to have a little more wind than others, but for now, overall for the region, it's not expected to be windy, at least not anything of any kind of major scale. They're talking about 10 kilometers an hour, which is just minor breeze essentially. So Guelph had a thunderstorm earlier coming from Dave Langlois. Yes, those storms that were coming through before we got on the air, we were, targeting this region. I was thinking I was going to get on around 2 o'clock, but we've jumped on getting on at 3 o'clock. We jumped on at 2 o'clock a little bit early just to deal with a couple of, storms coming across, and that first line down there definitely had some intensity to it, including even hail in areas. So kind of crazy to see that, and it's not what you would expect in November for Eastern Ontario, even into Toronto and that kind of area. So what else have we got here? EC has just issued a high risk for the London corridor for Monday. Canadian model is saying 20 to 40 centimeters coming from quasi questions. So I haven't looked at that information. So that's interesting to see that. That would be a mountain of snow for that region, especially in November. I'm assuming that has to do with lake effect. for that kind of snow to be falling in that region, in the London region. So I'm going to assume that lake effect has something to do with that. That's a foot of snow on average between that at 30 centimeters. So pretty serious. Andy's coming in, dark and freezing, getting heavy in Pembroke. Just a heads up on Highway 17. So yeah, this is what Andy is referring to. So he's just up in the Pembroke area right here. And then this giant mass of precipitation is coming at him. And anybody along that, Highway 17 corridor that runs basically, down Mattawa, down to Arnprior and into Canada and Ottawa. This is definitely going to impact your commute if you're or your travel if you're going down that highway. Hopefully, it's nothing too slick. But based on what we're hearing here, it's definitely looking like it might be some freezing rain for that region as this moves through. And again, further south, we're probably down by the 401, we're talking rain. So in between there somewhere is where that changes over, and that's the hard part to tell. So what else have we got here? So coming from Jason Grenier, I'm in Hippolyte, Quebec, looking nice at the moment. So yes, you guys are still later in the game. The weather is probably evening, overnight, kind of heading in that direction. We've been kind of monitoring the Blainville radar just north of Montreal, just to keep an eye on things. But as you can see, everything is still west of Montreal. So still going to be later in the day in terms of the weather making its way there. So right now we're kind of focusing on as it comes into Eastern Ontario from Southern Ontario. That's kind of what we've been focusing on as we track this throughout the day. So, but thank you very much for being on the stream. We appreciate you being on here. So, Chris saying, I missed the last one. I plow in the winter, so I was busy. Yes, you would have been. So that's one of those jobs where you just go until it's done. And sometimes those can be very long events. So let's just take a look here. I'm just going to quickly jump around, take a look to see if there's anything obvious on this. Now, what was I going to say? I'm going to take a look at the traffic cameras. Just to see along Highway 7. We are now coming into Charbot Lake with the precipitation. So let's see what this looks like. And of course, that camera is offline. So this is just near Arden, Ontario, which is on Highway 7. I will zoom in. So Arden is right on the edge of the main precipitation right here in the center of the screen. Bring this up. So this is the camera here. Again, it looks like it's mostly rain and not freezing to the surface. That's a dirt road that's coming off of there. So that's why you see that kind of grayish look to it. But that's all that is it looks like dirt and mud from there. But I don't see anything on the main part of Highway 7, and then this one is down. So let's just take a look and see further on near Charbot Lake. This camera the other day in that snowstorm, anybody who tuned in the live stream, this was actually closed down on Sunday. There was a fire truck sitting in the middle here directing traffic because they had the highway closed due to an accident, I believe. And then even when they had to reroute, they were rerouting traffic, I believe, down this highway. There was another accident there, so they had to close that off and turn people around as well. So right now, this doesn't look like there's much of any precipitation happening. So this is just to the east of the precipitation still. This is 15 minutes ago, roughly. So again, the Ontario cameras are only a still image, and it's totally random how often they update. I haven't figured out a pattern in terms of how often they update, and I don't think there is one. So it's not as versatile. It would be nice if they had the ability to live stream those so that you could get in and take a look at it like in the US. But that's the Highway 7 corridor right now as we speak. So I'm just looking here. We are 3:30 right now, 3:35, and this is definitely heading towards Kempville and Ottawa. You can start to see how it's kind of closing in. We do have a pocket of nothing right in here, but that is drifting eastward as the precipitation is moving in. So behind that, there's definitely going to be some precip coming in. So what else have we got here? So expired PCP, the Weather Network models just updated to say they're expecting a total of 23.5 millimeters of freezing rain in the next 6 hours for Gatineau. That's a lot of freezing rain. I don't know. I mean, that would be somewhat I'm not going to use the word catastrophic, but that would definitely cause a lot of ice accretion to amass, and then obviously trees falling on power lines, that kind of thing. That's April of 2023, I want to say was the year that we had that big ice storm, or was it 24? Anyways, I'm terrible with dates, but that was a significant event where we lost power throughout the region. I sure hope that the Weather Network is incorrect on that. Let's put it that way. But I suspect their models or their data is coming off of this mass right here of precipitation, which again on the radar is showing as freezing rain. So if that all came down as freezing rain, it would be significantly more than we were thinking originally. But I don't know if we would get up to 23.5 millimeters. So what else have we got here? Rick saying it's still showing lightning in Tweed and Peterborough. Yeah, it's just on the edge of being strong enough to show lightning. So I figured I wanted it to come to this region, but I knew that it wasn't going to make it all the way here. So Gemini Starshine, greetings from Toronto. Awesome. Thank you for tuning into the live stream. Always good to have people from that area. You definitely experienced some thunderstorms in November down in that area. So earlier today, we definitely had that come through there between noon and 2. We had lots of lightning and thunder throughout that GTA area and north of there as well. So Adam asking Apple or Weather Network, what is more accurate? Connor replied, neither. Yeah, he's not wrong. They're predictive models, and again, human interprets that, and what comes out of it is tough. So I say on here constantly that I don't envy that what a meteorologist has to do in terms of forecasting. So that falls on Connor's shoulders. So I rely on him for that. That's what he does well, and a lot of people follow him. So if you want accurate information, Connor right now does obviously mostly Eastern Ontario and the Ottawa area for weather, including Gatineau and that kind of stuff. So we're concentrating on this area because a lot of times it gets left out by the big networks, because obviously GTA, Southern Ontario, huge population density compared to here. So this is why we kind of jumped into the fray of doing this for the region, and it's been very positively received, and we're loving doing it. So what else have we got here? It looks like Pembroke is going to get it the worst coming from M Street, and it's definitely in line with that massive precipitation that's coming from the west, and it's moving into there. So Barry's Bay right now is getting, so from Deep River kind of down into Barry's Bay, that's where most of the precipitation is happening. So if you're east of there, Pembroke, Cobden, Renfrew, Arnprior, all of that's going to see this, and then eventually Ottawa area as well. To the south, Precipitation's breaking up a little bit in this area, so not as intense as it was earlier as it moves eastward, but you've still got this very intense pocket down here, obviously between Caladar and down to Kingston. Tweed area definitely getting heavy rain with some lightning in there as well. So that is maintaining some intensity. That looks to pass south of Kempville by the looks of it, but we'll see if it continues to track that way. So we'll keep an eye on that with you guys and go from there. Adam asking if we have our own app. We do not have our own app currently. It is something on the what we call vision board or wish list. So that obviously that takes quite a bit of funding to develop something like that and get it out there. So it's something in the future, but obviously funding would be the biggest holdback at this point in that regards. And saying that, if anybody wants to support the channel, you can always send us an e-transfer at canadianweatherlive@gmail.com, which is at the top of the screen. It goes directly to us. There's no portion that goes to anybody processing or anything like that. So that's the easiest way for us, but whatever works. And again, you don't need to donate. It's just we appreciate if people donate. We put it towards the channel and growing it essentially is what we're doing, whether it's equipment or just coverage, that kind of stuff. So definitely something you guys, or if you want, we also have our merch store, which the link is at the top, so you can buy shirts on there. So we have all sorts of merch on our store that also helps support us, but also gets you something in return. So that's another way. So anyways, thank you very much for everybody that helps us out, and anybody who's ever donated or supported us. We're super thankful for that, and we appreciate all of our subscribers. So what else is here? Chris O'Malley talking about hopefully I have my lunch and I have my snacks ready. Yeah, we had a little conversation about that earlier. Clearly I'm known for not doing that, but I had my lunch and I'm set up with dinner as well. And on the last live stream, I took I think 2 breaks because I definitely noticed that my voice changes throughout when I've been talking for 5, 6, 7 hours. So it's definitely one of those things that I definitely need to do just so I don't lose my voice doing a live stream. So what else is that? Wife just said this is very interesting coming from LJ613. So thank you for that. Appreciate the compliment. We try and keep people informed. What else have we got here? M Golden saying please create an app that is Linux compatible. So yeah, that again down the road, that's something we would definitely entertain. I've actually started playing with an app to try and set one up, and one of the things we are trying to do, and we're not sure if it's possible, is creating one with our own warning boxes rather than following the ones that Environment Canada has. Just because we know the faults and the flaws with that system. So again, down the road, it's something that we would like to do, but it's definitely not something that's in the near future because again, it requires quite a bit of investment. So Andy's saying there's freezing rain on the ground in Pembroke, very dark. So this mass that is coming through that we've been kind of chatting about, where most of the precip is, just this section right here, heading into the Pembroke area. This is we're getting that report directly from Andy saying that we're definitely getting freezing rain. So this is going to make travel and road conditions slick if they haven't been prepped ahead of time, whether they've been sprayed with that chemical, what they call the treatment, or if hasn't been salt put down as well. So just travel carefully this afternoon. And as Connor was talking about, make sure if you don't have winter tires, I don't recommend traveling anywhere that's had any kind of freezing rain or anything like that. So Veronica saying, yeah, you should get the coffee mug from the merch store. I'm using mine right now. So yeah, definitely all sorts of little things you guys can get in the merch store. Like I said, a little bit of that comes back to us and helps us out. So what else have we got here? When and what is it going to be in Smith Falls? Will it be freezing rain or rain? Andre, that's the $1 million question. I think it's going to be mixed, and just moving down here on the radar with Smith Falls kind of directly to my southwest. All of this looks to be rain. However, if the surface is cold enough, it may freeze when it hits that cooler surface. But the further south we go, the more likely it is that it's just rain. But right now, I don't have. Looking at the cameras, we've been looking along Highway 7. Most of it looks like it's just rain. So for Smith Falls, I'm going to go with mostly rain with the possibility of freezing rain. That's going to be my comment there. What else have we got here? Calcium chloride is the road treatment. Thank you very much for that. I couldn't remember the name. So yeah, they spray the roadways, main highways. So the ones like level 1, which is 416, 417, main highways are sprayed with that calcium chloride. So if they're prepped in advance, a lot of times that definitely makes a difference and keeps it from freezing. So yeah. So expired PCP for your studio setup. Do you have a power station generator that has an uninterrupted power supply, or if you lose power, your stream will just cut out? Good question. So when we started this, we did not have any of that. I have a generator for the house. However, it doesn't carry over between the time the power goes out and the generator gets up and running. So we did have severe storms come through one time when I was live streaming right through Kempville, and essentially a lightning strike. It was a brownout. Power went out, came back right on within 1 second, but it killed our live stream, and it happened twice in a row on that day. Within an hour of each other or something like that. So now, yes, we invested. We took some of that money that was donated and we put it into UPSs for our my workstation, my lights, everything that I've got running in here. I don't know if the lights are on it, but the computer, the dev monitors, all that is on a UPS, and then my internet as well is on a UPS downstairs, and then I have a generator to back it up. If it's going to be out for a long time, I can fire up the generator and run the house on it. So great question. Thanks for asking that. And hopefully our stream just maintains. I have tested it where I've cut out power manually and just everything stayed up and running. But you never know. Let's say Bell has a problem or a tower has a problem. The stream might cut out, but right now, we're as configured as we can to maintain this stream even throughout the terrible conditions. So more likely, obviously during ice storms or during severe events in the summertime. So I'm just going to look at what's happening here along the Highway 7 corridor, or Highway 17 corridor, my apologies. So anywhere from Cobden up through Pembroke, Petawawa, Deep River, up to Mattawa, essentially. Looks like you guys are getting freezing rain at this point, with more of it just to the west of that corridor. I am going to take a look at some cameras here and see if I can spot anything. There's not many cameras along there, even though it's a very traveled route. And they 3:31, so 17 minutes ago. So I'll bring this up. This is in Petawawa. So it's very, it's just looking like it's damp. It doesn't look like it's very wet, just minor, but it doesn't look like it's frozen. This just essentially looks like rains, but again, 17 minutes ago, so that's not necessarily up to date. And the problem is there's no other so there's a camera up here. This is saying McIsaac Drive, and I'll pull that up. That definitely shows wet precipitation, and I'm just looking to see whether it looks frozen. but it doesn't. This just looks like rain at this point, which is good. It doesn't look like it's freezing to the surface, but it's deceptive. It's really hard to tell sometimes looking at an image whether that's just rain or whether it's actually ice building up on the roadway. So we talked about it earlier, where if you're in the area, you can report to us. That's awesome because it just confirms for us that we can relay that information to people as to what's actually going on. So, question here from Ronnie. Any thoughts on what things might look like in the village of Carp this evening? So I can tell you based on things based on radar. So right now, Carp would be tucked in just in this area here, roughly. And all of this precipitation is headed your way within the next, what are we, 350? So I would say within the next hour to hour and a half, this precipitation is moving essentially eastward. And so that's going to be freezing rain or rain at this point. It's too hard to tell which you're going to get. Again, we've had mixed reports coming in. Radar is showing that our mixing area of between rain and freezing rain is kind of in this area here. So to the south, green and yellow is rain, and to the north is red, which is your freezing rain. Again, that's radar interpretation. It doesn't mean that that's going to be the case, but you know, as on the ground, this is reading up in the storm, so it's not on the surface. So on the surface, it could be a different story. And, you know, so with this moving through, I would suspect there might be some ice buildup, that kind of thing. But hard to tell at this point. So what else have we got here? Yeah, expired PCP, that's awesome. UPSs are so expensive, but nowadays they're a must. 100% hope all is well with power doesn't go out. 100% agree with that. Yes, UPSs are expensive, but they protect a lot of equipment. For example, my studio, I mean, I've got 3 monitors in here with the computer itself and all the rest of my gear. So it definitely helps to protect that if there's, you know, any issues. You know, brownouts, that kind of stuff can short out equipment. So it not only gives us backup power when we need it, but also protects the gear as well. And we stay up. The stream doesn't go down. So that was very frustrating because I even think that day just to the south of Kempville was a tornado warning. And obviously the stream cut out, which at the worst time possible. So, yeah, we didn't want to have a repeat of that. What else have we got here? Connor making a comment. Latest data is showing about 4 to 8 millimeters of ice accretion by the end. That he was talking about the Carp area specifically, but that is for a broader region as well. So Ottawa, Eastern Ontario, and I'm assuming this is correct, Connor. If I'm not right, just let me know. But 4 to 8 millimeters for the region, possibly by the time this is all said and done. Most of this is coming into the Ottawa area in the next hour or so, around 5 o'clock, and will persist probably till 10 o'clock is my guess, maybe even into midnight is possible. So, yeah, that's kind of where we're at right now for this. Denise asking about, do you know if the roads coming from Mont Laurier to Gatineau are okay? So I will take a look here. Let me just take a look. I'm going to pull up Mont Laurier and we'll see what Google Maps has to say about it. So right now, coming from Mont Laurier, the 309, they're not showing any colors in terms of green, but they're not showing any reds either. I'm just scrolling down here as it heads south. I'll see if there's any cameras, but on the Quebec side, there aren't that many. Let's just see Val des Bois in that area there, High Falls. It looks like it's pretty green coming down to the Gatineau area all along that side. Based on Google Maps, I will switch over to what is going on here. Let me refresh that. Okay. So we are So according to the Quebec site, 511 on the Quebec side, we are looking at bare roads. According anything black is bare roads according to the legend that's on the right hand side. So all the way from Mont Laurier down to Gatineau, in fact, all of them are showing as bare. So right now that's what they're showing. Till you get up to uh, way north, basically. How far north is that? Yeah, that's quite north, way north of Maniwaki. Then it starts to get what they're showing yellow, which is partially covered. So that's what you're seeing up that way. That's what they're reporting. So you can see that precipitation as it's moving into the region. And I'll zoom out on the radar. And we're talking about this as it's come through. We're far from the radar at this point. Just going to see what's my closest one up there. There's one way up here. Just going to see if that, wow. Okay, so there's quite a bit of precipitation up there. So we were just looking at the roadway and it was showing kind of snow covered from up here all the way up to Val d'Or, and that reflects on radar. So that's what we're seeing there. So to answer your question in a very roundabout way, it looks like everything's good from Mont Laurier down to Gatineau as it sits right now, but that will clearly change once this precipitation to the south moves in. That will definitely affect the travel closer to the region. So let me just pull this up here and move back to the Ottawa area. Still nothing happening in Montreal, which is great. So far everything's staying kind of to the west of Montreal. So let me come back in here. I'm just going to check to see if we've got anything else. And I've got an email here. Perfect. Got an email. Unfortunately, this was an hour ago. I apologize. I just seeing it now. We got an email saying that there were some ice pellets an hour ago in the Orleans area. That would be reflective of what we were seeing off of this precipitation kind of to the east of Ottawa. It has moved out of that area somewhat, but that would have been from this precipitation right here earlier on about an hour ago. And thank you very much for the email. That was from Darcy. Thanks for sharing that. Has several weather stations there, and just was sharing with us that information. So what else have we got here? Just got lost in the chat here. Chris asking how many M&Ms are in a centimeter again. That's an interesting question. I guess it depends on the M&M, but yes, definitely like to have fun with it on the chat. So let me just take a look here. Okay. Okay, perfect. Expired PCP saying, I'll add the Weather Network updated their absurd model. They're now forecasting a more reasonable 15 millimeters of ice accretion for Gatineau within the next 6 hours. So that has literally changed from 25 millimeters down to 15 in the span of half an hour. So again, that it's the future, and we're trying to predict it. But that I'm just not a fan of varying things that much. It's definitely quite a bit of precipitation coming through the Eastern Ontario region as it sits, but again, it's where that dividing line is going to be between freezing and not freezing, and it's so hard for any model to predict that. So it's even tough looking at it on radar, because traditionally radar is not that good at telling us exactly where that is. So, but again, Connor's saying 4 to 8 millimeters for our region. You can take that with a grain of salt, obviously, and that's roughly what we can expect here. So Canadian Beach, Denise, the road should be just fine right now. Yes, according to what we're seeing, definitely that's referencing the Mont Laurier to Gatineau question that we had from earlier. So Rick showing, we had another person post in the chat that near London they're talking about 20 to 40 centimeters on Monday, which sounds like a lake effect event, which was my comment. I haven't looked at models, so I don't know whether that's the case, but that would be my guess. So something we'll look at. It's outside of our region for the most part, but maybe we'll do a live stream for that region on Monday, but we'll have to see how that plays out. So Andy's saying it's definitely freezing rain in Pembroke. I have ice on my car. Thank you very much for that update. So any kind of cold surface is going to retain that freezing component. The roadways, if they have been treated and or salted, they should stay hopefully ice free, which would be good for everybody traveling in that region. So Denise, you're welcome. Happy to help. Don't know if it'll keep up just with the amount of precipitation that's heading for the region. But as of currently, it's still good. But I suspect that you're going to see, with the amount of precipitation to the west of that highway, that we're going to have some accumulation there where it's going to get a little more slick. So, Andre, you're welcome. Thank you for tuning in. So, appreciate you always on the channel. So, and then LJ613 with 4 to 8 millimeters of what are the roads looking like tonight into the morning. So, again, if crews are out, which they usually are ahead of time, treating the roadways and putting down salt, for the most part, it should be pretty good. The side roads and the, in neighborhoods, that kind of thing, definitely is going to have ice on it. They're going to be slick. But the main roadways should remain reasonable throughout tonight. And then Connor and I were talking, and he was mentioning in the chat earlier that on the tail end of this, as this moves through, there may be trace amount of snow tomorrow morning, throughout the morning. So we're talking trace to 2 centimeters on the back end of this as it moves through. So that's kind of what you can expect at this point. A-Rock saying roads should be all right by morning. I'm sure salt crews will be out in full force. Yes, and that's coming from somebody who actually does snow removal and that kind of stuff. So thank you very much for that comment in the chat there. So what else have we got here? So if you have any questions, and again, people who are new here, like I've been engaging with the chat, you're welcome to throw your questions in there if it's for a specific region and I haven't covered it in a while. Definitely, feel free to ask questions. We will do our very best to answer it and, engage with you guys. So again, this channel is about you, the viewer, not, hyping up an event or anything like that. We're here to, we're definitely here to give you guys information. So, Veronica, one of my mods, is telling me there's a camera showing some ice on the road. So, west of Whitney. Okay, I'm going to try and pull this up here and see if I can get that. Let's see here. Oh, perfect. Thanks, Veronica. I appreciate that. I'm trying to keep up with multiple chats because obviously I have my moderators and then the YouTube chat itself. So this is west of Whitney. It's on Highway 60, just on the edge of Algonquin Park, coming through. So I'll pull this up so we can all see where I'm talking about. So I'll zoom back out. It's going to be this camera in the center here. We can definitely see that there is freezing building up on the roadways. That's very slushy, freezing type precipitation that is accumulated there as the storm's moving through that region. So we can clearly see that there's quite a bit of ice, slushy ice built up there, especially over the bridge because they always cool down a lot sooner. So Veronica, thank you very much for throwing that up in there. Helps me out, and definitely, rather than having to search all over the place. So again, that's in line just south of Pembroke. So we've seen freezing rain, we've seen ice pellets, we've seen wet snow. So it's again, as we talked about in the beginning of this, stream, that today is going to be a mix of everything, including south and west of here, where you had thunder and lightning and heavy precipitation in terms of rain. So what else have we got here? Canadian Beach, yeah, if the salt trucks are out, the primary and secondary roads should be fine. 100%, I agree with that. We should be able to keep ahead of this. This is not a major event. I would describe April of 23 a major event where, that was quite a bit of ice accretion built up. So we should be okay. What else have we got here? Brandon Graham. Thanks for the updates, Tom. You do an excellent job. I appreciate that compliment. Thank you very much. What else have we got here? Any other questions? Canadian Beach, oops, I hit enter too quickly. Thanks for the coverage and appreciate the Quebec coverage. Thank you. We try our best. Again, I keep it in English, unfortunately, for the Quebec side, just because my weather lingo is mostly related in English. I'm not super familiar with the French terms, so I don't want to botch it, basically. But down the road, we may have, I've mentioned it on streams before, we may have, when we do expand this, if we can grow this channel and it becomes something where we can, fund expansion, we would have people covering the Montreal and Quebec areas and in French as well. So definitely something that's on, again, the wish list or the vision board, whatever we want to call it. So thank you for tuning in as well. And it's good to have everybody on board here. So I'm going to take a quick look to see if there's anything in regards to power outages. See if the Ontario hydro map has changed in any way. Bring that up here. So nothing again has changed, very minor. There's a couple new ones I've noticed along the Highway 7 corridor, but these are fewer than 20 people. So the purple ones are always a small amount, and I'll scroll on the legend here on the left side. So anything purple is, less than 20 people. So nothing major. This is just probably to do with those storms that move through the Highway 7 corridor down here, back where we're looking through the Tweed area. There's definitely some intense precipitation coming through, so that may have knocked out some power. There's some in here, and then there's also quite a bit of rain kind of tucked in here, which was the original portion of the storm that came through. So that could be what has caused these little power outages. But overall, we are looking very good right now as it sits. We are only 4 o'clock in the afternoon, so sun is going to set here in the next 40 minutes or so, maybe even sooner than that. And at that point, it looks like temps will maintain throughout the night for the most part. We aren't going to see much change. It's going to hover again around that 0 to -1 area. That corridor of temperature is such a hard one to predict what you're going to get out of it, based on a whole bunch of things, because that's just at the surface, where the temperature above it can be warmer or colder. So that all plays into it throughout the event. So what else have we got here? Question. Pas de problème. I'm Anglo-Canadian Beach. I'm definitely bilingual. In terms of, I went to school for French immersion, which was one of the greatest things my parents made me do, because I use it all the time living in this region. But definitely, I'm not an expert in weather in French. So, Dwayne, a firefighter from Denby. I've been hunting all day. Anything coming my way later by chance? Thanks in advance. Dwayne, I think I've seen you on the stream before. Definitely getting some rain in the Denby area. I'm just going to, you're probably getting rain right at this point, and you're right on that borderline, being Denby right here. You've got thunder and lightning to your west, so there's quite intense precipitation tucked back in here, which is moving in this general direction. So you are definitely going to see some, my guess is you're going to see some rain and some And it's pretty intense, actually, just based on the latest scan that just popped up on radar. If I go full screen on that, this portion right in the middle here definitely has some intensity in terms of precipitation. So that looks to then be, depending where you are out hunting in that region, in the next 15 to 30 minutes max. I would say 15 to 20 minutes roughly. If it maintains that precipitation, it's going to be cold rain. And again, some lightning associated with that. So kind of be careful there because it's not expected at this time of year. But yeah, you're out hunting deer and you're going to be dealing with lightning. So what else is here? Denise saying, thank you so much for the live coverage. You do a fantastic job. Tom, as well as Connor, keeping updated. Still okay here in Bourget and area. Thank you very much for that compliment, Denise. Yes, Bourget, part of, east of Ottawa, that whole section is going to see this precipitation coming in. It is getting closer to Ottawa. We've now moved into the crossing over the Ottawa River. And this is kind of our line of precipitation. So, we're talking on the Quebec side coming into the Gatineau Hills, moving down that portion eastward, coming into soon into Renfrew and into Arnprior, and then we will be looking at south of Ottawa is kind of bent back a little bit more southwest. But Smith Falls about to get in on, some of the precipitation along with Perth on the very edge of it. So then moving into Kemptville and moving eastward from there all the way towards Montreal is what it looks like at this point. So just getting into, the higher population density. So people are going to start checking out all of this stuff on the stream as well. So I've noticed an uptick in terms of viewers. So I'm in Kemptville, south of Ottawa. So as it moves through my weather cam, I will bring that up. That's a live feed outside of my house. So again, still you can see it's dry. Nothing as of yet. We do have a parade starting in 20 minutes. For Santa Claus, and so hopefully the kids will get a chance to get that in without getting wet. It has slowed down a little bit, the system, as it's moving eastward. So I know the parade is from like 4:30 to 6. So hopefully they'll get that in without too much trouble, but the tail end of it might get wet. So I'll bring this back up here. What else is here? A-Rock saying, I have a bad feeling the salt will only create shell ice today. So I'm not familiar with that term. Oh, so he's explained it down here further on. The salt just makes holes in the ice instead of fully melting it. We usually have to manually scrape the ice off with a shovel and then reapply salt to keep it clear. Oh, that's perfect. Great explanation. Good to know. I did not know that. So shell ice is when the salt just melts right through it. And just creates holes. So what else have we got here? Petawawa traffic camera on 501 looks like it's showing a bit of shiny road now under that heavy precip. That's a comment from Connor. So let me Petawawa traffic camera. So let me bring that up and we'll flip back to it here. So this has changed. This is 4:07 5 minutes ago. So it's definitely picked up here in terms of the precipitation. Before it wasn't as shiny. It just kind of looked like a damp roadway. Definitely you can see off the camera here, there's a reflection from this vehicle traveling through, and to the south of there, we've had reports in the Pembroke region that there is freezing rain. So this could be freezing rain falling in the area, and hopefully the road's treated well enough that it's not freezing to the road. But thanks for the heads up, Connor, on that one. Again, just cycling through the cameras, you can kind of see over the bridge here, definitely getting that precipitation moving in. So and we're getting that same kind of thing on the radar. It looks like it's going to be fairly heavy precipitation, kind of in this region here. Just kind of outline it, and then kind of bowing out kind of like this. So that's where a lot of the precipitation is currently sitting with this line as it moves eastward. And again, I'll show you the cycle over the last few hours of what's been happening. So you can see how that's marching eastward towards the city of Ottawa and Gatineau areas. So lightning has kind of tapered off, which again we expected based on what we've been talking about. As it gets away from that water over the lakes, the intensity will drop down on that kind of stuff. So definitely doing what I would expect in terms of the intensity of it. It's just we're gonna see the hard part to determine right now is what kind of precipitation we're going to see throughout the rest of the day here. So I'll bring that back. So this is our latest scan. This was at 4:11 p.m., which is 3 minutes ago. So this is literally our latest update. Curious about something here. So just coming just to the west of Denby is there's quite a bit of lightning here. I'll zoom in on it. So it's really hard to read this radar because of all of the red mixing, which is freezing rain mixing with the rain. You're getting this kind of busy look to the radar, but our heavy precipitation is right in this area. Again, looks mostly like rain, but lots of lightning bolts associated in this pocket right here, coming through that hilly terrain that's near, Denby, Bancroft area. So maybe some of that terrain is helping to fire that lightning, but yeah, that's what we're looking at right now down in that area. And as we move eastward, Highway 7, Marmora definitely getting it. Heavy precipitation right now with a few lightning bolts showing down in that area as well. Just coming up to Madoc and moving eastward along that path again. So Smith Falls looks like there's a bit of freezing rain happening on the leading edge of this precipitation as it's moving into the region. So starting to get in this whole area, Carleton Place, Smith Falls, Ottawa down to Brockville. I would assume in Brockville, and I'm just going to pull up a camera from Brockville just to have a look here. I would suspect that it's rain, especially with the St. Lawrence Seaway down there. This image is 12 minutes old, so it's not showing any precipitation. I'll bring it up just to give you guys an idea. This is on the 401 at Brockville, and you can see that the roadway is dry here. But this is 12 minutes ago. So the latest scan is just on the edge of Brockville as of right now. So I suspect these images are going to change in the next short while whenever they update on that Ontario 511. So I'm going to see there's no other camera. See if this one shows any precipitation. Back to the west. This is Mallory Town, but I can't really tell from the image whether this just looks like the roadway might be slightly damp because there is a slight reflection from the transport truck lights on the highway. So hopefully that's just wet from rain. But again, hard to interpret still images. So we're doing our best there to try and keep up with that. So let me just take a look here. Okay, what else have I got here? Looking dark, freezing rain coming into Carleton Place. This is from Melissa sharing this photo. Wow, that is dark. Okay, so let me get this going here. Let me share that. So these are the clouds as they're coming in. So very dark. Thanks for sharing that, Melissa. She's one of our moderators. It also shows, looking at those clouds, those are called undulatus asperatus, essentially. They're like, if you time-lapse these clouds as they move through, they look like waves, like you're underneath the ocean waves. So they're kind of cool. They're an interesting cloud. So that's from about 15 minutes ago, and that's near the Carleton Place area. So if we bring that up on the screen here, that is the system as it's approaching. So Carleton Place being almost center of the screen right here, that's all of this precipitation coming in. So about to get a little bit nasty in terms of precipitation. Wind shouldn't be too bad, I don't think. So we'll see as that approaches, even more so. What else have we got here? Napanese cams are also looking very shiny. Yeah, I would. So down in Napanee, I will pull up back on that 411. Let's just take our 511, I should say. Let's just see here. I'm just gonna scroll. So down by Napanee, this looks like rain. Yeah, so this is a perfect image to show you folks, which is easier to interpret on a still image. You can see all the spray coming off the back of the transport truck and the car. So obviously that's showing us that it's wet, not not freezing rain where the surface is still not freezing in what we're looking at there. So thanks for giving me that update there. So let me pull that back up. And I'll continue in the questions in the chat there. Okay, what else have we got going on? Excellent coverage, rain here in Barrhaven coming from Barb. Thank you for that. Must be a little pocket of rain in Barrhaven because you're still kind of outside of the main precipitation within that region. So still a lot more precipitation heading your way. Thank you for the update there. Also getting a comment here, nothing in Renfrew yet. We're just in the little clear hook coming from Chris. Yeah. I suspect since you wrote that comment and now you're probably getting precipitation because that's probably a couple minutes ago that you wrote that and I just haven't gotten to it. So latest scan shows you're just on the edge of that in the Renfrew, and my app dies just as I'm talking about it. Let me reboot it. I apologize for that. It's been actually pretty good lately, so that's strange that it decided to do that right in the middle of me having a conversation. So let's hope this up. I'm going to switch to another radar and kind of force it. There we go. See, I know the tricks to make software work. So yeah, you're on the very edge of that precipitation. Again, we're still showing quite a bit of thunder and lightning happening in this Denby area. That's very intense pocket of precipitation happening associated with that lightning as well. So definitely something to keep in mind. Comment here, Barb Sherman. Tom, can you increase your sound level? We seem to get a very low voice. Thank you for all your info. We are just east of Kempville. Hopefully, as long as somebody can confirm that the audio is working. Sometimes it's the app, if you don't have the volume turned up, depending what you're watching it on. The app, in terms of there's a slider on it sometimes, not just your phone volume or your tablet. But if you're watching it on TV, it should be good volume. So. But anyways, I'll see if I can adjust it, and hopefully the volume is okay. So. But thank you for letting me know. Getting a comment back from a Timmy's Run, dark, windy, dry, and cold in Ottawa. So that will change very soon as this moves in. It's about to get there. So within the next half an hour to an hour, that's going to change drastically, I think. Joel Parra, the Weather Network is calling for a downpour, 20 millimeters of rain in 2 hours. Highly unlikely this all freezes. If you're talking about the Ottawa area, it's borderline. So we are definitely questioning where that transition is happening. I'll be happy if it all comes down as rain because that's very easy to deal with. The freezing rain is definitely the least favorite form of precipitation in the wintertime. So I'm hoping, I'm hoping that this will be mostly rain, but there may be some initial freezing that happens on the surfaces, and then water will, run off that frozen portion, but it's hard to tell at this point. So thanks for that comment. A-Rock, probably some will freeze while excess water runs off. Yes, I agree with that. Obviously just said that. So we're on the same page there. So What else has got here, Denise? Yeah. So just people helping each other out with the volume. So Waffle saying YouTube good volume, perfect. Thank you for telling me that. When you move your head, the sound gets louder and softer. Might want a parabolic mic. Aha. Okay. Yes, I definitely have the mic below me, but yes. So down the road, that's something we can always improve on for sure. So, but I appreciate the comment. Poison firebush. I want more ice though. So depending where you're located, you might have to head north for that, but it looks like Ottawa might be just to the south of the threshold where things are freezing at this point, but it's still unknown. Again, radar depending on its interpretation. We're just seeing essentially freezing rain represented on the radar, which is in red for anybody that's tuning in or new to the channel. So that red is what the radar is interpreting as freezing rain. That does not necessarily mean that that's what's landing on the ground. We have had confirmation from Petawawa, Pembroke area showing freezing rain and ice accumulating on vehicles and that kind of stuff. So again, anybody who is in the viewing area of this, if you confirm what you're seeing, that's awesome. It definitely helps us out to let people know. So I haven't heard about, Cobden, Renfrew, Arnprior, Barry's Bay, Calabogie, that kind of area, whether that's coming down as rain or freezing rain or ice pellets. Like it could be a mixed bag of just about anything at this point. So what else? What else I can hear? An outdoor weather meter in Barhaven has hit plus 1.3 currently. So yeah, so again, we're right on that threshold where things might freeze or might not freeze. I'm just going to check what I've got here. Kempville, just south of you, I'm still showing 1. I don't have a more specific access to my one that I have outside. I'm just going to check what the weather. So this one is showing, I'm talking about Environment Canada and their Mesonet. It's essentially showing just above freezing in Kempville. So just under a degree essentially. So yeah. What else have we got here? Athens, Brockville is all rain, by the way. Perfect. Thank you very much for that. So south of us is rain, which is fantastic. I'm starting to think that the freezing over point where we're getting that mixed bag is going to be just in the Cobden area. I would say the transition is going to happen somewhere between Renfrew and Petawawa, or Pembroke, essentially. Kind of that's the furthest south we've heard about kind of freezing rain on a regular basis in terms of this. So definitely hard to judge, but that's where I'm guessing where it's at right now. So Chris saying we got the rain here in Renfrew, not freezing yet. So there you go. So we're right on the edge of that. Curious to know if it's just cloud coverage on the right of the screen, just under Connor's box. Yes. So okay, that's one of the features I use for our storms in the summertime. So I can bring that up. That is satellite imagery that we have. So I'll bring that on the main screen. It's getting dark. Our sun is setting, obviously. So you can see Ottawa is essentially right in the middle of the screen almost. And you can see as this system is moving through all the clouds that are moving, and you can see how that whole system on the right side is kind of drifting southeast, and the rest of it is kind of moving in an easterly motion. So obviously once it gets dark, I have to switch to a different, there's infrared, so we can see kind of cloud cover and that kind of stuff. But I save it for... essentially, I use it mostly, I would say, in the severe weather season. But you can see if you look on the bottom right side, as you get off the coast in the U.S., you can see all those clouds, cumulus clouds, and that's because of the open water. And I was talking about that earlier on the stream, where the moisture of that warmer air mass below, because of the warm water, with the cold air mass above is what creates your clouds and can push your storms and make them more intense. So that's what we're seeing there on the stream. So let me jump back in here. What else have we got? Just starting to get a bit of the freezing rain and carp in freezing crap, sorry, in Arnprior, coming from Reed. So that's on the very edge of this stuff. So you can see that depending where you are, we get a report from Renfrew that it isn't freezing, and then in Arnprior it is. So it's mixing depending where you are locally. And again, a half a degree can mean the difference between you seeing freezing rain or just seeing rain. So really tough to call at this point. I am going to take a look at Google Maps just to see if we've got any kind of slowdowns on roads anywhere. I don't see anything along the Highway 17 corridor. Nothing along Highway 7, 401 is all clear. So right now, roads are still good on the Quebec side. I'm still showing mostly green along the 50. The 5, and then 309. All of the roads there are looking pretty good as well. So I'm just going to do an update here on the Quebec side. Let me just pull this up here. So we can actually see a pretty good representation here. So bottom of the screen in the middle is Ottawa. Obviously, further north and west of there, you're getting yellow, which is partially covered, and then white is totally covered, is what is being reported. So you can obviously see where the precipitation is happening to the north, and this is to do more with snow than it is anything else. So you're seeing that representative on this map here. Again, Google Maps was showing fairly clear for everywhere. I'll back out here a little bit, but where our precipitation is coming through, still, like I said, still showing green throughout the region. Nothing of any significance like we had the other day on Sunday, where a lot of this was yellow. Just looking at Highway 11 heading north, nothing there as well. So it looks pretty good for travel at this point. Not even seeing any real accidents reported on the app here, because that will show as well. So that's kind of what we're seeing at this point. So if this is all rain, this is fantastic news. And if it's got a bit of freezing rain component in it, that wouldn't surprise me. But the heavier precip might wash that ice away, just melt it off and keep it as just rain, that kind of stuff. So expired PCP, I should probably stop looking at the Weather Network. They went from 23.8 down to 15.4, and now they're at 24.8 of potential freezing rain. I think the Weather Network is drunk. I'm going to say that their computer is all over the place. Whatever they're using to interpret this, it's definitely, you can't flip-flop like that, because conditions haven't changed that drastically that you're going up and down like that. So yeah, I would probably give up on looking at it. It's not going to help you out, because it's just pulling you in different directions at this point. M. Golden saying Elmer is dry. So yeah, you're still on the very edge of it, but any moment you're going to start seeing precipitation out of this system moving through. So Tizzy going saying near Castleman with a broken washing machine, rain would be great. Rinsing hand washed clothes. Is it okay to put clothes out for a rinse? Well, I mean, it's totally up to you. It's your clothing, but if it's going to be just rain, I mean, at the worst, they get, a bit of freezing rain on them, but I'm not a laundry expert, so I can't really give too much advice on that regards, other than it's going to be, a bit of rain. So Sonia Lacroix saying rain has started in Hammond, which is just to the east of Ottawa. So that's good to know that this is coming down in the Ottawa area as rain. So that's perfect. Again, I'm hoping that's all we end up reporting on, and it's just rain. I'm going to bring up my camera here in Kemptville. So we are now at the start of the Santa Claus parade, and still right now there is no rain happening in Kemptville, so that's good for the parade. Hopefully they can make it They might have to do it quickly just to get everybody through, but it's getting closer and closer as we speak. This whole area, I mean, this is kind of our dry pocket, essentially in here, and Kempville being right in the middle of this, but it's not going to stay that way for much longer at this point. So hopefully they can get that in for the kiddos. What else have we got here? Does dark red mean heavy freezing rain coming from Andy? So it means heavier precipitation. It does mean heavy freezing rain. The darker this gets, based on the radar. But again, what's falling is might be slightly different in terms of whether it freezes or not. But yes, that is heavy freezing rain. The darker the red gets on there. So. What else have we got here? A-Rock saying, weather is always like that. I get excited in the summer when it's saying a lot of rain, as we don't work in rain. Then the system dries up at Ottawa and I got to keep cutting grass. So you now have a channel you can tune into and can tell you exactly what's going to be coming towards the Ottawa area. So definitely, if it's any kind of weather day where it's more than just rain, where it's going to be lightning and thunder and wind, we will go live, that kind of thing. I've always said it on the stream. Connor and I are not going to go live to tell you it's raining, because you can look out your window. This is more to do with when it impacts your day-to-day life type thing. So what else have we got here? Water break Tom. I think I just had one a while ago, but I'll definitely get on that, Melissa. There's definitely no ice tornado warning for Ottawa, done by the Real Deal. It might be freezing rain for Ottawa, but again, it depends who you're listening to, whether it's the Weather Network or Environment Canada. But we're looking like most of it should be rain with maybe a little bit of freezing rain. So Connor typing in the chat there, all Mesonet stations in front of the precipitation are showing either the positive side of zero or the negative side of zero. So it's hovering right around that freezing point. So again, it comes back to it's really hard to call what's going to happen. I'm really curious whether when the sun completely, well, it's down at this point. We're at sunset right now, so in 20 minutes it'll be completely gone. Whether the temperature will swing just enough, half a degree, to the point where things freeze, but we're not sure whether that's what's going on. So Tizzy saying, great rain, thank you. I'm just the one reporting it, but I'm not the one bringing it, so we'll see if that's what actually happens, but that's my guess anyways. So Rick chatting at OPP East region, traffic calls are relatively quiet right now, so thank you for letting me know that. And based on the roads that I'm seeing, again, we're just dealing with rain at this point for the most part. As you go north, especially along Highway 17 and on the Quebec side, you're definitely getting into where there's a possibility where it may change over to possibly freezing rain. So what else is here? Tornado Pro jumping in the chat. Thanks for jumping in. Always good to see you. What else? Reed saying freezing rain here in Arnprior at the moment, but we're right on the Ottawa-Madawaska confluence, and it tends to be worse freezing rain-wise for some reason. Maybe the open water. If open water tends to warm things up, so I wouldn't think it would be that, to be honest with you. It could have something to do with the topography, just in terms of elevation. That could be something that affects it, but hard to say. I don't have a straight answer for that one, unfortunately. So what else is here? Do you think I should drive from Ottawa to Deep River tonight, coming from Dog Tub? Tonight, that's kind of along the corridor of where all this precipitation is going to happen. And again, the more north and west you go, the more north you go, I should say, the more chances that you're going to have, that freezing impact. And so if you have winter tires, definitely, if you do not have winter tires, I definitely would recommend you don't go. If you have winters, it's a judgment call at that point. Again, one of the good resources is Ontario 511. If you go on that website, you can pull up cameras. Now, there aren't a ton of them up that way. So there's one here in Arnprior, for example. So I'll pull that up on the screen here. So we can see this is at 428, so it's not current. So that doesn't look like there's any real precip on that camera. But again, that's 10 minutes ago. So that has definitely changed since this camera has updated. But you can look at your cameras, and if it looks icy, then you make a judgment call at that point. But it is definitely hard for me to say whether you should make that drive or not. So what else have we got here? Wow, the chat moved along pretty quick here. Freezing rain. Okay, we've got that. Definitely no Sharknado for Ottawa, but that's an interesting movie. I don't know. I've only watched that one once, and it was kind of painful to watch for me. So, being a weather person, but what else is here? Tornado Pro got an extra large Pepsi slushie from Shell. Mother Nature might be delivering a slushie to the region, but hopefully that's not the I got lost, sidetracked there. Sorry, guys. Yeah, the region may get the slushie, I was going to say, but it may not actually come to fruition. Connor typing in the chat here that Dog Tub, in terms of your driving north, that it's a bad idea going that way. It's definitely driving into the the worst of it compared to down south. So Connor coming in with some reason there. What else is here? Just jumping through. Melissa saying further info for weather in North Dundas for this evening. Lions trivia is tonight. So let me just pull that up as this is moving through. I want to say. So that's east of me in Kempville, which is, I'm going to show you on the radar here, right in here. From what I'm seeing, south of Ottawa should mostly be rain. So it should be okay. Just going to be a lot of rain coming through. There is an outside chance that there may be some freezing that happens. So you have to keep that in mind, because once it happens, it's again, it only takes a half a degree and then things start freezing up. So right now, as we're tracking things coming through the region, my guess south of Ottawa should be, for the most part, should be rain. So hopefully that helps. Was it Algonquin? They were okay. They were taping Sharknado here. What? I didn't even know that. Interesting. So, yeah, I didn't know that. 401 in Gananoque is heavy rain coming into the chat here. So, along the 401 corridor, I'm happy to hear that. I suspected that would be all rain based on the radar presentation that we're seeing here. So, anything green and yellow kind of to the south is rain component. Anything north of Ottawa, I think, is going to have that freezing potential. How sustained that will be, I don't know. We can actually kind of take a look. I'm going to take a jump back up to the Ontario 511 and just see if any of the cameras have updated to the north. These are 8 minutes ago, and I can't tell. So I'm going to leave that at that. What else have we got here? I'm going to see if anybody's posted anything in our Facebook group. And anybody who's interested, we do have a Canadian Weather Live Reports Facebook page. You can throw up video and you can throw up pictures in there. You do have to apply to be a part of the group, because we don't want just anybody in there. Otherwise, it just gets spammed with a whole bunch of nonsense. We're trying to keep it weather related, so you do have to answer 2 very basic questions, and it keeps the bots out for the most part. So yeah, and then you can post in there once we've approved you for the group. So Canadian Weather Live reports on Facebook, or if you want to submit an email, we also can put those up if you want to attach a photo or a video. And again, that's just CanadianWeatherLive@gmail.com. So that's the easiest way to do things in terms of submitting to us. So just double checking things here. So between Renfrew and Armpire about to get slammed, coming from Greg. There's definitely going to be a lot of precipitation tucked into here. So this dark red that's on the radar definitely is indicative of heavy precipitation, whether it's rain or freezing rain. That's hard to say, but this area here has a decent amount of precipitation associated with it. So along this Highway 17 corridor, basically from Haley Station all the way to just north of Deep River at this point. So, and I did have a look at the camera at Deep River. It looks like rain, and it looks like there's quite a bit of it coming down. I just couldn't tell if it was freezing or not. So, just got a call. There was a couple of rumbles of thunder in Kingston, and that would be interesting to see if there's any strikes down here. I'm just looking. The closest strike to Kingston looks like in Tweed, so lightning bolts are showing up right in here. That's the last of it, closest to Kingston. So still some intensity in that, and there's definitely some heavier precip coming into the Plevna, just going through Cloyne and Caladar. It looks like there may have been a lightning strike in that as well. So just coming into the Arden area. So that's all heading this way as we speak. And I'll back this out now. And so everything's starting to close in on Ottawa. So we're going to get it from all directions, it looks like, with this precipitation as it moves into the Ottawa area. I will take a look at the cameras. And I wanted to look at, which one was I going to look at? Oh, yeah, Highway 7. Let's see here, Maberly. That's Sharbot Lake. Sorry, guys, just trying to make sure I pick the right cameras. Okay, so this here is just near Sharbot Lake. This is Highway 7. Definitely looks like rain at this point. I don't see any kind of, I'm looking at those wires that are in front of the camera. I don't see anything kind of frozen, dangling, any icicle or small accretion on there. Hard to tell again, just from a still image. But based on what I'm seeing here, this looks like all rain at this point. So that's the southern portion. I'm going to see if Arnprior is showing anything. We did look at that a little while ago. This is 10 minutes ago, 4:37. It doesn't look like the roads are wet there yet. So this is just on Highway 417, just before you get to the Arnprior area. And then let's just look up to Renfrew. So this is definitely showing precipitation on the camera. And again, this looks like, for the most part, rain. Does not, I mean, there's not as much spray coming off the back of those cars. So this probably is rain, but it could have a freezing component to it as well. So just travel safe. But if it's just wet, obviously, drive with caution. So we'll flip back here and take a look at our radar. And our last update here, 4:41 p.m., which was 6 minutes ago. So like I said, we're starting to close in on that Ottawa area with all this precipitation starting to move in. So it's going to start raining in the Ottawa area, coming into Kinburn, Fitzroy Harbor, Almont, Carleton Place probably getting in on the game as well. Just edging into Smith Falls. My weather camera is going to go dark, unfortunately, but the road you can still clearly see is very dry. There's no wet to it, or no wet component to it. We still retaining a bit of snow from the snowstorm, but I suspect all that's going to be gone by the time this all moves through the region today. So I'll jump back into the comments here. What else is going on here? Melissa's in Carlton Place saying Tom rain has begun here. So that's kind of what I was just covering on the radar itself. So thanks for confirming that. What else? Further info for weather in North Dundas for this evening. Okay, yeah, we covered that, so I've already been there. I apologize. Just jumping through. Okay, ice on the trees in Pembroke coming from Andy. So Pembroke, right around the Pembroke area seems to be the cutoff for the freezing rain component. So northwest of Ottawa, that seems to be the furthest south I've heard of true kind of ice buildup to do with the precipitation. So thank you for that, Andy. It looks like, Renfrew may have seen a little bit of it in the beginning. So it's definitely showing that we are getting different versions based on where people are located. So what else is here? I just lost my cell service for my cottage cam in Plevna. So that probably has to do with a power outage, maybe. I don't know how quickly Hydro will have that reported. Because there is a heavy precipitation moving through that Plevna area right now, and there were some lightning strikes in it, so that is possible. But that's Medsdoc coming in the chat, so thank you for letting me know that. I am on the the Hydro 1 power outage, and there's nothing reported right now. There is one showing just to the north of Peterborough. This one is showing about 1,400 folks out. I assume that's going to be a result of the storms that moved through here earlier. So that's north of Peterborough, so back to our west. 13 or 1,400 people, and it's under investigation. They're saying an estimated time of 7 p.m., which we all know that is never accurate. So anyways, just wanted to report that, but nothing else showing in the region of any significance. I'm just going to look at this. Actually, Carlton Place now reporting something here as well. So there's 327 customers on between Ashton Station and Carlton Place that are just now showing power. This just popped up showing power out. It has been dispatched, and they are saying a restoral time of 7:15 p.m. Again, we just covered that that's not very likely at this point, but we'll see. So a few small little pockets of power outages, and there's one here by Mattawa as well, just to the east. Doesn't want to, oh, there we go. Only 70 customers affected on that one, but if you're one of the 70 customers, you're not having fun in the dark. So we did talk about it earlier on the live stream. Just make sure your devices are charged. If you have power banks, that kind of stuff, just in case. Hopefully none of that is needed, but I am noticing on the radar here now that I've zoomed back in that the lightning has picked back up on this stuff to the south of just coming through kind of Caladar in this portion right here. There's definitely several lightning strikes here north of Napanee all the way up to the Highway 7 corridor just to the east of Caladar, so into Arden actually. So that's definitely picked up some intensity there. Kempville is about to get in on the precipitation is my guess. And just to the west of Ottawa, so we're starting to see that this is coming through to the main area of Ottawa. So what else have we got here? Orleans has started coming from Kathy, so that's on the backside of this precipitation that was on the Quebec side, moving down southeast from there. So thank you, Kathy, for that. Iraq saying Barhaven still dry. Yes, you are on the verge of no longer being dry. That's coming in the next 15 minutes or so. I would suspect that will start. Plowman's backyard, thunderstorm and pouring freezing rain in Denby area right now. So that is back up in here. So we are getting some freezing rain. Again, there is more elevation change up in this area when you're near Bancroft, Denby, Griffith, quite hilly terrain. So that probably is contributing to just enough of a difference in temperature that it's freezing. So thank you very much for that update from the Denby area. That again was from Plowman's Backyard. In the chat, Ottawa Airport and Experimental Farm are both on the negative side of zero now. Same with Carleton Place. So that's that shift that's just enough that sometimes that will cause the freezing rain to actually stick. So we are threading the needle, as they say, when it comes to temperature. So we're going to have to see how this continues to progress. It's definitely a shift to the negative side, which is negative for us if we don't want to see freezing rain. So Chris saying now there's ice pellets in Renfrew, so thank you for that. So that's up in the red of the radar. So we are seeing that mixed quotient, where you're getting rain, freezing rain, ice pellets, all of that mixed into that. So rain, just getting rain in the Pontiac area coming from Lacey Lynn. Thank you for that update. So anybody in the Pontiac region, you're definitely getting rain to this point. So what else have we got here? Tornado Pro asking, do you have a power generator? Yes, I was chatting about that earlier. I do have a generator to back up the house. So if power was out for a longer period of time, I do have UPSs on my equipment, both in the studio and my internet in the basement. So we hopefully never lose the stream like we did in the summertime. So I do have power. I probably, if I had a chance here, I have photos of me running. I even have a video of me running 4 houses off my generator in the spring of 2023 when we had that big ice storm. Just keeping people's sump pumps running and fridges and that kind of stuff. So Robert Gagnon asking, what is it like in Pakenham? So Pakenham is just getting in on the precipitation right now. You're probably rain for the most part, but again, things are tiptoeing along that freezing point. So Pakenham is just getting in on the precip. And what's going to happen is from the west, you're going to get all this precipitation coming through. So it's going to start raining quite a bit. And again, it could be freezing rain. So just keep that in mind. And then Lacey Lynn, Quebec side, Pontiac just rained so far. Thank you for that. So that'll be on the north side of Ottawa. So that's going to be, there's a bit of a pocket of dry, air in here, but all of this is moving eastward. So sorry, I didn't mean to zoom out that far, but I'll play this so we can see how the precipitation has been moving into the region. And here it comes, basically. It's marching eastward, which if we looked at the models back when we were originally talking on the stream, I've showed it a couple of times, the models were showing things kind of dropping in a southeasterly fashion. So the models got this wrong to a certain extent from the ones I was looking at earlier. The latest runs may have it obviously more correct, but this is mostly moving eastward at this point. So a little bit different than what we were expecting. So it's also affecting what we're seeing in terms of precipitation. So Jennifer Graham saying, Burr, it's very chilly in Chesterville. We're just dealing with our first real kind of cold for the season. So we're just around that freezing point. I'm in Kempville, just to your west, essentially. So I hear you on that one. Robert Gagnon, thank you, Tom. Yeah, my pleasure, Robert. Like I said, always happy to answer any questions in the chat that anybody might have. What else is going on here? Jeff Dixon, Kempville has rain showers and had a brief period of ice pellets for 15 minutes. So that must be south of me. I'm on the north side, and obviously this camera is not that good anymore. I'm going to see if I can adjust it. So bear with me for 1 second. I'm going to see if I can crank up one of the components, but it'll probably just make it worse or noisier. And it's not really doing anything, unfortunately. So that's a dead duck. So I'll bring that back to around here. and now it's totally dark. Let's see if... No, that killed it completely. I shouldn't have messed with it. That's what I'm learning. Anyways, the Chemfill camera is not doing what it should be doing, and it's another one of those components we'd like to upgrade at one point, where we can get what we call a day-night camera, which will allow us to see for events even after dark. Again, that's on the vision board for upgrades. So well, let me get back in here. Any questions? So Jeff, thank you for that update for Chemfill. Obviously, that was to the south side of it. Hopefully, it hasn't affected the parade a whole lot. So as you can see, I'm located right here, and obviously Chemfill is just to the south. So slight difference, but the precip that's coming in from this section on the next scan or two is going to definitely be within... it's definitely going to be, into the Chemfill area. I know there's still another hour, I believe, on the Santa Claus parade, so it might affect it in a negative way, unfortunately. So what else is here? Chris, did you find the website you ordered the picture of your Tundra from? You know what? I did, and I've got it written down somewhere. But it was so long since we've talked, Chris. I mean, we were off. Weather didn't come into play for the last 3 months. So let me make a note of it again. Actually, Chris, if you can send me an email to CanadianWeatherLive@gmail, it will be, because I can keep it in there as a reminder, and I can reply to you from there. And then let you know, give you the link basically for it. So if you could do that, if I can ask you to do that, that'd be awesome, and I'll get you the information for it. What else have we got here? Switch cameras to black and white or night mode, coming from Chris. Yeah, unfortunately, it's just a very basic webcam that I have. So one of the things, like I said, I'm looking to get a day-night camera that we can put outside that I could access. And then, yes, it would switch to black and white, which obviously would give us a far better picture of what's happening as far as outside. So what else is here? Memo to Smetana Claus, get Tom a new outdoor camera for Christmas, coming from Ryan. Love it. Yeah, if Santa wants to donate a camera, we're all for it. We won't turn that away. So definitely helps us out always to get things better here. So I'm just going to have a quick look, see if there's anything posted here that I need to know about. Just going to check our inbox as well. Perfect. So let's see here. So I'm going to take a look at Google Maps, see if anything's slowing down along Highway 17. So far, it looks clear all the way through. The usual slowdowns around Cobden. Highway 7 also looks good. Usual slowdown in the Perth area. And 401 is clear along with the 416. 417 east of Ottawa is also clear. And I can always bring this up so it's a little more interactive, but on the Quebec side, mostly green as well. Major highways, Highway 50 and 5 are also green. So far the weather is not impacting travel. Doesn't look like it's impacting it at all, which is fantastic. So let's hope it stays that way for everybody, for your plans this evening or for your travels. But we'll see how this continues. As Connor's been monitoring things while we've been on the stream, keeping an eye on those weather stations, Mesonet stations, some of them are tilting to the negative side, which again will possibly mean that we do get some ice accretion from this weather coming through. So what else have we got here? Just rain on Highway 7 between Carleton Place and Canada. Temp is floating around -1 coming from Leanne McPherson. So thank you for that. So again, we are treading that. We're literally tightrope walking between the temperature being cold enough to freeze and not cold enough, and we're just getting rain. So that's fantastic to hear from everybody on the ground. What is your current estimated on how thick the ice to be, specifically Canada, but I'm sure other who just joined like myself would appreciate, please. That is from Kalina, and Connor looks to have answered that. 4 to 8 millimeters is what we are predicting for our region based on what we're seeing. And again, where that freezing line sets up is obviously the biggest $1 million question, which we can't answer. So where that sets up will definitely determine what we see out of that. So we are looking at this. I mean, I've been on since 2 p.m., so we're a little over 3 hours right now. And models originally were showing this going till 10 p.m. or midnight. Connor, I don't know if you can jump in and just let me know or give me a message in our other chat just to tell me whether this is going to sustain past 10 p.m. or maybe even end sooner than that. That would be fantastic. So appreciate that. What else have we got here? Reed saying light freezing rain has now turned to rain in Arnprior. So originally started out as some freezing rain, and now it's definitely going to be rain, according to Reed, out in the Arnprior area. So conditions are changing as this moves through. So I don't know if the temperatures are shifting behind the front to a little bit warmer, and that's what's allowing the rain to come down. So good to hear from people. Dan Campo, raining in North Bay. How are things going to look in the AM? So up in North Bay, that one I'm not 100% sure about. I'd have to look at quickly. I know for Eastern Ontario, I think mostly in the North Bay area. Actually, I should look at models before I answer that one. I know for our region in Ottawa, Eastern Ontario, we're talking 4 to 8 millimeters of rain, but it's North Bay, I think, will be a cooler temperature, obviously. And so at some point that's going to switch over. I don't think North Bay is going to see the freezing rain component. To be honest with you, I think it's just going to switch from rain to snow. So that's at least good in that regards. Whether there's going to be a lot of accumulation or not, I suspect not as much. But again, I have to look at models, so I can't answer that one directly, unfortunately. So maybe Connor can do that, but we'll go from there. What else have we got here? No precipitation in Cornwall right now. Splash of ice pellets around 3 p.m., but that didn't stay. I just finished putting rain repellent on my spouse's SUV. Finally got a dry day to apply it, so it'll come in very handy. I actually Rain-X my windshield as well when I travel, and I did notice it was working even in the snow, which was fantastic. Heavy rain in Cobden. Area temperature is just 1.2 degrees above freezing. So coming from the 2 Bass tracker, so I'm assuming you like fishing. Just a wild guess there, but thank you for that update coming from Cobden area. So that's in the kind of the meat of this precipitation, where we've got that darker red, Cobden being right in this area here. So lots of precipitation coming along with this. Thankfully, right now we're hearing that it's mostly rain at this point. So do you think that Canada could get 10 millimeters of ice accretion this evening? Tornado coming from Tornado Pro in the chat. Connor and I don't think that's going to be the case. Depends how this shifts, but we were thinking about half of that, 4 to 8 millimeters maximum was kind of where Connor was. So yeah, so that's kind of what we're thinking at this point, but we could be completely wrong. And that's the way it goes. So Chef Mario Cooks. Sorry, my eyesight's not the best. Hello from Windsor, Ontario. It's so warm out here. I'd be curious to know what the temperature is down there. I can quickly take a look. It's amazing the contrast we were talking about. I'm just zooming in here to Windsor. Wow, 64 degrees Fahrenheit down in Windsor. My goodness, you're in double digits down there. So that is a huge contrast from what we're seeing, obviously. But we were talking on the early part of the stream. I literally am reporting on thunderstorms to the west, freezing rain, and possibly snow in our region and east into Montreal. And speaking of Montreal, I'm just going to check here. We haven't seen much going on the Quebec side so far. Everything is kind of stuck to the west of Montreal, which again, models were not showing that to be the case. So Definitely doing things are going a little differently than we expected for where and when and how. However, this precipitation is doing some freezing rain in certain areas, so we definitely definitely we're seeing that component coming. So Connor is saying, I'm just looking at my messages in my chat here with him, that it should transition between 8 and 10 p.m. to rain on the backside of this. So once we transition to rain, hopefully it's going to stay that way. That would be ideal because then obviously that's going to make things far better. I'm going to see if my weather cam is extremely dark, but let me see if I can do something here. Let me see if I can, oh, there, I got some of it back. But again, it's too dark. I can't see whether that's rain outside of my house, so we'll go away from that. Yeah, so that's kind of where things are at right now. What else have we got here? Now that half my town is out of power, I'm going to shower quick since got dinner done. Be right back. Melissa, our admin in one our moderators in our chat. So yeah, I would do that as well. So just to make sure that you can still. A-Rock saying registering just above 1 degrees in Barrhaven, drop 0.2 in the last 30 minutes. So just again, hovering really close to where things are at. Chef Mario Cook saying it's like spring temp here. It's actually 16 Celsius in Windsor. My goodness. Yeah, we're definitely jealous up here in Ottawa because we're definitely not dealing with that. We're 0 degrees or 1 degree at best. So definitely jealous of what's happening in Windsor. Any worries for Cornwall in terms of freezing rain coming from Mark Lemoine? We were definitely thinking that when we originally started out the day and looking at models. I think Cornwall is going to get mostly rain, to be totally honest with you. Cornwall is just south enough that it should be rain, and by the time it gets there, again, I was mentioning this changeover between 8 and 10 p.m. To rain, according to Connor. So Cornwall mostly going to get rain. I think freezing rain is something that we are going to be on the lighter side of it than the higher side of it for the region, I hope. So what else have we got here? We must be on the back end of the high pressure. Yes, so as this system is moving through, you guys definitely to the south got the warm side of it. And like I said, we were talking about lightning and hail. We even showed some photos from earlier that came through west of Peterborough, 3/4 inch to 1 inch hail, which in November is not normal. So one of those days where you get everything. So cell service is back in Plevna and it's all snow right now. So Meds Doc saying cell service is back in Plevna and it's all snow. So radar doesn't show that, which I'm not surprised. Plevna also is in an area where, again, we talked about it's a hilly area. So it may be just enough where it's cold and it's turning to snow rather than coming down as rain, obviously. So Plevna area, Denby, I'm assuming, in that Cloyne kind of area, definitely being reported as snow. So thank you for that update. Very much appreciated. Expired PCP just starting to rain in the Bayshore area near the 417, 416 interchange or split. So that's on the very edge of this precipitation, which we're talking about right in this area here. So thank you very much for that update. And so that's as this precipitation is moving into the area. Oh, Kalina, thank you very much for the donation. Very much appreciated. That goes a long way to helping us. So thank you very much for that. A-Rock saying rain has now started in Barrhaven. Too dark to tell if it's freezing. I've got that exact same problem here in Kempville, but I suspect it's mostly going to be rain. So we'll see how that progresses as this precipitation is moving through. We're now quarter after 5, roughly. It's 5:12. So we'll see whether this continues to be rain. And I'm going to patch over here and take a look just to see if there's anything on any of the road networks that are showing any issues. I don't see anything right now. I'm checking highways. 17 coming into Ottawa, all green. 416, Highway 7, 401 definitely showing clear as well. So, which is great. This is what we want to see. Not, like I said, the organized chaos that was the other night on Sunday with that snowstorm that moved through, even up to Pembroke, still green. There is a slowdown up here. It looks like just east of Mackay, it's definitely got a yellow heading eastbound. So that may be due to, I don't have any cameras up there, so I cannot take a look, but it is just in that heavy precipitation on radar. So we can see, it's on the very end of the precipitation, kind of up in this, whoops, not clicking on the right thing here. So apologize, but right in this area right here is what we were looking at there. So a bit of a slowdown just eastbound, but nothing of any major significance. That's the only thing I'm seeing on the mapping. So let's just take a further look here just throughout the region. Yeah, mostly green everywhere we go. So nothing out of the ordinary there. And let's flip back to this. So Barb saying raining in Barhaven now, confirming that as well. Take a look at the Charlotte Lake camera coming from Connor. So let's zoom in here. Let's take a look at this. So let me pull that up. So this is the Charlotte Lake camera. It looks... honestly, it's hard to tell. I'm not 100% sure whether this is just rain, but I can see, actually, no, this is freezing to a certain extent, because if we look at this image, you can see in the lanes of traffic, you can see the tire marks from vehicles that have passed through. So this is definitely got a freezing component to it. Again, you can now, when I look at it closer, you can definitely see the lanes of traffic as vehicles are driving through the darker spots. So there is some accumulation happening here. So it's right on the edge on Highway 7. And again, this is the Charlotte Lake cameras, which are located right here in my screen where you can see my mouse to the southwest of Ottawa. So again, different areas are experiencing slightly different things, and we're teetering on that boundary. So what else have we got here? Chris saying rain in Dunrobin, nothing significant yet, which is good to hear. More of the precip heading your way. The Dunrobin area being just to the west of Ottawa. Arnprior just on the kind of the edge of the darker red here. So as this moves that way, we are going to see more rain, but it's good to hear that it is just rain at this point. So I'm glad to see that the freezing rain for the most part is underperforming. Whether that sustains for the next 2 hours or 3 hours, that'll be the key, but we'll definitely keep an eye on that just to make sure that we keep people appraised if anything does start to switch, that we can keep you guys posted on what's going on. So what else is here? Rain coming down and hard mixed with snow with thunder and lightning coming from Lee. I'm not exactly sure where you're located, Lee. If you could let us know in the chat, just so I can confirm where you're talking about. I'm seeing that bunch of lightning and stuff north of Kingston, kind of in that area. So I'm assuming maybe, Lee, that's where you're from, because I'm showing a couple of lightning strikes and intense heavy rain in there, but you're saying also getting snow as well. So just if you can confirm where you're located, that'd be awesome if you're still in the chat. So just drove Montreal to Prescott, no weather yet coming from Pete. Yeah, you would have just beat it coming down, the 20 from Montreal, then into the 401, and then getting into Prescott. So you beat it all just by the shortest of margins. Let's put it that way. So what else? Bob Cajun. Okay, so Lee is in the Bob Cajun area. So let me pull that up on radar here and pinpoint that for everybody. And for anybody that's not familiar with it, Kawartha Lakes, Bob Cajun. So you are down just to the north of Peterborough. Let me see if the radar here shows anything different. So that's interesting that it's coming down as snow, because the radar down there from King City is showing as rain. But that goes to show you that the radar is not accurate, because again, at the surface versus what's happening up in the storm is definitely different. So that's why when we talk about this transition area where we go from red to green and yellow, red being your freezing rain or ice pellets, and then your green yellow will be your rain or regular precipitation. It's not always accurate where that is located. That's just the radar's representation of it above the surface. So just keep that in mind. And so we're seeing this stuff starting to now get in onto the edge of Ottawa. So that will soon be just raining in Ottawa and the surrounding area. So hopefully, again, this is just rain for the most part, and we'll be okay, and won't have any travel issues, anything like that. So what else is here? Just seeing if there's any. Okay, no other. Oh, still getting freezing rain in Pembroke. Temp is 0 Celsius. So thanks for that quick update, Andy. So again, Pembroke seems to be. Whoops! I just hit my microphone. I apologize for that. Pembroke kind of seems to be where that freezing line is changing. So where it's consistently staying as freezing rain for the most part. So that's good to hear. So ice pellets in Orleans now. So definitely the front, it seems like the front edge of this system as it's moving in has more of that freezing component. And on the back end, we're definitely seeing some more, warming temperature. And again, we're splitting hairs almost where we're down to half a degree or even less. That's affecting how this goes. So I'm also getting a comment from Ali saying it seems like it's raining in Pembroke. So it may be a mix as well. So good to hear from multiple perspectives down in the area. So thank you very much for that as well. So let's just take a look here. And if anybody has any questions, fire them in the chat there. I'm going to probably take a quick water break here just to refill my water and take a 5-minute break. I need to rest my voice a little bit because I'm starting to hear it change a little, which is kind of funny. Let me just take a look here and see if there's anything that I need to address. I'm going to see if anybody's posted anything. Again, if you have anything to report and you want to submit a photo or a video, we have a Facebook group called Canadian Weather Live Reports. It's a group you can join, and we've got like 2,200 members in there. So as long as it's weather related, we'd love to see it in the group, and also we can share it live on the stream if it's weather related photo for what we're covering, again, or video even. So definitely we appreciate anybody that submits anything there. So just got Dunrobin from Chris sending an email there about 15 minutes ago saying just rain or light rain here. What else have we got here? Perfect. Just getting some emails in the Gmail account, so just making sure anybody's got any questions or anything to do with the live stream that I can kind of flip through that. So
I'm wondering, yeah, so I was just double checking also the Santa Claus parade in Kempville is on for another 30 minutes or so. We are getting some more power outages, so I'm going to bring this up on the screen. This is an interesting one. I don't know, seems to be, I think that's a software interpretation, but they're showing 222 customers out. Uh, I don't know why it looks like a icicle or whatever. That seems to be a strange and long area for a power outage, but it's probably a glitch in their software. Somewhere in the Cloyne area, it looks like west of Cloyne, there's a couple hundred people without power there. So just small power outages is what's happening. I'm gonna zoom into the Carlton Place one. I can see that it's got multiple sections, but there's two tiny ones and then this bigger one here that's still there. So nothing has changed in that respect. We covered it a little while ago. There may be a new one here in Perth, but this is a small one, only affecting fewer than 20 people. So not much information on that one. So that's the power outages. So let's just zoom out here. This is the road network right now. Again, showing mostly green, other than what you would expect in the busier metropolitan areas, in terms of traffic. So let me just jump back into the chat here. Okay, things definitely moved along here. So thanks for your show. Wonderful help. Picton, Ontario, coming from Thomas. Thank you for tuning in. You guys definitely got quite a bit of rain there. Hopefully, that's all you got was rain. There was some thunder and lightning to your north, but Picton definitely on the edge of Lake Ontario. I would hope that all you're getting is rain at this point, and nothing of the freezing type. So, what else have we got here? Light rain just started in North Gower, which is just to my north. So the radar is showing that as well. So definitely confirming. I think I'm hearing some precipitation outside. I'm just in Kempville, so I'm down here, North Gower. Actually, North Gower would be somewhere right up there. So yeah, we're definitely just on the very edge of that precipitation as this stuff is moving eastward. So what else have we got here? Sorry, and I had the wrong screen up when I was showing that, so apologize for that. Going to take a quick break here in a second. Got some light precip in Vanier, some ice pellets and rain hitting the window coming from Canadian Beach. Thank you for that update. It is going to get a little more intense in terms of the rain. Hopefully, it goes away from the ice pellets and just stays as rain for everybody as much as possible. So, what else have we got here? Mixed rain ice pellets here in Ottawa, Manor Park from Stargazer. Thank you very much. Just south of, so far just rain on the south side of Spencerville. The flagstone has no ice on it, so that's coming from Angela. Thank you very much for that update in the south side of Spencerville. Vernon and Winchester just started between there, coming from Quasi Questions, and stopped raining in Barhaven. Definitely nothing freezing at this point from AROC. So yeah, you're in a mixed pocket of where there's isolated precipitation and then pockets of dry air as well. So, but it's going to pick up shortly because this is moving through to the east. So, and now rain is starting in Cardinal as well, coming from Veronica. So, thank you very much for that update. So, I am going to go on break here for a minute. Give me a few minutes there, and I will be back. So, unfortunately, I can't put on hold music. We were talking about doing that, but then as soon as I do that, it's licensed. And if we don't have a license, we get demonetized and they put a strike against our channel. So you're going to have to stare at a graphic with the radar just kind of playing in a loop for here. And then I'm just going to throw that up and I'll be back. So give me 5 minutes or so and we'll be back with you guys.
I'm back. And we're going to look at something here. So, water break is over. Oh my goodness, what's going on in the chat here? Freezing rain starting in Mville acres. So I just want to get back through the chat here. Make sure I don't miss anything. Cardinal on the deck. Okay, so on the deck, it seems like the raindrops have frozen because it's crunchy underfoot. Dunrobin Shores, the freezing rain is here. Salt trucks have gone by once so far. Perfect. Freezing rain starting in Elmville Acres coming from Mike. Thank you very much for that update. Elmville Acres is in the Ottawa area for anybody that's not familiar. So we can see the main body of the precipitation is moving into the region, and it's literally just based on small little things. So Susan asking bets on power outages. I don't think this is going to be as a big effect as we thought originally. So I think power outages will be kept to a minimum, and I'm fingers crossed that that's the case. So what else have we got here? Just light rain in Bell's Corners between Ottawa and Canada. Yes, thank you for that, Wendy. Appreciate it. Show me to the mic, Chris. Bunch of singing stuff going on. I guess we're waiting for somebody to step up and sing while I'm on break. I'm assuming that's what all the chat is about. You need a commercial video with all your info play on a loop coming from Sonia Lacroix. That's a good thing. I will definitely look at editing something up so that I can throw that up as I take a break. So thank you very much for that advice, and I'm definitely going to mark that down. So what else have we got here? Just making sure I'm keeping up here. Good rain at Clayton Lake coming from Lake Time. Thank you for that. Everyone say, oh, Jesus, Connor. Yes, it's my birthday today, so I'm live streaming on my birthday, but this is what I love doing. So I see a bunch of happy birthdays in there, so thank you very much from everybody. Much appreciated. Just another circle around the sun, as they say. So what else have we got here? Snow and rain mix in Carlington. So Carlington Park, I'm assuming that's in Ottawa. So thank you for that. And it's raining in Stanleyville. Happy birthday from Melissa. Thank you. So, okay, let's get back to this. I'm actually going to pull up Ontario Environment Canada, what they put out for for tomorrow and Monday. I know there was a bunch of comments in here in regards to in terms of snow for London area. And so I'm going to just pull up a graphic here. I'm going to share this up off of my page here. So this is actually to do with tomorrow, and they're highlighting the Ottawa area for 5 millimeters of accretion with this system as it moves through. I think that's overzealous at this point, but we'll see how this progresses. But I think that that's overzealous for this event, the way it's just unfolding. People were mentioning in the chat about a bunch of snow on Monday, and I said I suspect it's lake effect snow, and that's exactly what's happening. So we have 2 areas of lake effect snow for the Monday time frame. The biggest one, obviously, would be down towards the London area, which is section B here. They're calling for 20 to 40 centimeters of snow, and it's 100% to do with the lakes, just the wind coming across it and then turning into a conveyor belt of snow dumping onto shore. So they're saying 70-kilometer-hour winds could be affecting that region as well with this. So a lot of blowing snow. So if you're Monday, if you're anywhere in this orange area, definitely be prepared for terrible travel conditions, because I've chased lake effect events where you get a foot of snow, and this can be literally
where this line is drawn is not accurate to what's going to happen. It doesn't mean it's going to be exact, but you can go from bare pavement to a foot of snow within a kilometer. Sometimes the gradient is that tight. So that's definitely one area to keep an eye out for on Monday. And then coming off the lake as well. So section C coming north of Toronto. So that should be kind of down towards Barrie area. This looks like on the very west side of Barrie. They're talking 10 to 20 centimeters of lake effect snow. So again, same thing. If they get 20 centimeters, that's quite a bit of snow. So just wanted to bring everybody up to speed on that, just because it's been mentioned in the chat as well. So just wanted to make everybody aware and kind of show what Environment Canada is thinking for that. So if you're anywhere in those areas for Monday, so it's valid Monday from 5 o'clock till Tuesday at 6 o'clock. So this is actually an event overnight Monday into Tuesday evening. So kind of a 24-hour period. So Monday, Tuesday is not going to be fun in specifically the C and B areas. The big gray area, they're talking about mostly just 70-kilometer-hour winds. And then there's a small pocket of snow that could extend into Toronto, where they're talking 5 to 10 centimeters. So just something to keep in mind for the coming days. So let me just jump back into the chat. Thank you guys for the happy birthdays. That's awesome. You guys rock. What else have we got here? I think I've covered most of it. Renfrew Scanner is warning people to slow down and drive with caution, coming from Andy. So thank you for that. Jennifer, thank you for the happy birthday. And Sonia saying a freezing rain has started in Hammond, which is kind of east of Ottawa. So that again is that leading edge of this precipitation as it moves into the region. It is coming down as freezing rain, but then seems to change into rain. And I did wander outside, checked on my precipitation here in Kempville, and it is not freezing to anything. The car is covered in just rain. So I checked that out. I even checked the ground. So south of Ottawa looks to be rain as well. So this is all fantastic news for everybody. I like when freezing rain events underperform. I'm actually happy to be wrong in that situation. So that's awesome. Just took a sip there when we'll jump back into here. Freezing rain warning just issued for Osgoode, Winchester. A lot of Eastern Ontario quasi questions coming in with that. I'm somewhat skeptical that there's going to be a lot of freezing rain, especially with how things are going right now, and especially south of Ottawa, because Osgoode, Winchester, all of that is to the south. Far Eastern Ontario may end up with some freezing rain, but we'll keep an eye on it. So, Andre, thank you very much for the well wishes for my birthday. Yes, I enjoy keeping everybody up to date. So, glad everybody's tuned in and having a good time. So let's just take a look here. Elmer, Quebec getting ice pellets and freezing rain, coming from Joel Parent. Thank you for that update. So we'll just jump into Elmer. So just on the other side of Ottawa here, tucked into this corner. So again, the leading edge of the precipitation tends to be more of the freezing variety, and then as it moves through, it moves over to rain. So that's what I'm kind of the pattern that I'm seeing for the Ottawa area. And so I suspect that's going to continue. And again, as we get later on tonight, we'll end up with just mostly rain for the most part. So that's good to hear. So moderate freezing rain for Canada right now, coming from Tornado Pro. Thank you for that. And then Kirby, rain started here in Orleans. So again, we just talked about 3 different areas, and we're getting different precipitation in all 3 essentially. So it's just a mixed bag this afternoon of what's going on. what's going on here. Let me just double check. Let me pull up Google Maps. That's what I was looking for. So let me flip over here. Everything looks green in the area. Obviously, Ottawa downtown, like going through the meat of Ottawa, has the slowdowns. Those are typical. The 50 has a slight slowdown here by Masson and Masson-Angers. So typical, I think, of that area. I've seen it fairly consistent where it slows down there, but the rest of it looks fairly green on the Quebec side. Nothing jumps out at me, no road closures going all the way back to Lachute, but there's no real precipitation headed that way. So at this time, what else have we got here? Just scrolling up. Everything seems to be green from the most part. Just coming through here, Mattawa. Yeah, so like I said, not affecting commute or travel today in any kind of real serious way. Everything seems to be green for the most part. People probably driving very responsibly and slowing down in the precipitation. So again, when we get into this freezing rain aspect, it is underperforming at this point. So Andy just commenting here, check the Petawawa camera again. It's icy here in Pembroke. So I will jump on that just to see again. So Petawawa, this, we'll see what time this came up at too. That's the other thing. There's definitely something sticking to the camera up here. So let's see here. It's having a hard time. So there's some kind of precipitation sticking to the camera. I cannot tell from that whether that, Andy, is freezing rain, but you're in Pembroke, which is to the south of Petawawa, and you're saying that there's, there's still icy in Pembroke. So I'm assuming, being to the north, this is probably, based on what I'm seeing, the camera, it looks like that this is kind of a freezing rain, or maybe ice pellets, not ice pellets, but more ice than just regular rain at this point. So, which stands to reason, being further north we go, the more chances of that kind of stuff happening. So, okay, and that slowdown is construction. Yes, if you're referring to Ottawa, yeah, they definitely have, the construction has definitely been a consistent thing here, there. So, okay, accident at 417 near the Parkdale. Okay, let me take a look here. So, I'm gonna pull up, see if I can find the camera at Parkdale. So I'm gonna zoom into Ottawa here. Where are we? There's the corner. Yeah, it shows. Oh yeah, okay, perfect. Thanks for that update. I don't know which one of my mods that was. I want to give credit where credit is due. Veronica. Okay, thanks, Veronica. I'm going to pull this back up here. We'll take a look at it. Well, if it'll work. Okay, sorry guys, just struggling with the interface there. So there's definitely some kind of accident happening here. So I'll bring it up on the screen. This is at Parkdale on the 417. You can see there's several lanes blocked here, obviously with some blue flashing lights. So definitely a slowdown at Parkdale due to an accident. So that's off the camera. That looks like it's looking down towards into Ottawa. So the accident shows on the opposite side though. So I'm confused about that. I'm almost sure this is the red lights are eastbound and the white lights are westbound is my take on that. I could be wrong, but so that's the accident that we're talking about in the Ottawa area, just so people are aware. And you can see, yeah, so you can see at Parkdale here how red it is all the way back. So definitely some slowdowns happening in the Ottawa area. So anybody traveling, just keep that kind of in mind. So good to know that. Thank you again, Veronica, for that one. And I've got, so what have I? Oh, my camera is picking up on some stuff outside. There's a blue tinge to it, but that's just because it's so dark. I'm just gonna double check here. It's the right side of the image. It's just from the light post. So that camera's useless in the dark is what we're finding out. So what else? Okay, so I've got caught up with all comments. Everything is good there. Just gonna make sure that I'm not missing anything else. Okay, and I'm gonna double check our Facebook page to see if anything's happening in there. I'll run the radar here so you can see as it's all approaching Ottawa. Let's see here. We got a bunch of people wanting to join the group here, so just going to approve some people here. Perfect. Okay, a bunch of new people joining up to Canadian Weather Live reports on Facebook, so that you guys can post in the group and add photos and that kind of stuff. So anybody who's not familiar with it, I know we've posted the link in the chat, but we have a reporting group where you can put photos, video for anything you're seeing in the region to do with this weather. Even when there isn't, when we're not on the live stream, you can post. It's a good community in there. There's 2,200 members. So Canadian Weather Live Reports is that group. So I know some people have submitted some questions by email, so I will reply to those when I come off the stream, probably tomorrow at some point. So your questions will get answered, and we welcome those questions all the time. So thank you for sending those in. So, okay, so we've gotten precipitation has moved into pretty much Ottawa, Kemptville. There's a small pocket where we don't have precipitation, just kind of in this area right in here. So that's going to close off very soon over the next few scans. Again, the leading edge seems to be freezing rain or ice pellets and then kind of changing into rain. So very minimal impact, which is fantastic. The good news is the Kemptville Santa Claus Parade probably got off without a hitch. For the most part, maybe got a little bit wet, but nothing too crazy. Cornwall, I think, would have pulled off the same thing. So that's fantastic in that regards for anybody, that was watching or partaking in the Santa Claus Parade. So what else have we got here? I just want to see here. Yeah, and I'm going to switch over to the Montreal Blainville radar, and again, the precipitation has stayed out of that region for the most part, which I'm curious how this unfolds for Montreal. It looks like it might be it may not be a lot that happens for Montreal. It's just a question of if you're watching from that region, whether this moves in and maintains and kind of goes in this direction, if it keeps its intensity, or if it kind of weakens over the next few hours. So we'll keep an eye on that as this progresses. But for downtown Montreal or the metro area for Montreal, not much is happening. It's just on the edge of Hawkesbury. From Mont Tremblant, basically south, there's a bit of precipitation happening at this point. I would venture to say Tremblant area is probably snow at this point. And then, possibly changing to rain as you go further south. So switch back to the Ottawa or Franktown radar, which is just southwest of Ottawa. We're getting a ton of rain back towards Kingston along the Seaway. That's going to be all rain. Even though we're showing red, I suspect that this radar is just interpreting that higher up in the storm. And it's not what's landing on the surface. So again, kind of Ottawa south of there, you can kind of expect mostly rain from this event. When you get between Renfrew and Pembroke is kind of where I think that things are freezing up somewhat. So, and even that's stretching it a little bit, but that seems to be, we're getting reports from Andy up in Pembroke that, from there northward, we're seeing some freezing happening. So, which is great. That's a lot less impact than what we were expecting on this event. Again, I don't think I'll see any ice down here in Kemptville, the Ottawa area. The Ottawa area may see some, but I think it's going to be minimal at best right now. So, what else have we got here? Danny saying, I'm not reading the last part, but Danny says Uber Eats time in Orleans. Awesome. Yes. I don't have that. Well, actually, we have Valley Eats now, but I've never used it out in Kemptville. So I'm not 100% sure if they service the area, but I suspect they do. It's too easy to order food, so I got to keep it healthy. The Weather Network is predicting 30 millimeters to 40 millimeters of freezing rain for Canada. If that happens, then it would be catastrophic. I'm just going to go with the Weather Network today is not on the ball. I don't know what's going on. Hopefully nobody from there wants to shoot me, but it's definitely nowhere near that. I would be absolutely shocked if that was the case. They started out at 23, went down to 15, back up, and now we're in 30 to 40 millimeters of it. And I was just showing you guys the graphic of what Environment Canada was saying, 5 millimeters. So huge discrepancies in that, and that generally indicates that there's not a lot of faith that you can put into that just because of how things are going. So I'm just getting a note here, Connor typing in that there's an accident. Pinecrest accident has the 417 backed up to Nicholas. All right, I think you meant Parkdale accident, because I don't think there is one at Pinecrest. So just want to confirm that, Connor, that you're referring to the Parkdale accident, because that's what it looks like to me based on Google Maps. So if you can confirm that. Auntie saying 5:53 p.m. rain just started between Vernon and Marionville. Perfect. Thank you for that. East of Ottawa. So again, all this precipitation is starting to move into that region. So we're all going to get in on the game here. Anybody watching, from the Eastern Ontario area. Again, south of Ottawa, rain for the most part. North of Ottawa, iffy. So Connor just saying, oops, you're right. So yes, Parkdale accident has things backed up all the way to Nicholas. So for anybody in the Ottawa area, definitely a slowdown. And you can see it here on Google Maps that we're talking basically all of this is slowed down because of the accident. And then the opposite side, a lot of that has to do with rubbernecking, unless there's actually two accidents there, but it doesn't look like it. So it's all on the westbound lanes. That accident had 2 lanes closed, and we were looking at the cameras there where you could see that 2 of the lanes were blocked. So just traveling through Ottawa right now is no fun for anybody. Not more than likely not to do with the weather, but you never know what caused that accident. So, but keeping everybody appraised of that. So, Little Poots, wow, that's a lot of snow. I guess it's coming to Montreal soon. No, this is all of what you're seeing on the radar screen right now is rain or freezing rain. It is heading eastward, but right now what we're seeing, the trend seems to be that the leading edge has freezing pellets or freezing rain in it, but then it switches over to rain for the most part. So we are kind of saying south of Ottawa is going to be all rain. For the most part, and I'm south of Ottawa in Kemptville, about 30 minutes south, I checked outside and it's just rain at this point. So you can see how this is slowly moving towards the Montreal area, but I'm hoping that this is all going to be rain for the event, and that this whole entire freezing rain event will underperform, is what it looks like. Google has 4 accidents showing on the Queensway, coming from Susan Robertson. Yes, I was just looking, and it does look like there's some in the eastbound lane. somewhere near Clyde, maybe. Yeah, somewhere near Clyde, and so big slowdowns in the Ottawa area. So everybody just keep that in mind if you're traveling in the Ottawa area. Just having a look at that now. So what else have we got here? As of now, still better to stay off the roads if I don't have my snow tires on yet. Would be a southbound drive to airport area. So yeah, I mean, if you're going to drive on the 417 through Ottawa, I don't recommend it right now, Danny, because there's a couple accidents and it's slowing things down. I think within main roads you should be okay, but you're not going to have fun if you have to go down the 417. So even without the winter tires, you should be okay. Temperature is not dipping too much to the freezing side. And that wasn't Danny that said that. Sorry. I apologize. That's G Groove. So I think you should be okay. Danny just saying all drivers be safe out there, and if he's Uber Eats customers see him fall, then don't laugh at him. Danny saying happy birthday, Tom. Thank you again. Appreciate it. Oh yeah, Senators are playing at home tonight. I forgot about that. Thank you for that's what Cold Dog it looks like. Added traffic for sure. So yes, anybody heading to the game, definitely not going to have fun on that 417 stretch heading out to the hockey game. So go Sens go while I'm at it. And then, so comment from M. Golden, yeah, Parkdale to Maitland is elevated pavement and could be slicker. I suspect that the road crews have got that treated, so it should be okay. But yeah, definitely just exercise caution this evening. There's no point in flying around in terms of any crazy speeds. But again, we're looking like most of this is going to end up rain. I am noticing that even on radar that if we go back here, I'm just going to play this back one scan. You can see how everything in here is red in the previous scan, and then it changes over and now everything is showing as rain. And then the latest scan that just popped in while I'm talking, this is the second time it's done that today. It seems to do that when I have a highlighted component, and I apologize for that. I've drawn on it and the scan comes in. It seems to crash the app. So that's an interesting bug. So yeah, so now it looks like there's more rain moving in with this system, and it's pushing up further north as this moves through. So again, I think for the Ottawa area, just looking at everything that I'm seeing, we're for the most part going to see, we're going to see rain for the most part. So let me see here. And anybody, while I'm waiting for this to update and just going through a couple of other things here, if you want to support the channel, you can definitely, we do have a merch store. Address is at the top. CWLstore.ca, and you can get mugs and t-shirts and all sorts of different things in there, so you get something for it and it helps us out a little bit. We all definitely appreciate that. Or if you want to send a donation, you can send an e-transfer to CanadianWeatherLive@gmail.com as well. We definitely appreciate any help or support in that regards. Anybody who's new on the channel, would love to have you subscribe to the channel and hit the notification icon so you can tell when we go live. We also do post forecasts as well. So that's a new thing we've started doing, is posting forecasts the day of any kind of event, just to walk through. So Connor does that, and he basically gives you a rundown of what's going on. Connor Mockett, Storm Chaser on Facebook as well, so you can follow him there for his personal page as well. So What else is here? Nice weather for the Grey Cup tomorrow. Yeah, the Grey Cup. Oh God, I did. You know what's funny is I didn't even remember it's the Grey Cup tomorrow. So that's a good reminder. I'll have to make sure I watch that. So yeah. Anyway, so definitely some weather moving into our region right now in Ottawa. So. Chris saying just rain now in Renfrew. Surfaces are a little icy, but it's close enough to the freezing mark that it's not going to be as big an event as you predicted, which is fantastic. I'm glad to hear that, Chris, all the way up in Renfrew. So again, that just is corroborating that the Pembroke area kind of seems to be where things transition. They're out of the meat of the storm soon. Within the next hour, I would say that the precip is going to stop in the Pembroke area. So that's good in that. Transition to freezing rain and ice pellets in Dunrobin coming from Chris Smiley. Thank you for that. So we are getting some transitioning happening in the Dunrobin area, which is Chris is reporting from right in this area here. So just to the west of Ottawa, up along the Ottawa River, essentially. So ice pellets and freezing rain in that area. Danny has subbed to the channel. Awesome. Thank you very much for that. We definitely and appreciate it. It gets us further into the YouTube algorithm. That's a tough nut to crack, as they say. So it definitely helps us get the information out to everybody on the platform when we have people sharing and liking the stream, so people can kind of tune into the weather just to see what's going on. So let me just see here. So and for those, if you're watching this on a TV, for example, I know we do have a lot of subscribers that do watch this on the TV using a smart app. There is a chat component that people can type in, but it's not, you won't see it on the television for the most part. So it's when you're using a tablet, a phone, or a computer, people can type in a chat, and that's where all these comments are coming from. So I know some people may be wondering what I'm talking about the chat or where I'm reading these comments, and it's all from that portion of it. But on a TV, you can't chat on the TV for the most part. So there are some that can, but it's very rare. So that's where you're seeing that kind of stuff. So. So that's just kind of let people know in case anybody's wondering. What else have we got here? Mark, good evening, sir. Good evening back to you. Good to see you on the channel. Perfect. Danny liked 188. Is that how many likes we have? That's kind of awesome. I always check the stats when we get when we get to the end of it, after I go and take a look at things and kind of check out what we've done. But 188 likes is awesome. So appreciate that very much. So let's just take a look here. I'm going to see if anybody's posted anything into the group itself. No new photos in there, just still the hail from earlier today. So that was west of Peterborough that we had some hail. So if anybody has any questions, by all means, and you're able to, throw them into the chat, or you can email the questions to us. I try and stay on top of the questions in there. Not always the easiest, but I do my best. Let's take a look here. So it looks like we are seeing that kind of freezing line somewhere in this neighborhood would be my best guess. North of this line, you're going to have possibly freezing, and then south of here, for the most part, you're not going to see any major freezing. That's kind of what we're hearing in the chat, comments, emails, and then what the radar is showing as well. So it's kind of a good visual in terms of what's going on. So Perfect. A-Rock was already following Connor, but dropped you a follow too. Awesome. Thank you very much. Much appreciated again. Um, and let's take a look here. I'm going to switch over just to see if anything is moving. Montreal, so far, for the most part, is escaping most of it. To the west of it, still again on the edge of Hawkesbury, Alexandria, that's kind of where the border of the precipitation is right now, and kind of heading northward from there. So Metro Montreal still avoiding it for the most part. Hasn't gotten there yet, so we'll see if it makes its way into Montreal. So not much to report from the Quebec side into the Montreal urban environment. Definitely north of Ottawa, we on the Quebec side, so in Cottage Country, up through that region there, definitely showing lots of precipitation. And I would suspect, because of the elevated terrain, that there's probably more freezing happening north of Ottawa when you're getting into Cottage Country and that kind of stuff. So whether it's coming down as freezing rain or snow, I am not 100% sure about that. So okay, so what's going on here? Since it's quiet, my 7-year-old has been glued to the screen. I'm casting it to the TV. She needs a shout out. Her name's Jazzy. Thanks, Tom, coming from Chris. Definitely big shout out to Jazzy. Thanks for following along. Enjoy you watching the stream with us here on this fine evening. So definitely, Tom, if you change to correlation coefficient, I believe the solid red is all rain and the mixed colors would be freezing rain, ice pellets. So I will definitely do that. So let's go. This is another view of what you can see in terms of on a radar, what we call correlation coefficient. So the solid red is all rain and the mixed colors would be freezing rain, ice pellets. So, yeah, I mean, the only thing I think about here is the proximity to radar. So again, radar, and I'm going to highlight this for people so they know, anybody who's new, Franktown radar sits roughly in here. As you move further away from the storm, you're moving higher up into the storm. And so therefore, the precipitation, it's colder temperature possibly up there, which will show differently as something closer to the radar. So I'm just explaining this to the people on the stream so that you guys understand what we're looking at here. So yeah, definitely, I think that what we're seeing here, let me get back to precipitation. We're definitely seeing how the freezing the freezing north of Ottawa versus the south of Ottawa is impacting things. So Claudine Levert, watching from Montreal, thank you for tuning in. So far, you're precipitation free for the most part in Montreal, which is great. And I'm really hoping it stays as rain or snow, not in between. The in between is never the fun part. So pouring rain in Carlington now near the Experimental Farm and Civic Hospital. Thank you for that update. So yeah, again, up in the radar, it's showing, I'm zoomed in here to Ottawa. This is red showing freezing rain, but it's coming down as rain based on what we're hearing from the ground. And that's not surprising at this point. So good to see that most of Ottawa is just getting rain and not that freezing component of it. So freezing rain on Prince of Wales Drive in Ottawa. So Prince of Wales, depending what part of it. Again, so definitely sounds like we're getting mixed stuff in Ottawa. One area is just getting rain, the other part's getting some freezing rain. So just be careful today. It's obviously changing back and forth from 1 minute to the next. So. And then A-Rock saying Barhaven raining pretty good, not seeing anything freezing on my car or driveway. So yeah, so again, south of Ottawa for the most part should be good with just rain at this point. So I'm comfortable in making that statement. So Let me just look here, just approving a few more people that want to join the group. And I'm going to see if anybody's posted anything. Feel free to share your photos or videos as well in that group on Facebook, Canadian Weather Live Reports. It helps us out as well, and we like to share what people submit. So let me just take a look here. So, okay, freezing rain on Prince of Wales Drive near or more towards Hog's Back. So down by the Rideau River as it moves through in that area. So Sharbot Lake Cam is looking pretty icy to me coming from Veronica. So let's go look at Sharbot Lake and let's pull that up. So Ontario 511, get out of Ottawa, move our way down to Sharbot Lake. That should be, where am I? Perth? There, Sharbot Lake. Okay. Yes, so this, okay, perfect. Thank you for that. So I can tell you that this is definitely freezing because you can see on this black cable running across, you're seeing tiny little icicles hanging from below it. So this is some ice accretion happening on Highway 7 near the Sharbot Lake intersection. So we can see that on the images. Again, you can see it that there is ice building up on the wiring and stuff like that, and the road looks pretty wet and slick as well. So good catch there, Veronica. Thank you for that. So definitely showing some ice accretion on the Highway 7 corridor. And then I'll take a look. That's the same camera. I'm going to take a look at this one in Arden and just see what the Arden camera is showing. I can't really, I'm not sure on this one. I'm looking for something that I can see if there's ice building up on it, usually a wire or a pole or something like that, but it's too hard to tell with the resolution whether that's the case here. But definitely looks wet in that region. So back to the southwest again. So I'm going to jump back up and look at the camera in Petawawa, see if it hasn't gotten any better. It's covered in something. So again, probably it's either very dirty, the housing of the camera, because that sometimes happens. I used to actually work in this business installing security cameras, and if they don't get cleaned, any light on that dirt reflects, and then it looks like you don't see basically anything. So I can't really tell on the Petawawa camera what's happening. I'm going to see if I can pull this one up. So this does look slick. Again, hard to tell just because of the poor visibility. Yeah, I'm just looking back and forth on this. So hard to tell, but that camera there could possibly show some freezing happening, but we're talking north of Ottawa. That's almost up to Mattawa, so significantly far from the main Ottawa-Gatineau area. So hopefully that's where the freezing is staying, way up there, and not coming down here. So getting a bit of freezing rain, it looks like, in Bourget. Denise reporting that in the chat as well. And then we're getting freezing rain south of Bank Street past Hunt Club. So it looks like a wave of freezing rain is moving through the Ottawa area. Hopefully that's the initial component of rain. I'm just going to switch over to reflectivity here so we can kind of see a little better where the heavier pockets are. So this is a different view. So anything yellow is kind of moderate rain. So that's where the most of it is happening. This just shows, it doesn't show you whether it's freezing rain or rain, that kind of thing. It just shows where it's the precipitation is happening. The green and the light green sorry, my monitor just shut off, so give me 1 second here, folks. I need to reset things. Hopefully it doesn't screw up the stream. So I'll continue talking about the radar. Hopefully that's still what you're seeing. So it's basically showing where that moderate precipitation is happening, but you're not seeing what type of precipitation it is. So let me get this back up. So yes, so stream, so hopefully survived that one. Let me just go back here. So let me flip over just to look at precipitation depiction. Okay, so let me jump back in the chat there. So like I said, the leading edge of this seems to have freezing rain in it, and then things kind of work itself out where we end up with just rain for the most part. After a little bit of a break, there are ice pellets coming down in Vanier coming from Canadian Beach. So thank you for that update. Calabogie, Chris, Carrie coming in saying moderate rain, not freezing on ground yet, and that's from the Calabogie area, so just due west of Ottawa, essentially. Thank you for that. Okay, Jeff Dixon, freezing rain is determined and reported with temperature being an absolute requirement. Professional observers will only report freezing rain if temperature is 0 degrees Celsius or lower. Yes, that's why when we were talking earlier, one of the components we were talking about was what weather stations were reporting if they were below freezing or above freezing. And it can be as much as a tenth of a degree will do it. But, we were talking that we were kind of on that knife edge. So thank you for that, Jeff. Definitely sounds like you have a background in weather based on that statement. And professional observer, I'm definitely not. I'm definitely an amateur. That's one thing I want to throw in there. We've done, this is not my career in terms of what I started out in life. This is a passion, so I definitely always have more to learn, actually far more to learn, and I will continue learning, I think, till the day I die. So, but thank you very much for that, Jeff. Activation station plots is helpful to see where it's above or below 0. Yes, it does on the radar app. The problem, Mark, when I do that, it pollutes the screen and it makes it really hard for people to read what's going on. We already get comments that they can't see the writing the way it is. That's why I don't turn it on, but I actually have my phone next to me with it turned on. So I can kind of glance at the phone if I need to, just to confirm what the temperatures are showing from the Mesonet. But I won't put it on the screen because, like I said, it just clutters things up. That's the main reason for it. So Mike saying Elmville Acres kind of on the southeast corner of Ottawa getting a slight accumulation. So some slight ice accretion, I would assume, is what we're referencing there. So thank you very much for that report as well. And then let me just jump back in here. Okay. Mark makes sense. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. I just want to be clear because we try and share as much info as possible, but I also can only put so much on the screen without it becoming way too busy. It already is busy if I look at it. So Jeff coming in, happy birthday. Yes, I have 35 years as a military meteorological technician. You are doing an excellent job. Well, that means a lot to me. Thank you very much for that. Wow, 35 years, that's a long career. And thank you for your service in the military. I always appreciate our military members. So that's awesome to hear. So hi, everyone from Ann Garvey. Thanks for tuning in. Welcome to the chat. Luckily, Ottawa area so far is experiencing mostly rain for the most part, but there are some freezing rain reports coming in. Multiple reports about Ottawa in my comment section. Freezing rain and ice pellets now throughout the city. 417 complete stop at Metcalfe. So let me pull that up. That's coming from Connor when he's referring to that. So let me bring this up. So anybody traveling in Ottawa going to the hockey game, do not take the Highway 417. We're going to bring this up. So right through here, it looks to be, stop clicking on things. It looks to be pretty bad in terms of travel. Westbound, you're talking all the way back to the Nicholas on ramp, essentially red all the way through, multiple accidents reported. And I'm going to pull up cameras and we'll just kind of go through all this. I know we do have a lot of people tuned in from the Ottawa area, so we'll go through that. And then eastbound, it slows down just after. What is that? The Clyde Avenue, between Clyde and Kirkwood that goes below the Queensway. Then it starts to slow down in there and then picks up after the accident. But it looks like westbound is the worst. So let's switch to the Ontario 511 cameras and kind of take a look at things here. So I'm going to zoom into that same area and just take a look here just to see what we're seeing. This is that's the self-storage building right at the Queensway and Carling. I recognize that. So that's that camera there. There's nothing additional there. Let's just take a look here. So wow, there's no traffic. So everything's slowed down on the right side. Left side is definitely at a standstill, as Connor was reporting. This is 5 minutes ago, this screenshot. So definitely travel westbound is not good, would be an understatement for it. So it looks like there's 3 lanes here and they have 2 of the 3 lanes closed. So this is the backup on the left side is westbound. On the right side is eastbound. You can see the blue lights and emergency vehicles blocking 2 lanes there still. This was 5 minutes ago again on the traffic camera. So we're just moving down the 417 further and further. Just trying to see. This one won't load. Oh, there we go. So yeah, you can see that it's completely at a standstill on those westbound lanes. This was a couple minutes ago. Let's see if we'll go back to this one here at O'Connor and see if that will load. Yeah, Queensway is a disaster. So if you can avoid the Queensway 417 heading westbound, I definitely highly recommend it. It's not a fun place to be right now. Google Maps confirming it with the cameras as well, backing that information up. So let me switch back to here and I'll get back in the comments and take a look at things here. So what else have we got? My car was reporting it was -1 where I'm in Elmer. Ottawa Airport is also reporting it being -1. Chances are downtown Ottawa isn't going to get any ice since they're usually a few degrees warmer. Yeah, and the other thing is the accuracy of, depending on the vehicle, those temperature sensors are not always really accurate. I've known over the years, but definitely, if you're looking at the reporting coming from the Ottawa Airport, that's accurate Environment Canada information there. So definitely, yeah, I agree with you. I think this is going to underperform in terms of ice, so which is fantastic. It looks like Carling is backing up as well. Yes, because everybody's bailing on the Queensway and trying to find a different way to get down there. So yeah, I would, traveling through Ottawa right now is not going to be fun, just because as soon as that Queensway gets jammed up, everybody, goes in different directions and tries to avoid, as much as possible. So commuting through Ottawa definitely going to be a struggle at this point this evening for the next little while till they get that accident cleared at that area. Mark coming in, car crash reported on 417 just now, probably due to the freezing rain. Depends what section of the 417. It says near North Glengarry, reports of weather hazard on Waze map as well, coming from Mark. So some people, and again, we talked about that we are going to get mixed precipitation today just because of that fine line between freezing and not freezing. So 61 here in Ontario. Beautiful outside. Coming from Kat. Kat, you have got to be from Southern Ontario. I know I was looking at Windsor and it was like 15, 16 degrees there. So we are definitely not getting that. So enjoy it while you can, because that's insane in November to have those kinds of temps. But up here, we're not getting that. So if going, Denise making a comment, if going to the Sens game, might as well skate your way there. We'll watch from TV without my skates. That's pretty funny. What have we got here? Ann Garvey, stay safe and off the roads whenever people can. And in my area, our hospital corp emergency department closes at 5 daily. So most people in my area try to stay home. Stay safe, everyone. And wise words, definitely. If you don't need to travel today, stay at home kind of thing. No reason to venture out for nothing at this point. So let me jump back into this. Just take a look at where that heavier precip. I'm just going to change to see here, just to have a look at the layout of where the precipitation is right now. So we are getting into the heavier moderate stuff for Ottawa. I want to play back. I'm just going to play back the radar here. I've been noticing. So it's interesting. Oh, Jesus, the radar's jumping all over the place on me. Sorry, guys. I'm just noticing these swirlies in here. I'm going to call them swirlies, but as this is moving through, they're kind of eddies, basically. On, like, if you drag your hand through water, you get that little swirling action behind your hand. That's essentially what's happening as the system is plowing eastward, and you can see it in a couple of spots. I noticed this one here. I think there's another one down here. And so they're like little eddies that come off that as it's moving, and you can kind of see that swirling action as it goes through. So just a weather nerd thing that I'm picking up on. I kind of pick up on the weirdest of things when I look at stuff. So still showing obviously quite a bit of precipitation heading throughout the region. So we're definitely going to continue to see this for the next couple hours at least. And we're now, 6:30? I know, Connor, we were originally chatting a while back that the transition to rain would happen between 8 and 10. I think it's going to happen sooner, if not already happening, based on what we're reading from people here. So Ann Garvey in the comments saying 11 for temperature at the moment where you're located. I don't know what part of Southern Ontario we're in, but yeah, definitely a lot warmer where you're located. So Mark saying getting my winter tires in 2 days, not going to go for a drive tonight. Very smart choice. If you don't, like I said, if you don't need to, what's the point? So Veronica's typing in that there's another power outage in the Maberly area, which this storm is moving through. So let's go take a look at the Hydro One app. Yeah, so there is definitely, thank you for highlighting that for me. So let me bring that up for you guys on the live stream. So Maberly area definitely showing a power outage, 95 customers, so not huge, but it's showing that there's a power outage in this area as storms have moved through. So I'm going to check to see if there's anything more that has happened on the map. Again, these little purple ones are very small numbers. I know the Peterborough area, that looks like the power has been restored. We reported on that about an hour or two ago. There was a chunk of people, almost 4,000, I want to say, 3,800, something like that. So that looks like that has been restored. So overall, nothing too crazy in terms of power. This one up in Mattawa area is still there. But definitely nothing of any significance or major power outages in the area. So we're keeping it to a minimum at this point, which is fantastic. So, okay. What else have we got here? Raining like a bugger in Kempville, but you probably already know that coming from Sensforce. I love the username on YouTube. So, yeah, I mean, I wish my camera would work at night because then I could show that. But definitely have noticed that the precipitation has picked up. We'll bring this up here. Again, my red dot is this right here just north of Kempville. So yellow on the radar reflects kind of moderate rain. Green to light green is, trace amounts. Then you get into oranges and reds in the summertime where you get, a ton of rain coming down. So decent rainfall for today. You can see south of here, there's definitely down towards Brockville, Lansdowne, there's some orange involved in there. So heavier rain down that way, but we're in kind of a pocket of some heavier rain at this point, and nothing freezing down here that I saw when I took my break. So again, we're just dealing with mostly rain, which is fantastic. I can't say that enough because the alternative is not a fun one. So let me just zoom back out here and we'll show how this has transpired this afternoon. So what else are we going here? Elmvale Acres, Mike coming in saying just rain now in Elmvale Acres, which is on the southeast side of Ottawa. Jennifer Graham saying sounds like ice rain on my tin roof. Yeah, you would definitely hear it a lot more on that. So Chris McDonald is back in the chat. Welcome back. Probably went for a dinner break or something like that. So welcome back. Lots of rain basically is what's happening. Helen, welcome from Brockville. I assume you're getting a bunch of rain at this point. Probably a bit of a gap right now coming into the Brockville area. You had some rain and now, no, it looks like it's just pretty consistent rain down in that area. If I switch it out to reflectivity, I'll have a better idea. So looks like Brockville's getting some heavier rain right now. So thanks for tuning in all the way from Brockville. Caroline Holt, I'm on Carling Avenue in Ottawa on my break right now. My shift ends at 11 p.m. Do you have any idea what the roads will be like then? Still potentially freezing rain. So Caroline, thanks for jumping in the chat. It looks pretty good, especially towards 11 p.m. The ice quotient of this system is underperforming at this point. So I think, especially if you're on the main roads, you'll be fine. Travel should be okay. And by 11 p.m., I know the Queensway right now, 417, we've been chatting about, is at a standstill at the Parkdale area. And that will all be gone by the time you get off at 11 p.m. for the most part. So you should be okay. And the freezing rain, I don't think will be there by 11 p.m. Would be my educated guess at this point. So what else? Just took a walk out in Elmer, mostly a rain sleet mix coming from expired PCP. Thank you for that. More rain than ping sounds in Chesterville coming from Jennifer. So that's good. You can audibly tell what's happening outside without having to get dressed and go outside. So that's awesome. Caroline, my pleasure. Thank you for tuning in again to the chat and asking the questions. So that's what we're here for. Salt trucks are out in full force in Ottawa, and they have a night shift. So, Caroline, you should be okay coming from Moose Hunter. So, yeah, that's just confirming everything we were thinking. As long as main roads are being treated, the main arteries should be good. And I think that the freezing aspect of it isn't going to play as big a role as we thought it would. So, that's fantastic. So, what else have we got here? I'm just going to check into our Facebook group and see if there's anything posted in there. Still nothing in there at this point. Just going to double check with my moderators, make sure I'm not missing any kind of chat that needs to be answered. Yeah, okay, perfect. I'm actually going to do one thing here while we're waiting. I'm going to look at models just to see how they've changed and to see if they've kind of adapted to what's going on. Let's see what this model run looks like. Just watching the cycle here, this model is still sticking with freezing rain, but we know that's not the case. This is at 11 p.m. So it looks like there may be some trace snow on the back end of this overnight for the Ottawa area. I think it's going to stick mostly to overnight. It'll be mostly into the Gatineau side, Quebec, on the Quebec side, north of the Ottawa River, and then during the day we may get some trace in eastern Ontario in the Ottawa area, but minimal at most. So just kind of checking what the models were thinking there. So having a look at that just to keep everybody, kind of up to speed as to what's going to happen tomorrow. So what else have we got here? Yeah, Rock, yeah, by 11 p.m. main roads will probably be good, as the salters will be all over the main roads. Tizzy saying my clothes are being rinsed, so there you go. The clothing system worked out for you, so I'm glad to hear that. Mike saying he did see Ottawa pre-salting the bus routes, so also good to get that confirmation. So it sounds like City of Ottawa is going to be in good shape for this because it's not going to put out as much ice as we were expecting, and crews are out there already taking care of it. So what else? I'll be salting at 4 a.m., A-Rock says, with party emoji in there. So that's too funny. Yeah, the night shift is coming, so hopefully you got some rest at some point. I'm never good with staying up overnight unless I've, either gotten up late in the morning or I've had a nap or something like that. So Jennifer chiming in here, shingles are icy, but the road is wet, so that's good to hear that the ground surface temperature is warm enough that it's not freezing to it, and hopefully that's because also the road's been treated. So good to hear that coming from everybody here. So let's just take a look here. And I'm going to zoom back out here, take a look if Montreal's starting to get in on the game, and they're still not. So just for those folks that are tuning in from the Montreal area, I'm going to kind of look at this. I know I've been concentrating on Eastern Ontario, but that's where the most precip is happening. It seems that as precipitation is approaching the Montreal area, there's probably, I'm guessing, a dry slot of air right in this area here, because you can see the precip is going, and it gets near this line, and it kind of dissipates. So without looking at too many parameters, I'm suspecting that's what's going on. So again, Metro Montreal for the most part is staying out of the precipitation. Just to the west, it's now kind of edging into Rigaud, kind of along the river there. Hawkesbury is definitely getting some precipitation out of this as well. And the eastern townships, St. Isidore, Alexandria, that kind of thing. So I'm just going to look at, but it's very light. Like that's the very leading edge switching to this new view. Obviously very light precipitation, if anything at all, making it to the surface. So again, not so far, nothing happening on the Quebec side in terms of Metro Montreal area that's of any significance. And it's funny, I look at radar and I immediately see these swirlies. I think that's just from my storm chasing and tornadoes and that kind of stuff. We're always looking for hook echoes, we call them. So I immediately take a look at anything that's kind of spinning or rotating just out of natural progression in terms of storm chasing. So anyways, so we'll get back to this. Kingston looks to be getting quite a bit of rain down along the 401. Kingston area is definitely seeing a ton of precipitation there for this evening. But again, this looks to be just rain south of the Ottawa area. So let me just bring this back up here and get in the chat. Douglas, rain steady in Morrisburg along the river, still +2. So, Douglas, thank you for that. Morrisburg, I'm going to bring it up on my. Come on. Sorry, I'm trying to bring it up on my software here. There it is. It populates. So, Douglas reporting from there that's rain and +2 according to his local weather station. So that's good to hear. So again, I'm happy to be reporting that it's mostly rain for the region. So Rick coming in from the Perth area, just home from around town. Nothing but a cold rain here, and I'm happy with that. We are on the same page, Rick. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you for updating us on that. The rain is definitely a good outcome for this. Mark, Andre, today in Western Quebec, we got freezing rain and snow. If you could tell me what portion, that would have been earlier on in the day, I suspect. Would be nice to know where that is so I can kind of update people. So thanks for that info. Connor saying, just heard on the OPP scanner an angry police officer saying they've had lane 1 blocked at Parkdale on the 417 for over an hour because they can't get the tow truck through traffic. Oh my God. People, yeah, if you're on the 417 and you're stuck in traffic, you're not helping if you can't get the tow truck through. You're just making it take longer. So that's an interesting thing to listen to. Connor just reporting that in the chat here. So again, if you're just tuning into the live stream, we do have a vehicle, or we have 2 lanes closed on the 417 near the Parkdale area, westbound. And just based on what the comment was written in there, that they can't get tow service in there to remove the vehicles and get that, area freed up. So, yeah, not fun. Tom Connors reporting in from Canada saying just raining now in Canada. So thank you for that. What else is here? Expected weather for Sunday, this region. Tomorrow, again, we are talking trace amounts of snow for most of the region, depending how this exits the area overnight. So, Connor, earlier we were talking about trace to 2 centimeters. Again, depending where you're located, but very, very minimal snow, if at all, depending where you are. So. Broadcastify Ottawa for scanner feeds. Oh, perfect. Thank you. That's from 79 Terra Firma, showing that. So yeah, it's interesting how you can listen to scanner feeds to get information. So we were talking about doing that on here, but with the audio, it would be too much on my end for me to handle. That's why Connor listens to it. So it's handy to hear what is happening, especially when we have, like on the snow day, we definitely got a lot of information from scanners just regarding accidents on the 401, on the Queensway, on 416, and then all the way to, so we had a bunch of information that we were putting out there as well. So Tizzy, you're welcome, no problem. Shiro, I'm just, your Greeley question mark, is that for tonight, tomorrow? I'm going to need a little more so I can help you out in terms of your comment in the chat there. So, expired PCP, weird question. With this much rain, whether it's regular or freezing, and the night temperature hovering around -1 to 1, wouldn't dense fog, ice build up after it rains? I definitely don't think we're going to get freezing fog out of this. If it does switch over to freezing, you will get that rain or standing water turning into ice. Obviously, that will happen on the edges of the roads. Anything that's being driven over or has been treated will just end up. What happens is as the vehicles go by, it sticks to the vehicle, freezes to the vehicle, and as more it dries out the road essentially. So I don't think there's going to be any issues with that because, like I said, road crews we've been talking about it have been out in force. So I don't think we're going to have any issues with that. So Tom Connor's correct. Freezing rain in Canada, trees and roads coated in ice, not an evening to be on the roads. So thank you for that update, Tom. Definitely Canada is getting some ice accretion in that neighborhood, in that area, I mean, sorry. I am going to try and pull up some cameras from Canada just to see. Unfortunately, they're going to be on the 4-lane highway, which should have proper treatment. But I'm just going to see here if I can pull up one that's got some visibility of anything where I could see where the ice buildup is. But let's pull this up. This is at Moody Drive, so you can definitely see there's obviously a lot of precipitation sticking to the camera. Road looks wet for the most part. Can't tell if that's sticking or not. Let's see what these can. Again, lots of precipitation coming down. It does look wet based on those headlights. That looks like spray coming off the vehicle in front of them. So definitely the roads are staying free of precipitation. I don't know what kind of alien stuff is going on here. There's some greens and reds and blues, but you'd almost think this was radar. But this is at the Palladium Drive for the Sens game, but not showing too well. So it looks like roadways are fine, but again, the comments we're getting, Tom Connors showing that there's stuff sticking to surfaces outside of roadways. So looking at this camera again, it looks like it's wet. Not a lot of accumulation or ice on the road that I can see from the photo, but again, hard to judge from photos. So that's what we're seeing there. So what else have we got here? Okay, so Greeley for tonight. Again, Greeley area, you're probably going to see mostly rain. It may freeze to, your vehicle standing objects. The ground seems to be warm enough that it's not freezing to it a whole lot. So we are definitely saying that the freezing component of this, so the ice accretion for this event, is lower than what we were expecting, which is great. I like to report that these things are underperforming, so that's good to hear. So for tonight, you're looking at mostly rain, cold rain basically, and then maybe tomorrow with a bit of, you may have trace snow overnight. We're talking trace to 2 centimeters is what Connor is predicting. So that's for the Greeley area, for the Eastern Ontario area in general. So Andy saying, looks like Pembroke has about 1 centimeter of ice buildup. So yeah, definitely seeing that accretion happening northwest of Ottawa. Thank you, Andy, for tuning in with that. I'm going to come back here and see if I can find a camera where I can get some kind of view of ice buildup up that way. The Petawawa camera was not cooperating. Just looked like it was mostly dirty, to be totally honest with you. And it's still showing that same night footage, so I cannot confirm on the Petawawa camera. But again, Andy's got eyes on the ground, and he's saying they've got about 1 centimeter of ice accretion in the Pembroke area. So thank you for that. The Derico Filmer Cat. It started drizzling in Montreal. Can't tell if it's freezing or not. So thank you for letting me know that that's coming into the edge of Montreal. Let's look at reflectivity here. So Montreal being right here, the very edge, and this is extremely light precipitation. Some of it may not even make it to the surface, but that blue line that I'm showing on the screen, and it's moving eastward, so to the right of the screen, that is the very edge of it. So you can obviously see that most of the heavier precipitation is still out in this area. Hawkesbury, kind of as far as east as it's gotten. So in the Montreal area, you should still be good for that. What else have we got here? OPP scanner question mark from Ottawa Aviation. So I know Connor was listening to the OPP scanner, and then there was a comment earlier, Broadcastify Ottawa for scanner feeds coming from 79 Terra Firma. So if you, Ottawa Aviation, if you're looking to listen in, you can do it through there. Expired PCP. Whoops, I meant ice fog. Yeah, I figured you did. It's not something I think that's going to happen, as I mentioned earlier. So in Ottawa area in terms of the freezing aspect of it. So Veronica, there's been some Waze reports of fog along the 401, but the cams don't show much. So yeah, definitely much warmer temperature down by the 401. They've got to be a couple degrees warmer than we are in Ottawa. And I'm actually going to look at my app and confirm that with the Mesonet. So bear with me 30 seconds here. Yeah, it's significantly warmer down by Belleville, well above freezing. Kingston, same thing. We're 2 degrees Celsius there. Yeah, so definitely possibility of fog. So I guess I don't know if that's how things are reported on the app, whether it's a drop-down menu or you type it in on Waze. I cannot remember that. So anyways, thank you for that, Veronica. Appreciate it. Tom Connors, can you post your Facebook page name again for photos? So it's Canadian Weather Live, which is our channel, and then it's just reports. So Canadian Weather Live Reports is our Facebook page. I can bring it up here. I'll show it to you guys. Just bring it up on the screen. So that's our Facebook page. Again, we have about 2,200 members in there. And if you scroll through, it's all posts to do weather. That's my photo of the Northern Lights the other night. This was the snow event last Sunday from Melissa. Other viewers submitting stuff, and then we get people posting. This was in September, storm moving through. So you can post. It's all weather related. So anybody who's interested, you can join that on the Facebook side of things, and you can submit photos in there, and we will definitely share them if we get the opportunity and it makes sense. So what else have we got here? I remember after the April 23 ice storm, ice fog developed over Upper Gatineau on Route 50 corridor for 1.5 days after it had stopped raining. Wow. Yeah, I'd have to look at the parameters for that. I do know that we had a crazy amount of rain, and we also had associated with that storm that made it amazing or unique for me as a weather nerd was all the lightning. So that was a fairly intense event. I'm curious what would have caused the fog to kind of stick around, along that corridor. So I'd be interested in knowing that. I don't have the answer to it, unfortunately. One thing I know how to say is I don't know the answer, and finding somebody who does know the answer is usually my go-to. So let's move back to the Ottawa area and just look here at what is happening. And we continue to have that precip move through the area. The far western portion of it, kind of Deep River down in this section here. So slowly making its way through the region and continuing on through Ottawa. So again, we're probably talking, we're 7 o'clock now. I figure that this will be out of the Ottawa area, around 10-ish would be and again, educated guess. It might be sooner than that, or it could be later. So let me jump back in here. Freezing rain, Lynn Dan 9821, freezing rain in Orleans. So again, on that leading edge of the precipitation, it looks like that's what we're seeing and experiencing. So this would be kind of what came through right here, this leading edge of the heavier precipitation. So thank you for that report out of Orleans, getting some freezing rain. Veronica posting a link to our Facebook group as well for anybody, the one I was just talking about, the Canadian Weather Live Reports. Thank you for doing that. What else have we got here? Broadcastify has OPP, MTO, and paramedic scanner feeds. Ottawa Police and Fire is encrypted. Thank you for that update, 79 Terra Firma. Appreciate that. I forgot. I always thought it was the OPP that was encrypted as well, but they're not, and I forgot about that because I was discussing this with Connor earlier this week. And so, yes, Ottawa is encrypted. OPP is not. So thanks for that to anybody who wants to follow along and listen to scanners. Sometimes you hear some weird stuff on there, I'll tell you that much. Elmville Acres Mike coming in saying raining hard on the edge right now. So definitely precip picking up on that southeast corner of Ottawa. So Mike's saying you guys are the best. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it. I'm an old snow removal guy from way back. Well, we appreciate you jumping into the chat and tuning into the channel because it's always fun to have everybody in here. If I was all by myself, I would probably be a little bit insane to be doing this. So good to have people I can interact with and keep up with. So what else have we got here? Ottawa Aviation, thanks. Yeah, I'm assuming that's to do with the comments on the scanners. Yeah, definitely. We're all here to help each other out. So Ottawa Police have a lot to hide. Yeah, I'm not touching that, but yes, I'm nodding at the same time. So anyways, yes, we don't want to get caught up in that kind of stuff. Keep it weather related, but I used to work in the security business back, I was in my early 20s when I started, and I used to work at a monitoring center that had a building right on the Queensway, and I used to live in overnights. I'd work on the shifts from 7 to 7 in the morning, and I would listen to the police scanners because you would see all sorts of crazy stuff happening on the Queensway. So it was always cool to listen to the scanner and just kind of understand what was going on. So I haven't done that in a long time, but it's definitely helping out with the channel and with getting information out to you guys. So we definitely will use it, and we will continue to use it. So what else? Let's take a look here. I'm going to pull up Google Maps. Let's take a look and see if they've got this this vehicle or accident, whether they're making any progress on it. So I'm just going to pull up our cameras here and zoom in and see if this accident has been cleared yet or not. If the camera will load. Oh, so the tow trucks are there, the good news. It looks like they have 2 lanes open there now. So it seems like they've made progress here in terms of that accident at Parkdale. I am going to switch over to Google Maps, so I can confirm that things are improving on both sides. So eastbound has gone yellow now, a lot less rubbernecking going on because there's nothing happening. And the red has now moved from, the Lees Avenue or Nicholas Street on-ramps, or in off-ramps, I should say. So it is improving. So the 417 is improving. Carling as well, because obviously not as many people are going on there. So it seems like traffic is improving through Ottawa at this point. Slow down around the 417, 416 split. But definitely looks like things have gotten better. So that's the good news on the 511 website, that things in Ottawa are improving. I'm going to zoom out of Ottawa and just take a look to see if there's any obvious slowdowns anywhere else. But I don't see that. And I see that basically everywhere is green. Heading east into Montreal area is green. Quebec side, just zooming in here, not showing any real slowdowns. Highway 17 is clear as well. So again, we're doing much better than we expected with this weather event, which is fantastic. Just looking at the 401 down to Toronto is green as well. Highway 7 all the way through is green. I'm not seeing any slowdowns anywhere right now being reported. So that's all good news for everybody there. So Okay, perfect. So I'm going to zoom back in here. I'm probably going to take a break here shortly just to grab some dinner before Melissa or anybody else starts yelling at me because I've been going for 5 hours. So, and it is 7 p.m. So I am definitely a little bit. Wow, this is kind of where I have dinner. So, anyways, Cray Cray Eats. Hey man, I was in Montreal for the 98 ice storm. I was 14 years old. Still remember it like it was yesterday. Stay safe, everyone, and keep up the good work, bud. Thank you very much. I definitely remember Ice Storm 98. I was without power for 10 days. That was one of the craziest weather events I've ever experienced. Because it was such a huge impact for such a long time over such a big region. And you don't know how much you love power till you don't have it. So, yeah, it definitely was. It was a crazy, crazy event. So, thanks again for being in the chat and on the channel. For those that are new, please hit that subscriber button or subscribe button and turn on notifications because it helps for you to know when we go live with any kind of weather events coming to the region. And it also helps us get into the YouTube algorithm. So we definitely appreciate that. So what else have we got here? Checking in, Randy coming in from Rainy Prescott. While grading assignments, thanks for keeping us weather aware. You're welcome. Our pleasure, Randy. Hopefully the grading is going well and you've got good students. I can tell you, I never did well in school. I could not learn the way they wanted me to learn in school back when I was in school. I'm 51, so it's been a long time. But anyways, we're wandering there. So yeah, I was never a good student. I'll tell you that much. Other than in auto mechanics, which I was an A student in that. So what else have we got here? Canadian Beach, me too, in Eastern Ontario. 15, family was out of power for 14 days. They slept on cots in our small apartment. Uncle was a volunteer firefighter. Got to do a couple of rounds with him. That would have been crazy. So, yeah, that was chaotic, the ice storm. So, Mike worked at Import Car Center way back. Well, that's kind of a small world, Mike, because my brother owns Import Car Center, and I worked there for 6 years. That's crazy. Yeah, now I need to know who you are. Anyways, small world, Mike. Good to chat anyways on this. But yeah, my brother definitely still owns Import Car Center. So, oh God, 79 terra firma went 18 days in the ice storm. We're starting to break some records in here. I don't know how long the longest was, but I think I heard somebody went a month or something like that. But yeah, 10 days for me, I was starting to lose my sense of humor about the whole entire thing. So for sure. Metal hydro towers on the ground, every pole snapped off. Yes, yeah. And the army came in. I totally remember that. So Tizzy saying Putin time. So and then Chris saying, yeah, it's about break time. So yeah, we're definitely going to take a break here. If you guys have been enjoying things, definitely hit the like button for us. And we really appreciate that. Connor, Highway 7 camera between Stittsville and Carleton Place looks like it has icicles on it now. So I'll quickly pan to that. Between Stittsville and Carleton Place. Oh, Ashton Station. Yeah, let me pull this up. I'll show you guys this before I take my quick break. So this is Ashton Station. At the bottom, you can kind of see, looks like ice building up on it. I don't know if that's just precipitation, but obviously very hard to see anything because it's covered. So more than likely, maybe a bit of ice buildup on that Ashton Station camera, which is southwest of Ottawa, just before you get into Carleton Place. So thanks for the heads up there, Connor. Montreal Ice Storm 1961. Yeah, I definitely wasn't around for that. That was 13 years before my time, but I've heard, seen crazy, photos of snow up to the roof, second story of homes and stuff like that. So, Yeah, never was fun. Annie's Inc. 3 weeks in the country, so also no running water. Oh my good God, yeah, that would have not been fun. So definitely 10 days is short compared to 3 weeks. It's twice as long. So anywho, okay, I'm gonna take a quick break here, grab a bite to eat. I will put the radar up here again and leave you guys for a bit, and then I'll jump back on here. And we'll continue to watch as this goes through. Again, mostly we're getting rain out of this. That seems like some of the colder stuff is, surfaces are holding some ice, but it doesn't look like it's going to be too bad. So I'll be back with you guys shortly.
I'm back. Anybody still here? Just kidding. Maybe I should check if there's anybody still here. Okay. We're just going to take a look at things here. Just was going over a couple of things while I was having my dinner and just looking at what the progression of the system's going to be. Luckily, this is definitely underperforming. I have some friends in Canada area that are showing some ice buildup on vehicles, and then southeast of Ottawa, it's just all rain, or on the south side of Ottawa. So it's amazing how just a tenth of a degree or two is definitely enough to create whether you're having ice buildup or not. Luckily, the road surfaces, I think, are going to stay ice free for the most part. So that is good. Glad to see everybody still here. I'm seeing in the chat everybody's commenting, so thank you for that. Like I even looked at my weather station here, and we're sitting at 0.2 according to my weather station. And in fact, I'm getting quite a bit of rain right now here in the Kemptville area. So it's definitely one of these systems that, we were predicting worse than this, but thankfully has underperformed, which I would rather that way than the other way around. Let's get back into this. So I'm going to keep an eye on this. We're going to go through it. I'm going to talk about overnight what we think is going to happen. But the good news is this is underperforming. It's not even, I'm just going to look at Montreal here. Montreal's barely getting in on the game. And again, I won't be surprised if it's mostly rain in the Montreal area and then switching into snow overnight. So they're probably going to avoid in Montreal, and on that portion of Quebec is going to avoid freezing rain for the most part, hopefully overnight. So just wanted to touch base on that. So the other thing is I'm going to have a look around. We're going to look at some roads. We're going to go back through everything. But you can see, I'm going to draw this out for everybody. Zoom in a little more here. There's kind of an arc of precipitation here. That's where the meat of the storm is. Everything behind it is basically very minimal. The strongest or the more dense rain is in this kind of arc that I'm highlighting on the screen here. So it's past the Ottawa area and it's moving towards Montreal, but again, I think it's mostly going to be rain. So let me just jump back in the chat here to see if there's any questions, if anybody has any comments. Traverse City, Michigan. I'm hoping that, so this is 42 Belanger commenting in the chat, obviously while I was gone at dinner. Hopefully the ice storm doesn't last too long in Ontario and Quebec. We're supposed to get snow later tonight in Traverse City. So yeah, like as I was just mentioning, that we're definitely getting a lot less ice than we were expecting, which is fantastic. Thank you for tuning in all the way from Traverse City, Michigan. Let me see here. Tom will be back shortly. Yes, I will be having dinner. I had nobody grabbed me by the ear lake time. I actually have learned my lesson to take my breaks, so that's what I'm trying to do, not get carried away with it. So Mike tuning in, Elmville Acres, it's starting to freeze. So I think we're going to see that kind of quotient happening where you're getting just on the verge of freezing. Less than, not less than, sorry, around the -1, that kind of thing is the most temperature drop you're going to see, I think, overnight. Huck tuning in. Good to see you, Huck, down in the Hawkesbury area, saying freezing rain in Hawkesbury. Doesn't look like he's happy about it either. And I don't blame you. What did I have for my birthday dinner? It's going to be pretty sad. I had a roast beef sub. Kept it reasonably healthy, trying to definitely eat a lot healthier these days. So
Nothing too crazy. I went out with the family last night for dinner, Chris. So we did dinner last night. So tonight I'm eating healthy. Had a roast beef sub and kept it simple. So Nancy tuning in from Van Cleek Hill. Always good to see you. And Marie Rochon also from Hawkesbury. Everybody, it's like that East Ontario portion of the chat has come in now that the precip is coming into your neighborhood down in this area here. Van Cleek Hill just kind of to the south of that. So yes, freezing rain coming into that area, but it's going to be a lot less than what we were predicting originally with models and all the information coming in there. So Jacqueline, thank you for the happy birthday, and happy birthday to you tomorrow. So both Scorpios in the chat here. So definitely, I think I would rather have snow than freezing rain or ice storm anytime in the winter here. Yes, 100%. I will take snow, ice pellets. I hate freezing rain. It's the worst thing ever. Lake Time saying ice building up at Clayton Lake, coming down as rain. So the colder surfaces seem to be allowing some freeze up to happen. So that's what you're experiencing there, and we're seeing that again. I was telling you guys about. I have a storm chasing friend in Canada. Vehicles covered in ice, and then ground seems to be reasonably good, but you go to just 30 kilometers away, southeast Ottawa, not even 30 kilometers, 20 kilometers, and there's no ice buildup. So it's different from almost neighborhood to neighborhood at this point. But again, I'm going to highlight that it's going to be a lot less than what we were expecting. So what else have we got here? Okay, so let's look around. If nothing crazy happens, there's nothing that jumps out when we're going through all this. I'll probably end the stream around 8 o'clock unless I see that there's going to be some potential for something bad to happen. Then I'll stay on. But other than that, I think we've dodged most of it at this point. And so we'll keep up with it for now. And then once I get through this again, I'll do an assessment at 8 o'clock and just see whether I maintain the stream or not, and kind of take it from there. So Marie Rochon saying a few tiny snowflakes in Hawkesbury right now. So definitely getting mixed precip in that area between snow and some freezing rain. Thank you for that update. Sleet, ice pellets in Orleans just switched to rain now, 7:30 p.m. So just a minute or two ago, coming from Brent. Thank you for that update. So on the tail end of this, it like I said, it tends to start more as a frozen precipitation of some form, whether that's ice pellets, freezing rain, or snow or wet snow, and then turning into more rain type stuff. So what else have we got here? So, okay, let's go take a look. I'm going to take a look at roads. We'll zoom out here and pull up Google Maps and start going through that and just take a look at the region. Wow, that can't be accurate. Wow, the 417 cleared right up. That accident was gone, and look, we've got nothing but green in here. I'm wondering if that's a Google issue or if it's accurate. So let's take a look at that camera. Look at that. That accident is gone, and all of a sudden, everything is good with the world again. So amazing what happens when you clear up that one accident. And I'm just going to double check that that's the right camera. Yeah, it's the right camera. So they've cleared that accident. 417 is good. Hockey game started, so people are already there. So traffic through Ottawa is looking pretty good at this point. And Gatineau side, there's some slowdowns on the 50. Definitely seeing a few slowdowns for this time of night. Seems a little out of the ordinary. Let's just zoom in here. I'm going to take a look to see if I can find a camera on the 50 that I can take a look at. Can we make this bigger? No, we can't. So I can't zoom into this, and I doubt you guys on the stream can even see. I mean, you can see the camera, but it's hard to see any details in there. That's unfortunate that they don't let you zoom in. So traffic is moving fairly well. It just looks like it's very wet. So people have probably slowed down just for the wet conditions, that kind of thing. So again, nothing major to report on the Gatineau, Quebec side. I'm just looking at the highways north of the cities. Everything seems to be fine. There's a lot of green for the most part. Nothing jumps out at me there. Heading eastward on 17 and 417. All green by the looks of it. 50 all the way to the... to Lachute area. All of that is green. All of Montreal, almost all of Montreal is green, so that's always a good sign. So it looks like travels are not being affected. Again, we kind of saw that throughout this afternoon in coverage. I'm just going down Kingston 401. Nothing to report to you guys, so that's fantastic. Highway 7 also looks good. No major slow ups there. And then north of Toronto, going up Highway 11, excuse me, into North Bay. All of that looks good. So, like I said, this event did not impact us like we were expecting. So these are all good things happening right now. Just going to jump back, pull this back up, look at our radar, and then flip over to precipitation depiction and have a look at things here. So again, that band of the heaviest precipitation is kind of east of Ottawa now. So just going to look here to see what we can expect. I will play this out as well just to look at what's happening. Yeah, okay, and there's our latest update. So we are, 7:29? So that was the last update was at 7:29. So we should have a new one here any second. I'm going to just check on the chat here, see if there's any questions. 42 Belanger. I live in a snow belt here in Traverse City, Michigan, and I definitely would rather have snow than an ice storm. Yeah, I agree 100% with that. I wonder, Traverse City, Michigan, do you guys get any lake effect snow in that snow belt? I suspect you might, but I could be wrong. I'm not 100% sure on that. But roast beef sub sounds like a pretty good dinner to me. Still raining here, freezing on stuff like the truck and the barbecue. Ground isn't too bad. Chris, that's you're from Renfrew, if I remember correctly, so that's good. Thank you for letting me know. And that's what we're seeing in the region. And my app has been crashing all night. That's the third time tonight. Sorry about that. But yeah, we're seeing that it seems that ice is building up on colder surfaces, essentially, but anything on the ground is staying relatively thawed out. So that's fantastic for driving and all that kind of stuff. So what else have we got here? Side streets in Orleans have a layer of ice on them coming from Brent. So that's the side streets. Good to know. So residential, that kind of stuff, definitely a little slick according to Brent out in the Orleans area. And then Joanne calling for saying rain in L'Île Perrot, Quebec. So I'm going to pull that up just so we have a reference here. Joanne, thank you for that. L'Île Perrot. Where are you? You are. Why won't you show up? I know exactly where it is and why it's not showing up in my. Oh, there we go. There's the software. So, L'Île Perrot right here. So I can back out of that. So that's what you're seeing, and the radar is reflecting this as rain. So I appreciate you confirming that, and I'm hoping that's how it stays for you guys in the Montreal area, that it's rain tonight and eventually might switch over to snow
we're calling for the Ottawa region. We're saying trace to 2 centimeters. East of Ottawa, maybe a slight bit more than that as the system moves out, but for all intents and purposes, for the Eastern Ontario region around Ottawa, National Capital Area, we're talking about trace to 2 centimeters. So nothing of any real significance as we transition out of this tonight, moving into tomorrow. So what else have we got here? I'm going to check into the Canadian Weather Live Reports Facebook group, see if we've got anybody posting some stuff in here that's current. Let me just take a look here. So yeah, nothing there now for the storm that's coming through at this point. I'm gonna check to make sure I'm not missing anything here. Okay. Perfect. And I'm all caught up on my chats with my moderators. And moderators, thank you if you're in here. Melissa was in here for part of the day. Veronica as well. Thank you for assisting. Much appreciated. Connor, I'm not sure if you're still listening in, but thank you for your commenting and help today as well. Definitely makes life easier when people are feeding me information. So Mike saying Elmville Acres is now back to rain, so that's good. 79 Terra Firma heading out to put wood in the outdoor boiler. So hopefully you're not getting rained on wherever you are. I'm going to switch over to reflectivity and bring up Kempville. So when I was having dinner, I was watching my weather station, and as the rain was moving through the area, probably right about this time here, my house is right there, and we basically had about, my weather station was reporting about 3 millimeters an hour of rain. So just mild rain, and that's basically, nothing's freezing around here. I went outside and had a quick look, and everything is just straight up rain at this point. So yeah, like I said, most of it is out of the area for now in terms of Ottawa, and we're just into the eastern townships for the most part, a little bit on the Quebec side. North of Buckingham, there's a fair bit of rain. And again, I'm suspecting this will be borderline, freezing to surfaces, colder surfaces, but not to the roadway, that kind of thing. So that's what I'm hoping is going on at this point. And our radar seems to like to see or represent freezing rain, because it's showing freezing rain all the way down into Syracuse, which I'm very sure that's not the case. I'd be shocked if they had freezing rain down there. Yeah, Syracuse is just straight up rain at this point. So again, mixed bag of things happening, but straight up freezing rain is not happening too badly. So what else have we got here? The Derico Filmer Cat. So I have a solarium, and when it was raining right now, I saw small particles of ice building or sliding down the solarium window. Outdoor lights were on so I could see a bit. Okay, perfect. That's you are in the Montreal region, I believe, as well. So again, it sounds like it's, as the rain is falling, it's getting a bit of a freezing component to it. But luckily isn't freezing enough that it's going to cause problems. At least that's what I'm hoping. Fingers crossed on that. I will take a look. I'm going to pull up some traffic cameras. Again, we'll go take a look where we can. I'm going to see if Renfrew... Okay, so this is up in Renfrew. So this is, I'm pretty sure we've got ice build up in the Renfrew area. And I know we've had some reports of that. So this is off of the 17 heading north. You can definitely see that the trees and shrubs or whatever are shiny, and that should not be the case. So there's definitely some ice buildup happening on the highway. Also on the camera, because I can't see anything on any of the other views.
turning west and to the north, which is where the precip was coming from. So again, Renfrew area right now showing some ice accretion happening along the highway here. Let's go take a look. I'll see if what Arnprior looks like. Arnprior, that's the power dam next to the highway that's in the background there. I cannot tell if there's any ice accretion happening in Arnprior. I would not be surprised if there was some happening there, but it's hard to tell on that on that camera. This camera traditionally hasn't been good for us, and up in Petawawa, so I'm just going to take a look at that. Yeah, I really can't tell from this camera. And our next camera isn't all the way, it's all the way up in Bissett Creek, I believe is how that's pronounced. So let's blow that up. I cannot tell. I don't see, I'm saying it, there may be some ice accretion on here as well. So it's really hard to tell on this camera, but this is Highway 17 up at Bissett Creek. Which is east of Mattawa. So let's jump into Mattawa here and see if I can find anything. Well, this camera is definitely not updated because it's daylight. So that's what it looked like during the daytime, but let's see if we've got another update here from the Mattawa area. Definitely looks very wet from Mattawa, but I don't see a lot of ice. Like, this tree doesn't look to have any ice on it. So I would call in Mattawa that there's no real ice, and if there was, it's already melted to that point. So just kind of give you guys an update as to where things are. I will jump in here and take a look in Perth while I'm at it. And I'm just going to bring it up on the screen there, but Perth camera, unfortunately, I can't make heads or tails of what's going on here. It's not the best image in the world. It's very hard to tell what's happening here. I don't know, so I don't want to speculate. I know this camera at one point was showing a lot of ice buildup, and again, hard to tell on that camera as well. So, yeah. So let me jump back on Google Maps. Everything was clear here earlier. So we'll switch back to this. What else have we got here? So it's cold, it's wet, and I hate it. Coming from Veronica. Yes, cold, wet is not fun at all. So lake time, if you're calling it a night, thanks again for tuning in. We appreciate you for tuning in. As we do all the people on the channel, so definitely appreciate everybody tuning in. 42 Belanger, I think anybody would hate it. Yes, definitely. I don't know anybody who likes cold and wet, but you never know. Dorval Airport, Lake St. Louis, light rain has begun. No sign of freezing rain yet, coming from Kirk Bennett. Cinematographer, thank you for putting that into the chat. That's great to hear. And again, I'm excited to hear that because Montreal doesn't need anything with ice storm. Summertime, they had a lot of bad weather and flooding and power outages. And so it's definitely been rough for them. So I'm just hoping that this is rain for them, eventually turning into snow. That's okay, but it's going to be very minor snow by the looks of it. Veronica's saying that the best camera has been Charbot Lake, honestly. Yes. I was trying to pick out some other areas just to be able to track where the ice is building up, but it's very hard. But like I said, we saw on the camera in Renfrew, it's definitely ice accretion up in Renfrew area on 17. Charbot Lake, and nothing crazy in the Ottawa area that I've seen so far. So outside in Russell, it says lots of ice buildup on our deck in Russell. So that's good to hear that we are still getting some ice buildup in regions outside of the Ottawa area. So Russell right down here. Definitely definitely a good thing. Jeff saying ice is starting to accumulate on the trees here in Kempville. That's interesting. I must be just north enough that it's not causing an issue because I went outside, even on my cars, they were wet. Unless something has changed since I walked upstairs I came up here about 7:30, I want to say. So unless there's been, and it was 0.2 on my weather station, so very close to that freezing point. So if it has dipped down below that, that could be the issue as well. So, but thank you, Jeff. So there is some ice buildup happening on colder surfaces, which I've mentioned a couple of times already. So, Mick saying looks like quite a bit of ice up here in Arnprior. So yeah, we couldn't confirm on that camera on the traffic cam. So there is some ice accretion happening at this point. So it sounds like we've turned a corner a bit in terms of the ice buildup. I'm hoping it's not going to translate to the roadway surfaces and it just remains as far as just on surfaces, exterior surfaces, that kind of stuff. So what else have we got here? Megan Frost, hey everyone, up in Mirabel, northish of Montreal, near Blainville, nothing yet. So that's good to hear. I'm going to bring up Blainville radar just to look at that as well. So yes, you're on the very edge of any kind of precipitation happening. It's still kind of to your west. This is heading your way. This precipitation here is traveling in this general direction. So heading for Montreal, heading for Blainville and Mirabel, that kind of stuff. Hopefully it's just going to stay as rain. I'm just going to see what your radar is interpreting here. Is that Blainville? Yes. So it was originally showing mostly rain around here, but now it is kind of indicating a bit of freezing rain coming in from eastern Ontario and western Quebec area. So that could be something that's changing up here. Report from the woodshed south of Metcalfe, moderate ice buildup. Okay, so we are getting consistent reports now of ice buildup happening throughout the area. So maybe that ice accretion is going to happen here. We were thinking that that things were going to transition to just straight up rain between 8 and 10. So we're going to see if that happens. But I think we've had a temperature shift just based on radar, what I'm seeing here. And how close it was downstairs when I was looking at my weather station. I'm going to see if I can patch into my weather station. Sometimes it lets me and other times it just argues with me. So I'm going to try and have a glance here. Bear with me, folks, and take a look at what it is showing on my weather station. So sleet snow in Ile Perrot now, so that's changing into a more freezing precip with that, or not sleet snow, sleet now in Ile Perrot. Sorry guys, I'm maybe getting a little tired, but anyways, also getting rain here in Dorval, Quebec. So that's from Mike Clement. Thank you for that update. I am just going to log into my weather station and hopefully it's going to cooperate with me just so I can see the exact temperature reading. Please be good. Okay, I'm logging in. Yeah, it's online. Perfect. I'm going to see if the temperature changed since I had dinner. Yes, so it's now dropped down to 0.1. Dew point is registering as negative 0.2. So we are having a shift in temperature, and based on what people are reporting and what I'm seeing on radar, so we are now starting to get some ice buildup with that rain that is falling on the cooler surfaces. So that's interesting to watch as this is going along here. So So Mia is predicting power outages. So don't know which region we're talking about, but definitely power outages are a possibility. I'm going to just look actually at the Hydro One map here, and I am seeing some smaller power outages. So I'll bring this up. They're not big at all, but they are starting to populate the map a little more. There's 158 here on the 17, just I'm trying to figure out north of Chalk River. So there's a couple there. Killaloo, a couple small ones there. These ones we spoke about earlier, they're still up there, so they have not been resolved. Only 222 and 95, that hasn't changed. And near the Peterborough area, there were a couple there as well. So so far, nothing major in terms of power outages on the Ontario side. So it's holding steady in that regards, which is always good. So let me just jump back into this. Megan Frost, I was wrong. I just opened the door and it sounds like ice rain. So definitely getting some, freezing rain happening, it looks like, as well. So winds picking up out of the east. That would be from 79 Terra Firma, just out near the Metcalfe area. Mia is saying power outages for Ottawa area. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed that that's not the case. I don't think it will happen. But we still have some time left with this precipitation. Like I said, most of it has moved off to the east, and I'll pull this up just so that we can all look at it. So the tail end of this is definitely lighter rain, which will still accumulate if it's freezing, but it's far less than what we were seeing on the front end of this system as it moved through, which is this kind of arc right in here. So that has moved past the Ottawa area, and in the back side of this, it's mostly patchy or spotty. So I don't see a ton of precipitation heading for our region as it sits right now, which is, again, a good thing. So we'll see. This is still evolving, obviously. So I'll bring up our precipitation depiction portion as well. So, okay, Megan Frost plugs in phone. Yes, definitely make sure your stuff's charged if you're anywhere near where your ice is building up. As Mia was saying, there could be power outages being in the region, so you don't want to be without if you don't have to be. So Connor is here. That's good to hear, Connor. Adam saying doesn't seem like Ottawa will get any snow. It is possible overnight because this will transition overnight and into tomorrow morning. So there could be trace to 2 centimeters for the Ottawa area. East of Ottawa, there may be more depending when this transitions. But yes, we're definitely not looking anything of any significance for the Ottawa area for snow. M. Theroux, light rain in Saint-Bruno de Monterville, east of Montreal, South Shore side. So you're on the very edge of that precipitation that's starting to happen in the Montreal area, which we've been kind of monitoring throughout the day. So you can see that here. Let me zoom back in here. So it's starting to make its way into the Montreal area, and we're hearing different things from different portions of the region. So anything from ice rain to ice pellets to freezing rain, even some snow has been reported. So definitely getting mixed stuff. And if you look at the radar, even the radar is showing mixed precipitation. So your red being your freezing rain or ice pellets, green being rain, and then blue snow. So this section right here has got, according to radar anyways, and some of the reports from people in the area, that we are definitely getting all 3 of them. So just be weather aware today, and if you don't have to travel, don't travel. That's the easiest thing. Elmville Acres starting to be an issue. I'm assuming, Mike, you're referring to ice buildup possibly on the roads or on surfaces. Connor, do you think that I could rake leaves tomorrow? You can definitely give it a try, but they might be frozen there at Tornado Pro. So, yeah. Veronica saying temps are now down from 1.6 to 0.2. So we are seeing that cooling effect happening in the area. And again, I can confirm the same thing on my weather station. I'm seeing a drop in temperature as well. I'm going to see if this has changed at all. I'm going to get an update here. Still hanging at 0.1, so right on that threshold. Just seeing if the pressure drop is there. I've received almost 6 millimeters of rain today. So that's interesting. But yeah, still hovering at 0.1. So I'll keep an eye on that, see if that changes. But we are definitely right on that threshold again. So Pembroke has lots of ice on the trees and the grass still getting freezing rain. So that's from Andy. Consistently, Pembroke has definitely been seeing a lot more precipitation of the frozen variety up that way. So I'm just going to switch back here and take a look at the corridor. So still a fair bit of precipitation happening on the back end of this for that region. I'm just going to pull up reflectivity so we can see a little more accurately. So the last of it looks to be coming through that area up in Pembroke. Chalk River's here. Pembroke will be right down kind of in this area here. So this kind of rain in this area is going to move through. It's light to moderate at most. And so that will build up some ice as well. So we'll see. I'm curious if you guys, like anybody that's watching tomorrow when you get up, if you can post photos in that Canadian Weather Live Reports group. If you put it in here and you're a member, let us know what you guys are seeing in terms of ice accretion and build up. It's awesome. A lot of people love to talk about it in here in terms of the weather. So definitely consider doing that. So what else have we got here? Some ice on Goleta Side Road out past Dunrobin coming from Zenden. So I actually know that region fairly well. There's Goleta. So that's the small town of Goleta, but Goleta Side Road kind of runs something like that. I mean, I'm not being specific, but appreciate the heads up. So we're definitely getting that shift in temperature has just gone enough to the point where things are freezing. So Mike saying, yeah, on the edge, railings, buildings up, streets are clear. So yes, it's again, we're right on that knife's edge in terms of stuff freezing up. So it's trending in the wrong direction right now for us. So it could continue to be some ice buildup while this system moves through the National Capital area and through Eastern Ontario. So I'm just going to switch back to this. So we've still, for Ottawa, we've still got, I'm just watching what this is doing. It's interesting. It's back building. I'm watching this particular area right here when I'm playing that, because you can see how it's the intensity, the rain is getting a little more intense, but it's dropping straight south, it looks like, on that. Sorry, I'm going one clip too far, but it's interesting anomaly to see that happening on the radar there. So anyways, we'll keep up with it here for a bit and kind of take it from there, but we are definitely getting some reports of ice buildup happening on roads, on buildings, cars, trees, and kind of the grass and that kind of stuff. So I'm going to check to see if I've got any emails I need to get that have any kind of attachments to them. Let's take a look here. Okay. What else have we got here? Ottawa Airport's aviation forecast has freezing rain until 2 a.m. and was issued an hour ago, coming from Jeff Dixon. So, yeah, if the accretion was continuing till 2 a.m., that's still 6 hours out. That would be significant. What else have we got here? Yeah, that I mean, unless there's something happening that I can't see on the radar, I definitely, like I said, this kind of has my attention because of the way that it's kind of, I'm calling it back building, but it just seems to be dropping south and picking up some intensity. So I'm going to wait what the next scan looks like on that. Just to see, because if that starts to build with precip, that's heading towards Ottawa, so that definitely would be Ottawa, Gatineau, just kind of in that area there. So definitely would be an impact in the region, but I'm not 100% sure what's happening there. So what else is here? You're going in like 8 hours to. You're a champ, Chris. Thanks. No, I'm just cleared 6 hours. We got on around 2 o'clock. So yeah, definitely. I think my longest stream was 8 hours. I think in the summertime that was the longest one, full day basically. So we're still a bit of ways away from there, but I'm going to stick with it for now because we are seeing things turn a little bit, and we are starting to get more reports of freezing rain and ice buildup and ice accretion in certain areas. So Jason, Sean, hey, good to see you in the chat. Long time no see. We haven't been on, so with weather in the fall, it didn't really cooperate for live streams. So this is our second winter live stream that we've done. So what else is here? Adam, this is great, guys. Super insightful for those of salting, moving snow. Happy to help, Adam. We have a lot of people commenting in here that they're in that kind of industry. So glad we can help out. Like I said, definitely starting to see a change in what was happening. So we may not transition to rain when we were predicting it, which that's how weather goes. You never know what's going to happen here. So we're going to keep with it for a bit here. And as people keep reporting, that's important for us because then we know what's happening on the ground. And again, we get to relay it to everybody from there. So Jason's saying a small amount of freezing rain in Montreal right now, but nothing serious. So that's good. But I hope it stays that way, although the most of the precipitation is still to your west, just based on this. I just switched over to Blainville radar from north of Montreal, and you can see that I'll play the cycle as this moves in here. That precipitation is starting to get closer and closer. It's not quite to Hawkesbury yet, but it is definitely getting close to Hawkesbury, and then it'll make its way into Montreal. So you're going to feel the effects of that in the next in Montreal if it continues this way, hour and a bit roughly. So thankfully nothing serious yet in the Montreal area. So and hopefully it stays that way. Don't want to see anything more than that. So I'm just going to put radar in full screen. Give me 1 sec. I need to adjust something on my desk here. I'll be right back. We're back. Okay, I'm curious what this next scan is going to show. So our latest one from this radar was at 7:59. That was 9 minutes ago. We usually get them about 9 minutes apart. So we'll see what this latest scan shows. And I'm kind of, again, I mentioned it a couple times, I'm kind of eyeballing this area here just to see what's going to happen with that region. And there's the latest scan that just came through. It didn't change too much in that last scan, so that's good. A little bit, but not much. So
Yeah, I mean, Petawawa, Pembroke area, Cobden getting close to being out of this for the most part. However, depending how this rotates around through the night, it could come back because this whole. I'm going to pull up a model to explain or show it better than me explaining it. Give me 1 second here because this whole system is somewhat rotating. Let me pull it up here. 1 second. And I don't need that model run. We'll go to that one. Okay, let me share my screen here. So this is one of the models. I just want to show you, I'm going to go through it really quickly. You can see how that system moves out and then the kind of the tail end of that spins around if I play it back and forth like this. So that's what I'm talking about, is if it spins around and drops a little bit of snow precipitation, because that blue is definitely snow as the rain moves off to the east. So we're kind of transitioning here. This is tomorrow. This is tomorrow at noon, roughly, based on what the model is predicting. Again, this is just a model, nothing more than that. So that's what I'm saying, that you're out of the precipitation for the most part soon in that Petawawa, Pembroke, Cobden area down to Renfrew. But it depends how this whole thing spins out of here. So what else have we got? Mike saying no update from the Weather Network. Yeah, I don't think they know what's going on based on all those crazy numbers that were flying around earlier. They may have tapped out and given up on trying to predict what's going to happen. So, Joel Parent saying coating of ice on trees in Elmer. So that's, again, it's starting to show that this is freezing to surfaces. I almost want to run outside and take a look at my house because wasn't seeing that when I originally went to look. So I'm just glancing down here at my weather station to see if we've gotten down to that 0 degree mark. Nope, still maintaining that 0.1. So, but that is just enough cold enough that something metal would be below freezing and would give us a temperature where stuff can freeze to it in terms of the precipitation. So freezing rain, -2 here in Harrington, Quebec. Lower Laurentians, yikes, coming from Donna Brazo. So hopefully you don't see a lot of freezing rain in your area. That would not be fun at this point. But let me just fix a couple things here on my computer. And then, wait a minute. I've got this backwards. Sorry, folks. Too many windows open, not enough time. Okay. So I'm just going to check something here. So for the Laurentians, just want to double check here. I want to see exactly where Harrington, Quebec is. I remember roughly. I just want to make sure. So you're north of Hawkesbury, if I remember. Yeah. Okay. Just so you. So this is Donna Brazo, freezing rain up in this area here. So where is it? Why it's not showing, but I know roughly. Sorry, I'm glancing back and forth here. So. It's anyways in this area right here roughly is where you're located, and so there's a bunch of precipitation to your west coming your way, so it's definitely not going to improve anytime soon for you, unfortunately, as this I'm backing it up, but as this is moving in your direction north of Hawkesbury, that's going to impact you with some more freezing rain, and the temperature is dropping. So it's definitely not over yet. So keep your fingers crossed. Make sure you plug everything in there and you've got stuff charged up, because you may get enough ice accretion that, power outages are possible. So 79 Terra Firma. AccuWeather is my go-to for forecasts. I agree. I use AccuWeather a fair bit. If I'm looking just at an app outside of me looking at the actual models. If I want to quickly just look at it, then AccuWeather, I trust that one more than most for that. So, Mike, you should hire you new weather network guy. Yeah, no, I'm happy to do my own thing because then I don't have to answer to anybody other than my subscribers. If I had to do this for somebody else, I don't know that I would enjoy it as much either as well. So, too many shackles. So. Mike Clement has changed to freezing rain now, 1 kilometer from the Montreal airport. So things are definitely changing again. The same thing as that's happening here. We're starting to see a lot more freezing and accretion happening throughout the region. So as we continue through the night, we're definitely seeing more ice buildup happening in areas. So. What else have we got here? Mont Tremblant getting snow, please. I take it 79 terra firma as a skier or a snowboarder or something along those lines. So, yeah, higher elevation, you got to hope that that's what's happening, that they're getting snow, not any kind of freezing rain. So that would not be fun. We've got ice on the trees here in St. Albert, but it's a slow freeze on the ground. Mostly sleet, really not frozen on the car at all. Interesting. So that's Connor out at his place. And now Penny Smith coming in. Ottawa Airport closing down. Oh, wow. So there must be a lot more ice buildup happening on the airplanes out there. So not sure what their threshold is for closing down when you got an ice event, but flying planes in this is definitely a problem, even coming in for landings, that kind of stuff. I'm not. I know we have Ottawa Aviation as a subscriber in here. I don't know if they're still in here. They could maybe comment on that kind of stuff when planes become an issue in terms of flying into this kind of weather. They may not be iced up, wherever they've left, but coming into this kind of freezing rain may prevent them from landing. So, I'm not an expert, but that's just an assumption I'm making. So, Penny, thank you for the update there that the Ottawa airport is closing. So anybody who had planes landing, picking anybody up, or if anybody was still flying out tonight, that may not be happening at this point. So, that's not good for anybody traveling, but better be safe than sorry at this point. So, let's have a look here. Gonna switch. Yeah, so it's definitely, if we compare this view to earlier today before the sun went down, there was a lot more green involved, and now we are seeing far more red, which the radar itself is interpreting as freezing precipitation, freezing rain, or possibly ice pellets. So it's definitely populating more of the area than it was earlier. The rain is tucked in from Kingston kind of to the west. But most of this is showing as freezing rain. That's only the interpretation. That doesn't always mean that's the case. But that's what the radar is showing here. And now that we're hearing stuff is being shut down at the Ottawa airport, it sounds like it could be, the ice accretion could be making up for it in the short term here. The system was definitely underperforming up until this point. So let me back out of here. Just going to check. I'm looking at roads. I don't see any issues on roads yet. Ottawa is phenomenal ever since that accident got cleared out. So I'm just checking into Montreal. Nothing, one section in Montreal that kind of jumps out at me, but other than that, it's pretty good. So while I'm waiting for this, let's switch over to Blainville radar there and have a look. Still, most of the heavier precipitation is to the west of Montreal. We are going to switch over to the depiction here and just see what it's showing. It's showing a lot of freezing rain as well for Montreal area. Only when you get down into across to the New York,
side of things, then it starts to turn into rain according to the radar. So Montreal might be getting a decent amount of freezing rain out of this, which is not what you want to hear, I know, in Montreal, but that may be the case for you guys overnight here. So okay, so I'm just sorry, I was reading a comment that Connor put into the chat. It is a pretty wild radar image currently compared to literally every single model run imaginable over the past few days, including today, which, so like I said, when we were looking at things, this looked differently than it has unfolded during the day. So definitely we were not expecting this kind of, I guess, sustained precipitation in terms of freezing rain at this time of night. We were expecting more rain, freezing rain earlier on, but now we've kind of done the total opposite at this point, where we got more rain and now we're turning into freezing rain as the temperature has dropped slightly. So and then Mike is confirming that he's checked a flight radar 24. Yes, there is a delay for the Ottawa airport. My weather station has bumped back up to 0.2, so we are hovering right around that. And I mean, we're only talking 1/10 of a degree, so it's not the best weather station in the world. It's fairly accurate, but I'm sure it's not the most accurate in the world either. So that's what it's telling me at this point, anyways. So. Is Uplands getting ice by the airport? I'm not 100% sure. If somebody who's watching can confirm whether Uplands area, which is the base, basically Hunt Club area by the airport, whether there's ice there. I would suspect that is the case, that there is ice happening in that area, just based on what I'm hearing from everybody commenting in here and what we're seeing. So let me just take a look here. I'm just going back and forth. Okay, just checking up on a couple of things on my apps here. Yeah, I think that today, up until probably 6 o'clock, was going. It wasn't going based on models. It was doing better in terms of ice because we were expecting it sooner. But it sounds like now that we've kind of fluctuated a little bit later on. We're getting more ice later on than I thought we were going to get as well. It looked like most of the ice was going to be earlier than this. Yeah, so anyways, let's get back into this. Just looking around, back to rain in Ile Perrot, not turning to ice on the road. Just saw 2 walkers and they weren't slipping. That's from Joanne, so thank you very much for that. As we watch this in the Montreal area, just gonna keep an eye as this pushes east from Ottawa. So it's hard to tell if this is going to maintain that precipitation or not, because there's definitely, I'm seeing some signs on the back end of this that it is kind of not falling apart, but it's definitely, the intensity is dropping down somewhat regarding the rain that or the precipitation as it's moving eastward. So it could be also proximity to radar. However, I'm not sure if that's the case, so that's why I'm kind of keeping an eye on things and just trying to sort out what's going to happen here and give you guys the accurate information. So I'm just looking at the precipitation off of the Ottawa radar. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm just looking up at Petawawa area, Barry's Bay, Calabogie. They're still getting rain up in that way. So let's switch over here. I'm going to start looking at some more cameras on 511 and see if we can find anything that makes sense. I'm going to start down here and just kind of look at this. Okay, So this is we started out in the Charbot Lake area. This camera is this is a great camera, by the way. You can definitely still see ice accretion on those wires. So that is definitely still maintaining. It does look like the lanes do have darker spots where the traffic is traveling, so there may be some buildup on the road there as well. So that's something to keep in mind. I'm going to take a look at Maberly here just to see if I can tell what these cameras are doing, but their images are not the best. I know what this arc is. I see it on the Petawawa camera. It's off the lens. Or the housing itself. These are probably cameras with they have infrared illuminators on them, and that's a reflection off the housing itself, so it's interfering with the image there. Kind of take a look here in Perth and kind of go from there. This is one terrible camera that doesn't, I can't even make heads or tails of. Looks like rain, but I can't tell, so we'll skip that one. Moving up to this one near Ashton. Can't tell on that one either, unfortunately. Definitely precipitation, like there's a lot of moisture buildup on the camera itself, so that is going on. So let's go take a look in Arnprior again. Lots of precipitation on the camera itself. Definitely looks like there's some ice accretion in Arnprior based on these, all the reflections off the highway. So definitely getting a good precip there. Renfrew, I think we're still going to see. We looked at that camera earlier. That was the one. Yeah, and you can see all the ice on the trees and shrubs here. Definitely still getting ice accretion along here as we look at everything. So this is very evident that Renfrew has quite a bit of ice accretion on surfaces there. Road still looks fairly reasonable. Check a look at this Petawawa camera. Again, not the best camera in the world. And I would say ice accretion there based on the headlights reflecting off the vegetation on the right-hand side of the road. So I would say Petawawa also has ice accretion. Connor commenting in the chat that the Charbot Lake camera might be the best in the province. It's definitely a new camera because it's doing very well. So let's head. I'm going to take a look at like Castleman, see if I can see anything east of Ottawa. Can't really tell from that one. There's precipitation on the camera itself. If I was a betting man, I would say that there is some kind of ice accretion building up on this on the surfaces, not the roadway necessarily, but off to the side on the vegetation for Castleman. I'll have a look at here at this one. This is near Kempville. So I'm going to take, that's a terrible picture because of the car, and that's a terrible picture because these are terrible cameras, so we're not looking at those. I apologize for that. Let's look at, what is this, near Hawkesbury maybe? Okay, so this is Van Cleek Hill. This looks like there's buildup on the roadway even here, so there's definitely ice buildup here. This is Van Cleek Hill area. It's really hard to tell, but I'm guessing that the roadway has some buildup on it as well. So definitely looks slick out that way. We're running out of cameras there, so I'm going to switch over. I'm going to jump into the chat, then I'm going to switch over to the Montreal stuff and look at what the Quebec side has up there. So what else have we got here? I was looking at the Windy. I was just looking at the Windy app, and this is a big system from the northern part of the country, coming from Tom Connors. Yes, it is a big system. Our impact is not as we're not hit by the entire system, obviously, but definitely enough to impact the region for sure. So According to my National Weather Service app radar, it says Montreal is getting heavy snow because all I seen was a darker blue on radar, and it stretched southward into Vermont and New Hampshire. So definitely not the case. Montreal is not getting snow at this point. It's getting freezing rain or rain. We will flip over. I'm going to try and find some cameras here. It looks like some of the roadways on the Quebec side, so 50 showing yellow, which it means partially covered, and up north of there, then it's getting snow covered or fully covered, they're saying, as you go up the 327, showing partially and fully covered. Most of Montreal showing as not covered in terms of the roads, because black means not covered. So let's look at Ile Perrot, for example. There's a camera from Ile Perrot. So it's loading. Oh yeah, so you get a little clip. You can see. So I unfortunately cannot blow this up anymore unless somebody knows a trick on this. I'm trying to see. Open video in new tab. Will that do it? No. So I'm trying to, no, I can't do anything. So I can't make it any bigger, but I saw as the cars are driving, you're getting spray off the back of the car. So that just indicates to me that it's still not freezing to the roadway. So that is the traffic cam at Pont Galipeau on the Ile Perrot side. So looks like they're getting somewhat the same stuff as we are. You can see that there is some buildup on the camera in terms of precipitation, but it still looks fairly wet on the highway. Really wish we had better. Again, still mostly looking like wet on the roads, so that's good. But what we're hearing from people is that it's sticking and freezing to the surfaces such as buildings, cars, trees, that kind of stuff. So a ton of cameras to look at here. It's just difficult to see anything because it's so tiny on the screen. But again, I'm looking at all these cameras and they are showing that it is pretty wet there. So we'll stick with that for now. I'm going to come back here to the main screen. What else have we got here? So I'll jump in here. Montreal forecast has freezing rain for a further 7.5 hours coming from Jeff Dixon. So I would believe that if this is all transitioning over that way, coming from the west, moving eastward, because we've been on the air 6.5 hours. It hasn't been in the Ottawa area for that long, but it's still got another couple hours till it moves out of the Ottawa area, and maybe even longer according to some predictions. So definitely, it definitely is a possibility. So raining in Montreal for now, coming from Frenchie. Appreciate that heads up. 79 terra firma. I wonder how many millions these idiots spent on these pathetic traffic cams. Yeah, I'm amazed I've been able to pull up images. The other day when I was running through and we were doing the snow coverage, a lot of the cameras just kept saying offline, not available, and I was like, this is pointless. Like, what's the point of that? So lake time chiming back in here. Clayton Lake showing some ice buildup as well. That's good. Thank you for that. Yeah, if I was living in Montreal, I would much prefer snow over freezing rain, 100%. I would not want that either. We've talked about it. Freezing rain is no fun for anyone. So, and my voice is apparently starting to sound like I need a drink of water. Give me one sec. I'm definitely raspy because I have been talking for 6 hours. So, what else have we got going on here? Angela checking in again here, just south of Spencerville. No accretion on flagstone or shrubs, etc. All rain so far. So, Spencerville. Let's bring this up. Boop, boop, boop. Come on. Show up here. So, Spencerville is just before you get to the 401 and 416 interchange. So, down here, we're getting reports from Angela saying that there's just mostly rain. So this far south has been rain. Up in Ottawa, we're getting mixed. We're getting rain that is freezing, obviously on surfaces and stuff like that. So freezing rain at that point. So thank you for that update. What else is here? Mike, final post, just saw a salt truck on Saunderson Road in Elmville Acres. Well, it's fantastic that the crews are out doing a great job. Thank you, guys. This fall weather so far has been strange to say the least. Yeah, we definitely have kicked off winter sooner than we would like, even here on this side of the border. So, yeah, not fun. Derico Filmer out of the Montreal area, see ice forming on my solarium window. So things are not improving. They are turning towards more freezing than we would like to see anyways. Okay, so, and that's it. So, okay, where do we go from here? Give me a sec. Want to pull this up. We're going to see on Google Maps if we're seeing anything happening. Again, I'm just checking to see what we're seeing in these areas. Nothing so far. Again, I'm not concentrating back west because the precipitation for the most part has moved out of that area. We are concentrating on Ottawa and kind of Highway 7. Charbot Lake is as far as the precipitation extends back west for the most part, maybe into Caladar, but this is all showing green on Google Maps, so that is fantastic. We have no accidents reported either. If I move over Eastern Townships again, as we wave hi to Connor, who's hiding over here in St. Albert. Also, Montreal, for considering the precipitation coming down, it's definitely not sticking to the roads at this point because Montreal is pretty much green everywhere, which is impressive, to be totally honest with you, because usually there's some yellow and red in Montreal. So that just kind of confirms to us that the precipitation isn't really sticking to the roadway surfaces. However, sticking to buildings, trees, vegetation, cars, that kind of stuff that are stationary, we've gotten a lot of reports of that. So that's where we're at with that. Let's take a look at the Hydro One map, see if there's anything. There are a few more popping up here in terms of power outages. So these two purple ones have been here for a while. This is a new one. 89 customers affected. It's under investigation and cause repairing equipment. So not sure. They don't have a timeline on that one. There is one here that's a small one that's popped up. Any of the purple ones are 20 or less customers. So it looks like we have a larger one here. This is west of Douglas, so Eganville area. They are calling 930 people without power within this kind of region, and they're talking about 11:30 as a restoral time on that one. So just want to keep people up to speed as to what's happening up here. This seems to be spreading. Deep River, Chalk River, there's numerous outages. This one was here a while ago. I want to say this is expanded now. 158 people up here, just to the northwest of Deep River. So there are starting to be power outages that are showing on the map. I suspect that might have to do with the ice buildup that we're experiencing and seeing in the chat here. Comments coming in. So we're not through this yet at this point. Excuse me. What else is here? Derico Filmer Cat is saying the good news is that no trees are bending down. I hope that's the way it stays for the night for you guys. Obviously, the more ice we get built up on it, the worse that is going to be. Let me just click on our radar here, and I'm just going to switch back to Montreal just to see how that Oh, did the app freeze on me? Oh, no, I'm clicking on the wrong part of my screen, unfortunately. Too many monitors, not enough time. Still most of the precip keeping out of Montreal. I'm going to check what the radar shows. I bet you it's mostly freezing rain. So that radar is now showing freezing rain for all of this area until you get into upstate New York, into certain areas like Plattsburgh and that kind of stuff, and even into further south. So, yeah, this is not looking good compared to what we were hoping for. So I will switch back to Franktown and kind of see what that radar is showing. And again, it's showing mostly freezing rain for the most part for our region now. So this has completely changed compared to what we saw earlier. So I'll hit play and we'll see how there was a lot of rain to the south, you know, and then look how this red has propagated throughout as we've had a slight temperature change. And it's definitely affecting what's happening with our precipitation. So yeah, not what we want to hear or see, but we'll keep with this at this point. So Veronica, all right, y'all. This gal is heading to bed. Have a good night, everyone. Thank you very much for your help today on the stream. We very much appreciate it. Yeah, definitely. Thank you for that. So have a good night, and we will chat soon. Anyways, the next time we have a stream. So what else is going on here? What else? Okay, Connor typing in definitely feels like if it wasn't pouring like it is, that it would be accumulating much more. Luckily, it's not -2 either. Yeah, correct. I mean, that, thanks for, okay, yeah, he's talking to Veronica. So I'm going to actually check while I'm at it. I'm going to go and check my weather app or my weather station at home here. Still hovering at that 0.2, so that hasn't changed. But we are definitely maintaining, you know, the precipitation is freezing more than we would have liked in the area. So let me go and zoom out of this. I'm just looking to see, I'm just exploring a little more on the map for Hydro 1 just to see what they're showing in other parts. But we're definitely seeing a few of them pop up here. As we were covering there. So, okay, let me just double check a few things, make sure we've got everything up to speed here. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna check back. Okay, does anybody have any questions relating to what's happening right now? Any particular area you guys want me to cover? I think right now, again, we are looking at this, that freezing rain seems to be affecting surfaces outside of roadways at this point. It sounds like crews have gotten things covered pretty well. They have prepared the surfaces so that they remain, you know, ice-free essentially. And looking at the traffic camera as well, we've been glancing around the region. That's what we've kind of been seeing at this point. So, which is great. And I'm really curious to go outside my house after the stream is done and have a look at how much ice accretion is happening. I know Jeff was commenting that there's some forming on trees and stuff like that, so I definitely want to check that out and go from there. Tornado twins weather, could there be damage in Ottawa if the ice continues to build? Some trees or vegetation isn't going to like that very much, so it's a question of how long it persists and how. If you get a freezing mist and it stays for a long time, that freezing mist has a real easy time sticking to things, whereas rain, because it's a larger volume of water, won't freeze as easily, if I can use that terminology. So I don't know that there's going to be any major damage in Ottawa because, again, most of the precipitation has moved east of the city. So I can show you that. You can see that it's past Ottawa. It's now moved off to the east. There is some behind, but it's far less than you can see on this loop that we're showing you here from the Ottawa radar. So earlier in the day, it was definitely far more precipitation. And it's also, the bulk of it has moved east, whereas behind it, it's much more spotty. So I don't know how consistent it will be behind it, and that's the question mark. And how long it'll persist for, because it looks like it's continuing to build in there somewhat. So that has me a little bit concerned about the length of this event. So hopefully that answers the question somewhat. And I guess we're going to see here, we're 8:44. Wow. We're 8:44. So I think in the next hour, we're really going to know what's going to be going on in terms of the Ottawa area. In terms of Montreal, it's just kind of getting started there. So we'll see what kind of comes out of there as we move on here. So Gary Hammond, 0.3 above here in Carp. Ice is 1/16 to an eighth of an inch only in the Carp area. So that's awesome. Thank you for that measurement. So that's good to hear. 1/8 of an inch isn't a whole lot. So still not heavy. Connor and I chased some ice as well. It was this spring actually. And there were some areas that had decent amount, over 10 millimeters, of ice accretion in areas. I think we got up to 20. I could be wrong. Connor's got a much better memory for that. So, like I said, I'm hoping that there's not enough that there's any kind of major impact for power outages and that kind of stuff. So, let's keep our fingers crossed, everybody, and let's hope that that's not the case. So there could be more freezing rain in Montreal because it might turn into snow. So in Montreal, the way this is progressing, it's coming down as rain, and it's just hovering around that freezing mark, and it's allowing things to freeze on surfaces. So it's actually going to be more freezing rain than anything. I would be happy if this just flipped over to snow, but that does not seem to be the case. Of what's going to happen. So it's going to be more freezing rain than we wanted based on how things are kind of progressing at this time. So Connor also putting a comment in the chat, no longer expecting a transition to regular rain at this point. However, an ending between 10 p.m. and midnight is still likely, and I assume that's for Ottawa and the Ottawa area. That is not Montreal. Montreal is going to be in this overnight. If it sustains. So we're still talking for the Ottawa area another couple hours, probably a little bit more in terms of this continuing, and then it will slowly progress eastward, working its way out of the region. So winter. So Donnie saying winter is early this year in Ontario/Quebec, 5 degrees Celsius, dry here in St. John's. Thanks for tuning in from the East Coast. Appreciate that, Donnie. This precipitation is headed that way. I just don't know how big an impact it will have that way because I haven't looked at that region in particular, but we appreciate you definitely tuning in to the live stream and giving us an update on the weather out there. We always love hearing from everybody that way. So what else have we got going on? So let me zoom out here. I'm going to wait for another update just to see. 8:57. What was that? 8:47? Sorry, I didn't see the timestamp. So zoomed out, we can definitely see that there's a lot less precipitation happening right now at this point in the radar loop. So our last scan was at 8:41 p.m. in the top right corner. We get them every about 8 to 10 minutes, so we should have another scan coming in here shortly. I'm going to zoom in. My house, I'm still getting precipitation at my house right north of Kempville, but the heavy precip is gone. It's just a question of how long is this stuff going to stick around for? So, Derico Filmer, thanks for the info. I'll look out for power outages and if ice starts to build up on trees. Yes, that's if you get that ice accretion happening on the trees and vegetation, that's where you start to run into problems, obviously, because branches snap off, land on power lines, and then we know where that ends up going from there. So that's the tough game right now, is just seeing how much of this is going to freeze as it moves through now. And I'm really hoping it doesn't. And I'm just going to look at my app again. Yeah, and no change to report. Still hovering at that 0.2 temperature here in Kempville. So I'm just gonna. Okay. 8:49. 1 minute to go. Or I would assume 1 minute to go, because we should see it. There's the update, 8:47. So it just jumped in here. That's awesome. Okay, so I'm just going to look at the differences. I'm just going frame by frame here. Some areas have intensified and other areas have dropped off somewhat. So what I want to see is whether there's precipitation forming behind here back in this area, because if it is, it's just going to extend how long this is going to take to get through the area. So I'm trying to determine if we're actually shifting, which it looks like for the most part that is the case. There are little pockets of precipitation off to the west, but the meat of the storm is starting to move out of the region. It's still going to be coming through Ottawa for the next probably 2 hours, and then even longer on the east side of Ottawa, obviously, but that's kind of where we're at. Joanne Macrimont, Ile Perrot is now turned into sleet. So that's on the western portion of the island of Montreal, or the island of Montreal, I'm pretty sure, but Ile Perrot is right. I knew my marker was right here. So if you look, that's Saint Laurent, there's Montreal to the east. So that's all this precipitation here that is getting reported as sleet from that area. So anybody watching in the Montreal area, and I'm looking at the Blainville radar north of Montreal. So let's see if it's showing us freezing rain on this radar. Yeah. So freezing rain, sorry, I should say freezing precipitation, which equates to ice pellets, sleet, and freezing rain. That's kind of that mix that falls in under this red representation on the radar. So, and then south of there, anything green should be rain or regular rain. So, Huck, freezing rain in the comments here, freezing rain in Hawkesbury, ice accretion occurring. So that's in the Hawkesbury area. And so there seems to be a pattern forming here. Obviously, we are ending up in a situation where there's more ice buildup when we thought that it would transition more to rain. So that seems to be the common theme here. And I'm just going to look here. Yeah, so we're overall just getting freezing rain across the region at this point, into Montreal and north of Montreal at this point. So we'll keep up with it. I appreciate everybody, that's tuned in and watching and that kind of thing. So always good to have people helping out by reporting what they see. Connor, looks like Connor's logging off for the night. That guy has to be up early in the morning for work. So always good to have you on the chat together. So have a good night. We'll talk to you tomorrow, Connor, and thanks for hanging out this evening. So and we'll now it's just me. So we're just gonna hang out for the evening. I am probably going to run and grab a water break or just take a quick break here for a minute before we jump on this. So, and see where this is going to head in the next little bit. I'm just going to double check all of our pages here and just make sure that I address anything if anybody's got any questions or comments. So let me just double. Wow. A lot of people looking to join the group here. So anybody who's interested, again, I've mentioned it a number of times tonight on the stream. I mean, I know we've been here about 7 hours, but Canadian Weather Live reports on Facebook. So it's just our channel name, Canadian Weather Live, and then it's the report section. So that's a group where you can share information in terms of photos, videos, anything that's weather related. That's what it's for. It's just a group for people to. You can put it in there, and if we can use it on the stream. That kind of thing. We'll put it up and show it to people, just so you can share your weather from your local area. So, a lot of people looking to join because we get requests for that. So, anyways, just gonna check in with Hydro One. So. Starting to see some power outage way west of here, so I'm just gonna show this quickly before I take a break. But this is north of Barrie. There's now a big section without power. There's almost 8,000 people without power that this has just recently popped up. So again, just to the north of Barrie, that has definitely popped up. And is I'm not sure what's causing it, but that's what we're seeing there. So I'm gonna zoom in here to see. This was here earlier. This was that Eganville. There's when you zoom all the way in there. That's what I'm looking for. There's 1,000 people almost in this area that we were looking at on there. So not much else has changed in the Eastern Ontario region. So still pretty good. Yeah, so I'm going to take a 5-minute break here, get some more water, and then we'll jump back in it and keep an eye on things as we move through the evening. It is now just shy of 9 o'clock, so thanks for sticking around, and we will be back in a minute.
Okay, I am back. We'll see what's going on here. So, back at it. Okay, I am seeing some photos from the Ottawa area. Let me just get back here. That should be better with the audio, hopefully. Anyways, yes, so let's take a look here. Definitely maintaining some freezing rain for the Ottawa area. I'm going to pull up things while I've been gone just to see how things are happening. It looks like the end of the system for the most part for this freezing rain precipitation. Obviously, as you get close to Kingston, St. Lawrence Seaway, the Lake Ontario, it's coming down as rain. And as we head eastwards towards Montreal, like I said, Montreal just getting in on the game here. Let's just take a look at that. So zooming into the Montreal area, still most of the precipitation is to the west, but it is coming that way. It looks like it might be losing intensity. So I'll just play the stream through here. You can see how intense it was back there, but now it's kind of fizzling out somewhat, which could be good, could be bad, because if it just stays fizzled out and it's just this light mist or light rain, that has an easier time freezing, which we were talking about earlier. So just want to kind of make that comment that just because it's fizzling out does not mean that that's necessarily better. But we will see how this progresses east towards Montreal and area. So Ottawa, again, we are now just after 9 o'clock in the evening, and we're looking at least another hour to 2 hours before this is out of the area. And that's kind of for the National Capital area. I am seeing photos from people in the National Capital area that there is ice accretion happening. We've had reports from people, in the comments and that kind of stuff. So I'll stick with it as long as I can. Still have my voice, so that's good. But we're wheeling on over 7 hours here, so. Yeah, try and stick with it as much as I can, and we'll take it from there. I'm gonna jump into, and if you guys have any questions, by all means fire them in there. I can only tell you guys it's freezing rain for so long, so I'm just trying to make sure I get you guys informed. And we just got an update on the radar there, so it's looking like this is now swinging out. I'm just gonna back up the radar here 1 or 2 frames and kind of look at it. Yeah, so this is a good sign. The way it's moving is that coming out of the Ottawa area, within an hour or two this will be out of the Ottawa area. So Andy's saying there's a power line down in Deep River and one in East End Pembroke due to fallen branches. So that's that ice accretion that we were talking about. Andy, thank you for updating us on that. I can tell you that we are seeing that here on the Ontario Hydro power outage area, Chalk River, Petawawa. Pembroke's on its own, has its own power provider, so they're not with Hydro One, sorry. So that's with Pembroke City, so I can't give you exactly where that is, but we are seeing branches. We would suspect that this is from power lines being down, that kind of thing, up in that region. So we continue to monitor that, but so far it's been pretty good. Haven't had anything major happening in that regards. So I'm just looking here that what we've been looking at in that area for power outages hasn't really changed a whole lot. So we're just going to wait for this to move out of the area, and then from there we'll probably terminate the stream at that time. But we're still probably a little ways off before that happens, unless this starts to fall apart. Again, radar is going to show this as freezing rain. So
maintaining that theme at this point since about 6:30 or so this evening. So that's what's kind of been taking place. And again, it's corroborated, but by what we're seeing in Montreal as well. So switch over to the Montreal radar, and we're just kind of bouncing back and forth right now, just for the sheer reason that Montreal was not in it for the longest of time. But as you can see now that I zoom into Montreal, moving eastward from Montreal, we're starting to see that precipitation continue that way. I do know up towards Quebec City that this should be more snow than freezing rain. I know the temperatures were definitely cooler when I was looking at the Mesonet up that way. If this would load, let's see if I can prompt it here. There we go. So as you can see, this is from up near east of Three Rivers or Trois-Rivières. You can see that there's radars reading a transition of snow because the temperature is dropping the more northeast it's going. So up that way, Three Rivers and onwards will probably be snow, but Montreal region for now looks to be rain and freezing rain and some ice accretion happening in that kind of general vicinity. So just that's what's on the table right now. What else have we got here? Comment from Jason. In my opinion, or my honest opinion, there should be some sort of regulation with trees nearby power lines. Can't keep using fallen branches excuse of power outage. Yeah, they do try and trim them, but for example, I know here where I live in my neighborhood, there's a golf course, and they have trees at the very end. They're super tall pine trees. They're not near the power lines in the sense that, a branch falls and then they go out. But when the wind comes across the golf course in the summertime, one of those trees inevitably falls, and they've got to be 80 feet tall probably. So it lands on the power line and knocks it out. But I do know in Ontario, they do trim back a lot of the trees a fair bit. But I don't think they're ever going to get it to the point where it wouldn't interfere with it. So, but I hear that, frustration in terms of power going out and causing issues. So, so it's unfortunate. So let's zoom back to Ottawa here. And we'll see what's going on. And I'm going to bring up Ontario 511. And I'm going to just look where the precipitation is right now, because we've got just north of Renfrew. Give me a sec here. North of Renfrew. There we go. Yeah. So north of Renfrew, definitely still showing more ice accretion happening. I mean, when daylight comes around, these cameras are going to definitely look like a frozen wasteland. Highway still looks like it's just wet and clear for the most part. So this one here is definitely going to have a lot of ice build up as we move through on that. What else have we got here? I want to see if this Castleman one, there's a car passing. Definitely looks like there's some ice accretion in Castleman area as well. So, we're just maintaining that ice accretion is what's taking place at this point. And it's just a question of how much of it's going to happen. So at this point, it's how much ice will accumulate, which is what when we refer to ice accretion, it's the expansion of ice on surfaces. And it's a question of how much of it happens and whether, that causes problems with what we were just talking about, tree branches falling and stuff like that. So Jason commenting, maybe underground lines one day in 100 years. Actually, yes, that's It's interesting. My parents are from Europe. They came here in the early 70s. And in Europe, most of the power lines are underground. They don't exist above ground. And I remember my dad making comments when I was a kid that he can't understand why we run power lines all over the place in the, above ground because, it's just exposure to being a problem. So, yeah, Jason, my dad agrees with you on that one for sure, 100%. So, Joanne from Il Perot saying back to rain now. So it seems to be flip flopping back and forth in the Montreal area, and I suspect that's what's going to happen throughout the night. And again, we talk about just the tail end of this event, how much ice is going to build up. Is going to be the question mark at this point. So I'm going to patch in here, take a look at my weather station if it's going to load here, and just see what we're showing as far as temperature is concerned here. I don't think it's going to fluctuate too much from where it's at right now. Maybe overnight while I'm sleeping, but I don't think in the next hour or two that it's going to drastically change. And let's just get logged in here, please. No, it won't let me log in. Okay, I'm going to leave that alone for now. Anyways, like I said, I don't think it's going to change too much. So, Edward coming in from Toronto. Thanks for jumping in the chat here, Edward. You guys had some interesting weather this morning with thunderstorms. And I know I've been talking to people in southern Ontario, like Windsor, where the temperatures are in double digits, which we're dealing with. We're dealing with freezing rain and ice and all that kind of stuff up here. And then down in southern Ontario, they're dealing with double-digit warm temperatures. So I guarantee you everybody here would take that. But it's not the hand we've been dealt this evening. So we're going to keep kind of an eye on it and go from there. So hopefully Toronto is doing well for you. I don't think there's any precipitation really much happening in the Toronto area. I could be wrong, but no, Toronto looks pretty clear at this point. Everything's kind of east of there, Peterborough and onwards, east from there. So we did talk about Monday in terms of if you're down, London area, Monday into Tuesday, you could see a mountain of snow in that area for anybody that's watching from this area. So it's definitely going to be a pile of snow, and it's lake effect snow from that event. So we were talking about that earlier, and I can actually pull that up. So just a refresher for anybody, even in the Toronto area. I'll bring that up on the screen here. So this is what Environment Canada was predicting for the area. So B being the orange one, around the London area, we're looking at 20 to 40 centimeters with 70-kilometer-hour winds. So that's going to suck. C is 10 to 20 centimeters coming just to the west of Barrie, and then all the way down to Toronto could be 5 to 10 centimeters. So Monday into Tuesday is not going to be fun in that region for sure. So just something to keep in mind, anybody viewing from that area down there. Tom Connor's asking, what website are you using for the radar images? So this is an app called Radar Scope. That's what I use for my storm chasing when I chase severe weather in the US and Canada. So this is the desktop version of it. It's called Radar Scope. It allows you to basically choose any radar. I can zoom back out here. I'll show you across all of North America. Any of the ones that are in red are down, meaning that they're not available, but you can look at radar essentially anywhere in North America. So you can see that that's a pretty invaluable tool. I even use it, for example, if I'm traveling and it's outside of weather season, that kind of stuff, to see what I'm driving into or what's ahead of me on the road. It even shows California, obviously right now, experiencing some flooding over here. I just recognize these types of warning boxes. So, I click on California and I'm seeing weather in California. So it's a very good app. It's very, it has quite a bit of detailed information. So it's not you have to understand a little bit about how to read weather apps and how to read data from the radar and understanding what you're reading from the radar. But for the most part, it's fairly easy to understand. And actually, Connor and I were talking about maybe doing a video on explaining on how to use the radar scope app so that other people can use it and keep themselves informed. When we're not on the live stream, they can look at it. So it's not a free app, so radar scope is not free. There's Radar Omega, so there's several of these apps out there that you can use. But this one is a paid app. I think it's like $15 or something like that, but I could be wrong. I've been using this app since 2014, roughly. So it's I've been using it almost for 11 years, 10 years, something like that. So definitely a great app, and like I said, it allows me to assess what's going on and give you guys the information that we're sharing here on the platform. So thank you for the question there, and I'll continue here with what's going on in Ottawa. So still showing quite a bit of freezing rain, but we are showing kind of the edge of this, minus some isolated stuff back here that is popping up a little bit, but we're now kind of closing in on the Petawawa, Eganville, down to Plevna, Charlotte Lake region for this to hopefully be ending here. Sorry, I'm just going to move through here just to see how this is moving on the screen. It's 9:22, so this is our last scan here. So we are waiting essentially, one more. We are waiting for this edge to essentially pass Ottawa and head towards Montreal. So obviously Ottawa being back here, within 9:20, I'd say within an hour and a half, it's outside of the Ottawa region. It's still going to be about 4 hours till it's out of the Montreal region, as long as that's where the left edge of the precipitation remains. So that will happen obviously overnight, but we're right now 9:20 p.m. so still quite some time left till it gets out of the region and goes from there. So now this, again, the red is our freezing rain, and green is rain at the bottom there. So I'm going to just show reflectivity. So this shows the intensity of the precipitation. It's you can see kind of northeast of Ottawa, there's more of it just to the east of Rockland, and then back over Cobden, Renfrew north. There's the yellow areas are definitely areas of more intense precipitation when we're talking about this freezing event. And then south here on Highway 7 near Tweed is another little pocket of rain, but that's almost surely rain at this point. So okay, so what's going on here? Catherine saying WeatherWise is a free app and is good apparently. I don't have it myself, but I watch other channels that use it. Cheers. Yeah, there are definitely some apps out there that are good in terms of free apps that can't hurt. Environment Canada has one. I use that one as well. So I would definitely recommend the Environment Canada app to use. You can access information on there just as much as this. This is just an interface that I've been familiar with on the storm chasing side of things when we're in the field, because I run this on my phone, but obviously using it on a desktop application. So appreciate the input, Catherine, that there's definitely some good apps out there in terms of being able to see radar. When you look at radar, just make sure that you're not looking. There are some apps out there that have what they call Futurecast or Future Radar. That is only a model and a prediction. It does not represent what's actually going to happen, and we do get that a lot of comments in the chat here at times where people definitely misinterpret what futurecast or future radar is that it's not written in stone. That is just an attempt at giving you guys information of what possibly could happen. So just keep that in mind. And we'll just flip around here, take a look. And just seeing if there's any emails. Okay. Just going into our group here to see if there's any posts of photos. It's getting late at night. Obviously, I'm not expecting much in terms of photos unless you're in the city or something like that where there's good lighting to be able to take some good photos. If you do have ice building up in your area, definitely you can send us an email. The email is at the top of the screen, or you can send it to us through our Facebook group. Canadian Weather Live Reports is an option there. So just going to zoom into Google Maps here to check if there's anything that is showing any kind of delays. For the most part, the region is looking very good. No major delays that I can see on any of the highways. On the Ontario side, Quebec side, all of it looks pretty good. Nothing that jumps out at me. Minor slowdowns in the Montreal area that I can see on here. But again, for Montreal, that is very good, considering there is precipitation coming down. There is something here. It looks like a car accident. So this is northwest of Montreal in Saint-Jérôme. But that's a traffic accident or a crash. So very minor delay there. Don't know if that's weather related or not, but that's the only major thing that jumps out at me. Just going up to Three Rivers, again, all green in that way. So, okay, let's jump back into the Montreal radar. I'll put it up full screen just so we get a better view of it here. And we can see that precipitation is starting to move into Montreal more now. It was on the outskirts of it to the south on the U.S. border. Essentially, you can see there's a fairly heavy area of precipitation right here. And again, whether that's rain or whether that's freezing rain, it's a tough one to call just because of proximity to the radar station and how far away it is, but most of this was showing up as freezing rain. So definitely one of those things that it could be either or, but that's the most intense rain when we're referring to the Montreal region. But to the west of it, just kind of west of Hawkesbury, Grenville, there's obviously a fairly steep gradient here. All of this is precipitation in this area here moving eastward. So if I move the radar, we can see how that is advancing. And quite in, you're going from no rain to suddenly a whole bunch of rain. So I suspect again that is going to be freezing rain coming into the Hawkesbury, Van Cleek area. And then moving east from there as it moves down the river through Rigaud, Hudson, and then into Montreal and Laval and that kind of stuff, even into Blainville. So we'll see how that progresses eastward as we go there. So, okay, let's see here. So, oh wow, that changed. Am I looking at the right radar? Yeah, I am too. Okay, this is moving pretty... Sorry, guys. Went an extra frame too far. Just backing up the radar here just to look at what... So we're definitely just getting into the light precipitation for the region. Most of the yellow is out of the outskirts of Ottawa, definitely to the east. This portion here, and then there's this one pocket up here. The rest of it is pretty mild in terms of rain. Even to the south along the 416, for example, there's basically no rain here. It's an empty pocket. So we're definitely starting to see this tail off, which is great. And hopefully that means for the region that the ice buildup won't be as bad It is more than we were expecting, so I'm curious. We were talking 4 to 8 millimeters earlier today, about 3 hours ago. I suspect we might exceed that 8 millimeters, but it depends where you are in the Ottawa area or Eastern Ontario. So again, hopefully people can submit some photos to us. We'd love to have that. Again, you can email them to us. I'd love to see them tomorrow, but we'll go from there. So Jason's saying, I feel like it's moving in a circular motion. You are correct. This is actually spinning out of the region. So I'm going to just play the loop here, and hopefully I'll back it out of so it's a much bigger image. But you can see how this is kind of spinning as it comes out of the region. That eastern portion is rising north, and then the backside is sinking. So it's kind of spinning as it goes out through the region and overnight. So great catch there, Jason. And that's what we were looking at earlier. We were talking about the tail end of this, what it was going to do as it gets further east and kind of rotates around. Whether we would get any kind of snow or, on the back end of this system. So definitely, interesting to see what's going to happen here. So what time are we? 9:30. So I'm probably, what are we, 7.5 hours in? I'm probably, sorry, I'm going to bring up the main screen here. I'll stick around probably till 10 o'clock now that I've repeated that 3 times, and just... I think it's starting to die off now, but at that point I'll probably end up pulling the stream. I've been, that'll be 8 hours into this, and I do need to get some rest, unfortunately. But I appreciate everybody sticking around who's been here, whether you're here for 2 minutes or whether you've been here for the whole time. To me, it's awesome to have everybody in here. And as we grow the channel, I definitely, recognize a whole bunch of people in here that have tuned into streams before. So it's good to see that. And it's going to be interesting to see how this channel, expands from here. So question from Grant City. Does it look like the heavy rain is going to reach Terrebonne north of Montreal or die before then? So it's definitely looks like it's weakening. And so I'm going to bring this back up as it moves out of the Ottawa area. But this portion here, Terrebonne being almost not smack dab in the middle, but this is the portion that seems to be intensifying. So I'll show you, I'm going to back it up a few frames so you can see how it has expanded southward a little bit and intensified in the last few frames. So if this sustains, it's going to come into Terrebonne. It's not a huge area of rain too. That's the other thing. It's definitely more moderate in terms of how much rain there is. But it right now it looks like it's going to sustain towards Montreal, the north side of Montreal and Terrebonne. So you're probably going to end up with that precipitation. We are 9:30ish, so hour and a half, I would say that would be in Terrebonne roughly, maybe sooner than that. So Derico Filmer, I posted on your Facebook group chat about ice building up on my window. Kindly could you not show the image on the stream? Yes, if you don't want us to share, that's perfect. Let me know. I'll definitely take a look at it after the stream, but thank you for sharing that in the group itself. So wind's supposed to shift to the north and turn to snow. Well, for Ottawa, if you're talking about, let me just double check here. I haven't looked at any model runs, unfortunately, in like 8 hours. So I want to say they're going to come out of the west. Yeah, so what I'm seeing overnight is winds out of the west. Yeah. Northwest, then west. That's kind of what I'm seeing in terms of what Environment Canada is predicting. So currently moving northeast and then going west and northwest and then back to west again. So that's what, for the Ottawa area, for Eastern Ontario, that's what they're predicting. So, but again, overnight, yes, we are predicting that we might see some snow on the tail end of this. And I kind of going to look at timing here. what are we looking at? It's going to be tomorrow morning, like after daybreak. We're talking probably 10, 11 o'clock in the morning throughout the day. And it's going to be trace to 2 centimeters. So that's kind of what we're expecting for Ottawa, Gatineau, Eastern Ontario. Further east you go, the more snow it could be, just because of how the system's moving through. But that's what we're expecting. So, Joanne coming back in here from Ile Perrot in Montreal, saying that it's rain down that way. So that's a good sign. I'm happy to hear that, because the less ice we have building up, obviously, the less problems we have as we come into Montreal, which Ile Perrot is somewhere right in here without zooming in. Definitely some decent rain coming at you in that region from this pocket right here. And then what we've been talking about briefly on here was this portion up here by Hawkesbury that's going to start raining in the Hawkesbury area. So I'm going to come back to the Ottawa radar and just see if things are going to. So we're at 9:29 was our last scan there. 9:36, or sorry, we are at 9:36 p.m. Sorry, so 7 minutes ago. So we still have some time to go in terms of this, but another couple minutes we should have a new scan. Rick still live. Yeah, I'm definitely still on here, but yeah, the voice is starting to get a little raspy from when I started. So it'd be interesting to time lapse my voice as I do these streams, but we're probably going to call this around 10 o'clock because things are starting to thin out quite a bit. Rick, you're in Perth. You're probably almost out of it very shortly based on what I'm seeing on the radar here. So very light precipitation in your area. I don't know how much ice accretion you guys have out that way, but yep, we're getting to the end of it. Definitely significantly different than a couple hours ago where things were sitting. So, but yeah, we're trucking along, as they say. So, or if there's 0 people watching, then I'm going to pull the plug, because then I'm talking to myself on a Saturday night. So let's zoom out here. I'm just going to come and take a look. Don't see anything on roads that needs reporting. I'm going to take a look at Hydro 1. Crews responding to outages caused by freezing rain. So there's now a warning on the Ontario Hydro page. So obviously they are starting to get more and more calls because of the freezing rain. I don't know. Yeah, so this is just telling you what to do, but they're definitely working on more and more stuff to do with freezing rain. So that's those branches falling on power lines or trees falling on power lines. Any number of things. So the map is starting to look a little different than it did a few hours ago. However, still nothing super major in terms of, I haven't heard anything from the Ottawa area, and I haven't heard anything in the surrounding areas that isn't of major impact. I think this is the biggest. No, that's not the. See, I mean, we're only talking 100. This one here has got 222. So that's one of the larger ones that's out. There was another one up in the Eganville area. If you zoom in enough there, that's what I was looking for. This is the biggest one, I think. 930 people in the Eganville, Douglas, kind of west of there. So that's what's happening in terms of the power outages. So, Rick, rain is slowing. Yes, only rain as well. And Rick's coming from the Perth area, so that's on the backside of this. What we're seeing. So. That is great news that this is mostly rain and hopefully not a lot of accretion happening on surfaces and stuff like that. Andy chiming in here from Pembroke. Thanks for hanging on. It's slowing down in the Pembroke area. So, yeah, you're definitely on the very edge of it. Andy, I would be surprised if there's much precip there for the next 15 minutes or so, and then you should be completely out of it at this point. And hopefully the only other thing you see overnight, or sorry, again, tomorrow morning, we're talking about that you end up seeing maybe a trace of amount of snow, but that's essentially it. So In Montreal and around, we almost have no ongoing outages, so I'm guessing the freezing rain was very light coming from the Derico filmer. So that's good to hear. I'm happy to hear that because I used to have the Quebec hydro map, and I don't know where it's gone, so I'll have to fix that for my next live stream so I can show power outages in Montreal and in Gatineau, Quebec, and all that kind of stuff. So I'll definitely get that fixed up for the next live stream. But yeah, that's kind of where things are at. So thank you for that update because I'm definitely a little bit blind in that regards with information for the Montreal area. So let's take a look here. Okay. Just checking a couple of things out here. Bear with me. Okay. I don't need to minimize that. Okay, so if there's any questions before I wrap this up, like I said, around 10 o'clock, I think we're gonna call this one. My voice needs a break, and we are getting at the tail end of this. I wish I could hang on a little longer for Montreal, but yeah, definitely getting a little tired here and, and losing my voice. So I definitely need this voice to keep being able to do this. So just got to be careful in that regards. Okay, let's see here. Gonna have a look. Just checking in here with that camera's terrible. I'm trying to find some cameras here to look at, but as usual, some of them are very very poor. Okay, this is at 7 minutes ago. I can't tell if that's ice. Okay, let me pull this up. So I'm just looking along the 401 just before it turns into the 20, heading into the Quebec side of things. So it's this camera here, which is Highway 401 and 4th line. And if I bring it up, it does look fairly like it's just rain at this point. I mean, the grass does look crunchy, but I can't really tell. So there may be a little bit of ice accretion building up on the grass. The roadway looks wet for the most part. So I would not be surprised based on the right side of this image where you can see that kind of gray there's ice build up here on the surface. However, I don't think it's gonna stay on the roadway, that type of thing. So that's just before we get to the Quebec border. I try and use the Quebec one, but let's see where their nearest camera is to that. So there's one way over here. And again, it's tiny, so I can't really determine whether this has got ice or not. Unfortunately, it's just a little too small. I wish I could do better for you guys, but I can't on the Quebec side do any better than that. So, okay, let me hop back in here. We'll keep an eye on it. There's 6 outages, so it's not bad actually as we thought it was. Thank you very much for that. 6 outages for the region is definitely not bad at all. So that's fantastic news, and I hope everybody for the most part retains their power throughout the night. Okay, so Rick saying Perth is rain, but 10 minutes north in Balderson is showing ice buildup, definitely looking like the cause of the Maberly power outages. So yeah, it's funny how as soon as you get outside of a town, the temperature is just enough of a drop that you end up with that freezing aspect, and then ice starts to build up. So we're seeing more ice build up in kind of rural areas than we are in terms of the bigger cities for power outages. So that's where it seems to be targeting right now. And I'm getting Marie Rochon, you're still up here. That's awesome. 9:45 at night. We are getting rain. It's raining in Hawkesbury. Not seeing any ice buildup, and that's as of right now. So thank you for that. Melissa jumping into the chat. Thanks, Melissa. Yeah, I am still alive. I did have dinner. I had a water break. I've had several breaks actually, so I'm learning. But I figure I'm only going to stay on here till about 10 p.m. and then probably pull the plug at that point. So we're getting to the tail end of it here for Eastern Ontario and the Ottawa area. Montreal hopefully is just going to be rain overnight. So Courtney jumping in here. Hopetown Lanark, some ice buildup on objects and cars. Was out on the roads and it's mostly wet. So that's awesome to hear from Courtney that, yeah, roadways are maintaining, based on the prep that's been done by road crews. And so that's good to hear that it's just sticking to objects and, trees and buildings and that kind of stuff. Andy saying Renfrew to Deep River seems to have gotten the most ice buildup. I would agree with that. That Renfrew camera that we were looking at, that has a ton of ice on it. I'm curious to see it in the morning, just to see what kind of ice was built up in that region. And I may actually jump on and shoot some video, using those cameras just to show how much ice accretion has happened through the region once daylight happens. I like it better because, obviously we can see things on the cameras. So anyways, Chris chiming in, don't worry, he's been taking his breaks. I feel like I need a punch card or something like that so I can log this kind of stuff for you guys. So let's go look at radar. 9:41 was our last scan, which is a couple minutes ago. So I'm just going to see here how this is tracking. So yeah, we are definitely coming to the end of this event. I can just see how close we're getting to the Ottawa region with the end of the precipitation. So that's fantastic. So again, most of it is right along here down to Rockport. That's kind of where we're at. So as you can see, we're starting to get close to Canada. Carleton Place will be out of this shortly. Smith Falls, and then east of there. So, and it looks to be weakening in the sense of how much precipitation, the volume of precipitation that's happening throughout the region. So that's also a good sign as well. So we're not going to end up with what we had, in the spring or in April of 23, where we had those huge ice events. So what else have we got here? Melissa can make me a punch card. No, I'm good. I've got enough to juggle on this end with the amount of screens I'm dealing with and everything else. You'll have to take my word for it. So, okay. What else have we got here? Just double checking on here. Oh shoot, I forgot I had a lightning app that I was going to show you guys from earlier today when we were coming live. I was going to show how much lightning there was on these storms, and I was completely baffled by it. So I'm just wondering if I can go by... Oh, I can back up here, I believe. I've never used this feature, but no, it's not working. Oh, there we go. 12. Apply. Sorry, guys. I'm just playing with this because I'll bring this up. This shows the history of the lightning that happened today in November. I know I keep saying that, but you can see where basically as those storms or that system came over the water, you can see that most of the lightning is concentrated in those regions because, again, it's something I talked about early on, that warm body of water with the cold air mass above it is what allows those storms to propagate and get stronger, and also causes them to be more intense, which obviously results in more lightning. So you can see everything that we're looking at on here. This basically is showing what all the lightning that happened today in the region, and it's very obvious where it's happening. And so I didn't think it was going to get east enough for us here, for me to see it at my house, but that's where the lightning was. Anyways, it's just a tidbit of information I wanted to show you guys before we checked out for the evening. Yeah, we definitely saw a ton of lightning today for considering it's November. So what else have we got here? Oh, perfect. Mimi giving me tips here. Hot tea and honey to help your throat. And I love hot tea and honey. So thank you for all that you do. I appreciate that, Mimi. Thank you. I enjoy doing it. So I'm glad that people are enjoying it, and that, that people have hung on for this long, because we're also late in the evening too. It's almost 10 o'clock here. So Chris saying lightly sprinkling here in Renfrew. Everything has a light coating of ice on it, though the truck doors are frozen shut. So you're going to be chipping that bad boy out in the morning. So, or because I don't think it's going to melt in the morning. So temperature is probably going to drop. So I'm definitely curious to see the cameras from up that way tomorrow morning, just to see how much ice there is. So yeah, Melissa is definitely a trooper. She's back in here. It's 10 o'clock at night. So like I said, all my moderators in my chats are awesome. So we have a really good group. And Rick, you're definitely a staple in the channel as well. So always good to see everybody here. So 9:47, which was a couple minutes ago. So I'm missing the updates here as I'm talking. So I just want to see what's happening. So I'll zoom in a little more. Yeah, so we can see definitely by this that where the precipitation is and isn't. This will go completely red, so this is a little misleading when you're looking at it if you don't understand what the reflectivity side of things is. So just light precipitation throughout, but when we switch to this, we can see the yellow areas that are obviously far more intense. So that's Otter Lake right now, and Thorn on the Quebec side have the most of the precipitation right now, and then kind of east in the Hawkesbury area we have pockets of a little bit more moderate precipitation. But again, hopefully that's all rain for the most part and not a lot of ice buildup. So happy birthday and thanks for the info. Another drink is grated ginger, honey, lemon, and hot water. Ooh, that sounds interesting. Thanks, Joanne. Rick, man, you're a rock star. Thank you very much for the donation. So a tea and honey budget. I love it. Anyways, thank you very much. Very much appreciated. That definitely goes a long way to helping us out. So if anybody has any more questions here, I'm in the last few minutes of this, and then I'm just going to obviously pull the plug. I appreciate everybody tuning in. If you are new, please subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications. It helps you know when we're going on for weather events. We only do this for weather events that are coming into the region that affect us on, a daily routine type thing. Not coming in here to, just talk about the basic stuff. We want to make sure we're informative. And so, yeah. So again, appreciate everybody that's watched the stream today and that's hung on here. It has been a long one, and yeah, everybody's valued, and we look forward to the next one. So Marie, happy birthday, Tom. Thank you for the live. Good night, everyone. So always good to see you in the chat, Marie, definitely. And hopefully not too much ice in Hawkesbury area. So Melissa saying she just posted something in the group. So, oh wow, okay. Let me bring this up. So this is Carlton Place area, so you can definitely see that there is some ice accretion happening. So on trees, the roadway still looks pretty just wet and clear. So that's good. And then there's another one here. So you can definitely see there is some ice forming on vegetation, on trees, buildings, cars, that kind of stuff. So definitely take it easy if you're walking around on sidewalks, because I don't know how those will be. Roadways still seem to be pretty solid, so that's good. And so we're kind of at the tail end of it here. Jeff Dixon, appreciate you at being in the chat here and watching the live stream. So I think I'm going to sign off at this point. I don't suspect there's going to be anything major happening between now and tomorrow morning for our region, and even for Montreal. I think this is going to go over much better than it was expected to. So that is always a good sign. I'm just double checking if there's power outages that I need to report to you guys. There are definitely more of them popping up, but they are smaller ones, nothing huge. So again, some people are going to experience those power outages, which is no fun, but hopefully you guys stay warm. Again, thank you everyone for being here on the stream, and we'll run this one out on the back end, and I'll catch you guys on the next stream. And again, thank you everyone that's been in the chat. It's always been a good one. So thanks, Chris. Have a good night. Derico Filmer, awesome. Thank you again. Melissa, appreciate you jumping back in here. So thanks everyone. Have a good night, and stay warm and stay safe.